Chapter 1740. When the 99th bolt of lightning appeared, it might have attracted the attention of all the powerful cultivators who were paying attention to this area. Perhaps there were some powerful cultivators in some unknown place who had taken notice of the heavenly punishment lightning, but they didn't think much of it. In this world, there were people advancing every day. What was so strange about that? However, when they saw this unimaginable bolt of lightning condensing in the sky, as if it was going to destroy the world, they were all dumbfounded. It wasn't that the power of this lightning could destroy the world, but at first glance, this kind of power and visual impact was something that they had never seen before. Is this the 99th bolt of heavenly punishment lightning? Many powerful cultivators from the various demon clans were secretly shocked when they saw this strange phenomenon. I didn't expect that an existence of this level would appear in our mainland. Does that mean that when he fully matures, he really has a chance to reach the realm above the heavenly Tao? This isn't a good thing. It's not a good thing. Yes, in a sense, it's not a good thing. The mainland is all about balance. Whether it's between the human clan and the demon clan, between the human clan and the demon clan, between the human clan and the demon clan, everything is balanced. If one day, there's an absolutely powerful person who the entire mainland can't fight against, then this balance will be broken. That's all for later. It's said that these 99th bolts of heavenly punishment lightning are fatal. Let's see if he can survive first. Various powerful cultivators from various clans looked at the sky and discussed. What the hell? Lin Xian climbed up from the ground, completely dumbfounded. Brother, are you kidding me? All of his preparations and plans were used up after the 98th bolt. He thought that it was just right. Why did the 99th bolt suddenly appear? Did they want him to die? What do we do? What do we do? Ling Ying and the others had all lost their sense of propriety. Lin Xian was already out of spirit energy, and his injuries were very serious. What else could he do? Ling Longshui and the others also lost their composure. There was no other way. They couldn't think of a way. They believed that although 98 Dao paths was terrifying, Lin Xian and their help should not be a problem. At least, the chances were still very high, so they did not panic too much. However, no one expected that there would be a 99th Dao path. Lin Xian sat cross-legged on the ground, taking advantage of the limited time the lightning had to gather to recover his injuries and spiritual energy. Don't come over. Lin Xian sensed that they were coming over and hurriedly scolded them. They paused there. The thunder of heavenly punishment targeted individuals. Even if they wanted to help, the most they could do was provide Lin Xian with external help. It was absolutely impossible for them to help Lin Xian block the thunder of heavenly punishment. It was useless. They just wanted to go over and treat Lin Xian. Lin Xian, I'll use my domain and laws on you. Wang Xintong bit her lips. Her eyes were red and her voice was trembling. That won't do. You'll die. Murong Yut said to Wang Xintong. For example, when Huang Shi and Yi Renbing gave Lin Xian a buff, they gave him something to use. As Wang Xintong said, when she released her laws and domain to strengthen Lin Xian, it was equivalent to when the heavenly lightning struck, she would definitely bear the heavenly lightning together with Lin Xian. And if she removed her domain and law, the buff would be gone. However, she would not be struck by the heavenly lightning. The most they could do was to go over and treat Lin Xian's injuries with all their might. Don't come over. Step back. Lin Xian yelled again. The power of this heavenly lightning was unimaginable. Lin Xian did not know how big it was, but this scene was too much for him to bear. Moreover, when the heavenly lightning struck, its range would be huge. The range was only one of the factors. When it struck, its power would be the most terrifying. Lin Xian was the target of the heavenly lightning. Yes, Lin Xian was here, but if others were here, it would be too late for them to escape. Perhaps when the time came, the so-called power of space would disappear under such a terrifying heavenly lightning. Lin Xian could not let them come over. But Lin Xian took a deep breath and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I'm fine. Isn't it just one more? I'm fine. Lin Xian then took out a spiritual item of heaven and earth. It was a spiritual item of heaven and earth that was burning with flames. Then, Lin Xian directly swallowed it. Arg! When Lin Xian swallowed it, the flames burned on his body. Lin Xian's roar could be heard. Lin Xian, the girls stood there, their eyes red. They could only watch as Lin Xian was in such a dangerous situation, but they could not do anything. They did not even have the ability to fight with him. It was a very uncomfortable feeling. Not to mention them, even Linglong Shui and the others did not have the ability to do so. Big sister, can he succeed? Linglong Shui tugged at the corner of Linglong Shui's clothes. Linglong Shui ruffled her hair. He's different from others. Others might not succeed, but he will. She was only comforting them, comforting others and herself. But in their hearts, they knew very well what kind of heavenly lightning this was. The winds and clouds in the sky changed. The void seemed to have turned into a giant whirlpool. But at this moment, look at the sky. In the distance, an expert pointed at the sky in shock. Hiss! They could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Their pupils suddenly shrank. What happened? At this moment, they saw a pair of eyes appear in the sky. This pair of eyes was incomparably huge, incomparably deep, and incomparably terrifying. What is this? Those heavenly venerables and great void realm experts trembled in fear when they saw this scene. A chill ran down their backs. Not to mention them, even the heavenly Tao looked up and felt a chill run down his spine. This is the eye of the heavenly Tao. Is this the eye of the heavenly Tao? I'm afraid. I'm afraid it really is. This is the heavenly Tao spying on him. It should be. It should be the heavenly Tao spying on this person. It's spying on the person who attracted his 99 heavenly lightning. This is too terrifying. Is this really the heavenly Tao? Feng Ling looked up. She felt that they were so small under this pair of eyes. Nothing must happen. Nothing must happen. What exactly was the heavenly Tao? No one could give an accurate answer. Some said that the heavenly Tao was a rule. Some said that the heavenly Tao was a god. Some said that the heavenly Tao was a real person, an existence that surpassed the heavenly Tao realm. An existence that could shatter the void, was the creator of a world. There was no way to be sure, but at least for now, this pair of eye of the heavenly Tao could confirm that the heavenly Tao definitely existed. Chapter 1741. Something big had happened. In the beginning, some people were still holding on to the legend that the 99th bolt of lightning was fatal. They thought it was just a legend. Just like the existence of the heavenly Tao was also a legend. Everyone knew what it was, but no one had ever seen it for themselves. And now, the appearance of the eye of the heavenly Tao, which made everyone tremble in fear from the bottom of their hearts, was especially fucking ridiculous. Linglong Shui and the others were thinking quickly, trying to think of a way to help Lin Xian, but they couldn't think of anything. They could only pray. The heavenly tribulation lightning was a very special existence. No matter how weak it was, it could kill a powerhouse. For example, the heavenly tribulation lightning with the power of a mysterious heaven realm cultivator could kill a heavenly venerable. Didn't that mean that no matter how strong the heavenly tribulation lightning was, it might not be fatal? They could only comfort themselves like this. In the sky, the eye of the heavenly Tao disappeared. The lightning was condensing. Did Lin Xian have any ideas? He really didn't have any ideas. System miss, why don't you help me this time? In Lin Xian's mind, he quickly communicated with the system lady from the Adonis system. Ding! This is a very important trial for the host. The system won't help. Lin Xian. In other words, the system had the ability to protect him. Hey, I'm in such a bad state. If you don't help me, I'll die. Ding. It's okay. If the host dies, the system can find a new host. Lin Xian. The hell? Don't mess around. I'm serious. Ding. I'm not messing around. Lin Xian was about to give up. Damn it. Okay. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He hoped that he would be fine. Luckily, the last bolt of lightning still needed time to condense. Although Lin Xian hadn't recovered to 70% or 80%, he could still recover to 30% or 40%. The main thing was spiritual power. Lin Xian had all kinds of methods to recover spiritual power. With spiritual power, his injuries would be lighter. The rest was up to him. Buzz buzz buzzed out above the void, the thunderbolt had clearly reached its final stage of condensation. The winds and clouds in the entire world were changing. It was abnormally terrifying. The vast surrounding space had been completely destroyed. Everyone quickly dispersed to a faraway place. Do you think he can block it? I don't think so. Putting everything else aside, that pair of eyes just now scared me to death. They're not on the same level at all. If an existence on that level wants to kill a cultivator who's ascended to the heavenly Tao, it'll only take a flick of a finger. That's right. Not to mention him, even the heavenly Tao realm experts beside him are useless. Under the heavenly Tao, all life is equal. They are all ants. Just as the thunder was about to hit the ground, a beam of white light lit up the place where the thunder was coming from and rushed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian furrowed his brows, and many people's attention also fell on him. Ling Longshua's first reaction was that someone was going to attack Lin Xian, but after sensing it, she didn't feel any hostility. Whoosh! Lin Xian raised his hand, and the white light flying over was a bead, a pure white bead. At this moment, Lin Xian held it in his hand. This is... Everyone was puzzled. Lin Xian held the bead in his hand and sensed its power. This power is somewhat familiar, yet somewhat unfamiliar. It's Shui Qilin. Lin Xian suddenly thought of something. Right. That's right. This is Shui Qilin's power. Whoosh! The bead in Lin Xian's hand trembled, and then rushed into the sky. The void above Lin Xian's head rotated and erupted with white light. No one knew what kind of effect it would have, but they knew that Lin Xian's entire body had been restored to its peak condition. This was something Ling Longshua and the others couldn't do. After all, they weren't focused on healing. Moreover, Lin Xian's realm wasn't low either. If Lin Xian's realm was lower, they could easily restore Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt that he was almost in his peak state, and he had great confidence. Before, he wasn't confident because his state was too poor. His spiritual force was empty, and his injuries were very serious. This led to Lin Xian's upper limit being very low. But now, at least he was restored. At least he had some confidence when facing the heavenly lightning. Moreover, the bead above his head was still erupting with power, as if it could help Lin Xian resist the heavenly lightning. That power is helping Lin Xian. Ling Longyue said. Yes, and it's a very powerful power. Does he know such a powerful existence? But what is this power? What is this bead? They didn't know it. Boom, the heavenly lightning came crashing down. Lin Xian smirked. Come, let me see how powerful the so-called 99th heavenly lightning is. Actually, Lin Xian dared to say this even without the bead. Of course, the prerequisite was that Lin Xian's state was full. He went all out. The law of creation, all attributes exploded. Strength, speed, defense, and spirit doubled. The second level of the Supreme Saint Mantra tripled all attributes. Phoenix 7 Heavens. Come on. Let me test your strength. Ah! Lin Xian roared furiously as the white bead above his head met the devastating lightning bolt head-on. The girls subconsciously closed their eyes. Only Linglong Shui and the others were still watching. Boom! The two terrifying forces collided, and then landed on the ground. The ground seemed to have an earthquake, and then an unimaginably powerful shockwave spread out in all directions, destroying everything. Even the girls who were quite far away were affected. With this sound, the dust settled, and the thunderclouds disappeared. No one knew whether Lin Xian was dead or alive. Everything quieted down. Lin Xian, is he okay? Wang Xintong opened her eyes, looked at the vast area in front of her, and bit her lip. Don't worry, he's okay. He'll be fine. Ling Ying comforted her, but he was also comforting himself. No one knew what was going on with him. After the collision, they couldn't see what happened. It seemed that Lin Xian had fallen from the sky and crashed down. He should be fine. Wu Yunhua was a big-hearted person. Then she said, generally speaking, if you're destroyed by heavenly lightning, you'll be reduced to ashes. Lin Xian crashed down, so he should be seriously injured at most. Whoosh! Linglong Shui and the others rushed into the dust, looking for Lin Xian. Then Ling Ying and the others rushed in as well. Lin Xian was lying in a deep pit. Sister Linglong, is Lin Xian okay? Wang Xintong stood outside the pit and asked worriedly. Linglong Shui checked. He's seriously injured, but he's fine. At that moment, they were all relieved. Chapter 1742. Lin Xian was seriously injured. But that was not important. It was not a big problem. To them, as long as they did not die, there was not much of a problem. No matter how serious the injury was, it could be cured in theory. Unless it was something they could not do anything about. But the key was that the power of the law of creation was effective in curing injuries. 3 days later, Lin Xian was still lying on the bed. Is he okay? Next to her, a group of girls stood there and looked at Lin Xian worriedly. Linglong Shui nodded. Yes, he's fine. We just have to wait for him to wake up. It'll only happen in 2 days. You don't have to worry. Phew, they took a deep breath. That's good, that's good. Sister Linglong, is that really the heavenly axiom looking after Lin Xian? Will Lin Xian be in danger in the future? Will the heavenly axiom want to eliminate Lin Xian? Wang Xintong asked worriedly. Linglong Shui shook her head. No one knows what it is. It might even be a phenomenon. Don't worry too much. Okay. Then we'll leave first. Then, Linglong Shui and the others left. At that time, Yirenbing also left first. After all, there were 2 babies at home and she had to take care of them. Now that Lin Xian was fine, they left with peace of mind. Phew, a few girls were sitting there. Now that Lin Xian is a heavenly axiom, we have to hurry up and improve. Well, who's closer to the heavenly axiom now? Xiao Xinyue asked. I'm still 1/5 away. Wu Yunhua said. I'm about 1/5 away. Murong Yu also said. Xiao Xinyue said, in the future, if possible, let's try to let Murong-yu and Wu Yunhua improve first. It's only a matter of time before everyone reaches the heavenly axiom. However, our following battles cannot be delayed. With one more heavenly axiom, we will have a qualitative change. Yes, this is also the best way. Let's wait for Lin Xian to wake up. Speaking of which, will he still be weak when he wakes up? I don't think so. He seems to be in good condition now. The injuries he sustained when he fainted have basically recovered. The only thing left is for his body to adapt. By the way, who was helping Lin Xian that night? Ling Ying unwrapped a lollipop and leaned against the wall. I didn't see it. I only saw a white light shooting over there. I really don't know who did it. Han Chushue said softly, I'm afraid it's an existence even stronger than Sister Ling Long and the others. We'll ask Lin Xian when the time comes. Zhuge Feng said. Ask me what? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Everyone turned to look at Lin Xian. Lin Xian opened his eyes and sat up. Arg, he stretched with all his might. Crackle. That's right, all the bones in his body were cracking, but Lin Xian was feeling extremely good right now. It was too fucking comfortable. Lin Xian, you're awake. Wang Xintong said happily. How long did I sleep for? Only 3 days. Phew, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it's only 3 days. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Holy shit. Lin Xian suddenly sensed something. What's wrong? Lin Xian frowned. Oh my god, is this the heavenly Tao? Lin Xian felt his body become lighter. His perception and everything about him had reached a level he had never felt before. Awesome. It was really awesome. Was this the heavenly Tao? It was no wonder it was so difficult for him to fight a 1-star heavenly Tao realm when he was at the Great Void Realm. Only when he reached the heavenly Tao realm did Lin Xian understand. Oh my god, the gap was really huge. It was really a difference of 1 level. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. He had a feeling that he could destroy a Great Void Realm 10-star with a casual flick of his finger. He really did not understand how he could fight a heavenly Tao realm. The gap was just too huge. Hey, don't be so smug. Windling rolled her eyes. Fuck. Smug. Who asked you to be smug? How displeasing. I'm not being smug. I'm just telling you that the gap between the heavenly Tao realm and the Great Void Realm is not trivial. It's just too huge. I don't even know how I defeated that heavenly Tao realm back then. Lin Xian said. How much stronger? Wu Yuhan asked. I don't know. I can't be certain either, but the qualitative change is just too great. Lin Xian. Then, we should work hard to advance to the heavenly Tao realm. How are you now? Very good. Let's go. Sign me up. I'll take you flying. 2 months later, they had reached their 79th consecutive victory. And today, it was their 80th consecutive victory battle. They were fighting rather slowly. The main reason was that Lin Xian was just too awesome. He alone could take everyone flying. However, Lin Xian needed to hold back the opposing heavenly Tao alone. The remaining Great Void Realm 10th Order Great Void Realm beasts were left to Ling Ying and company. This was because they were not participating in the death arena purely for the rewards. And in the past 2 months, none of them had advanced to the heavenly Tao realm. It was not that easy to advance to the heavenly Tao realm. Instead, Murong-yu and Wu Yunhua were close. In the past 2 months, they had already killed several heavenly Tao realm Fey beasts. Lin Xian had beaten them to the brink of death before they delivered the finishing blow. But even so, they had yet to advance. The Heavenly Tao was not that easy. As for the Storm Battle Team, they were already famous in the surrounding cities of the Fey God Empire. Some people were not gamblers. Some even came to watch the Storm Battle Team's battles. And the Storm Battle Team was also known as one of the cruelest battle teams. Why? Because from the beginning to the end, not a single one of their opponents had survived. Like many other cruel battle teams, there were times when a few of them survived. Of course, that was because they could not kill the Heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Tao could only live. As for Lin Xian and company, if they encountered a Heavenly Tao realm, they would definitely die. As a result, their ferocious reputation spread out. In fact, they were not that ferocious. Their methods of killing were very simple. Some battle teams' experts were cruel when they killed. Today is the Storm Battle Team's 80th consecutive victory. Their opponents will also be opponents with 80th consecutive victories. There will be a qualitative change in quality. And this Storm Battle Team only has one Heavenly Tao. It's still very difficult. That's right. Yesterday, they had a hard time winning against the Apocalypse Battle Team. This time, the difficulty has doubled or even multiplied. There's still something to watch. Let's see who their opponents are. Speaking of which, this Storm Battle Team's captain is the person who attracted the 99 lightning bolts 2 months ago, right? That's right. It's him. It's no wonder his combat strength is outstanding. But his realm is still there. Let's see who their opponents are. Among the crowd, there were a few rather special figures. Without a doubt, they were attracted by Lin Xian. Chapter 1743. A few elders walked into the audience stands from an inconspicuous corner and sat down. Their silence was a stark contrast to the commotion around them. "Have you found out who they are?" asked an elder. "Yes. They're humans. They're not demons. They're Lin Xian." "Oh. He is Lin Xian." "That's right, it's Lin Xian." The others are also some of the more famous geniuses of the human race, but they aren't the best. This can be seen from their current realms. The white-haired elder tapped his right hand rhythmically. "They are here for training, right?" Another elder nodded. "Yes, those top geniuses will come to the Fey God Empire for training. However, they are participating in the death arena in such a high-profile manner. They are the first group. Ordinary humans have to keep a low profile when they come to the Fey God Empire. Insolent. However, I like such insolent people. Lin Xian and company are nothing. They can't stir up any waves. Grand Elder, this Lin Xian has already advanced to the Heavenly Tao realm. More than 30 Heavenly Tao experts have died at their hands. They are not to be underestimated." The white-haired elder snorted coldly. "He is only at the Heavenly Tao realm at 1 star. His potential is very high, but he is only at 1 star. After the battle, invite him to join our Fey God Temple. If he doesn't agree, kill him. That won't be easy. We cannot take action in Fey Wind City unless they leave Fey Wind City. Otherwise, it would be disrespecting the Blood Qilin clan. After all, these rules were set by the Blood Qilin clan." "Yes. Then find an opportunity to take action." "Yes, understood." On the other side, a man and woman walked in. "Do you know why I brought you here?" the middle-aged man said lightly. Behind him was a woman in a white dress and a veil. "No. There's a very powerful young fellow here. He can face a Heavenly Tao realm at 1 star. Against a Heavenly Tao realm at 1 star, he can eliminate them in an extremely short period of time. They don't even have a chance to escape," said the man. "That's right. It's just a small matter, the woman said indifferently. It's a small matter, but 2 months ago, he was the one who attracted the eye of the heavenly Tao and 99 bolts of heavenly punishment. The man pointed at Lin Xian, a member of Lin Xian's team. You still don't care. The woman looked up at Lin Xian. We need to pay attention to that. If he can survive, he will be your greatest opponent in the future, and it will be very short because he is a human. The fact that Lin Xian was a human could not be kept a secret. First of all, they had revealed their true faces to the world, and Lin Xian's appearance was rather familiar to the Yao clan. After all, many of the Yao clan's plans had been ruined by Lin Xian, and the Myriad Demon Alliance hated Lin Xian. Secondly, they weren't worried about this in the first place, but because they had become famous, more people knew about them, and there were more real big shots. In the eyes of the real big shots, how could they hide the fact that they were humans? However, this didn't matter too much. Although the Yao race and the human race were extremely hostile, there were still special circumstances. For example, in the human race, some Yao race could live openly. Even if they knew that you were a Yao race, they could still live openly because they might be friends. It was the same for the Yao race. If they knew that you were a human, they would kill you if there were no restrictions. However, they wouldn't do so under other circumstances. Moreover, only a few big shots knew that Lin Xian and the others were humans. The others still didn't know. So what? The woman said indifferently. Then I'll tell you something else. More than a year ago, 2 years ago, he went to Mount Tianyao. The woman frowned slightly. I don't know what he did, but I'm sure that his sword and his power came from the Sea of Will at the foot of Mount Tianyao. He's also the only human who went to Mount Tianyao and obtained some kind of power there in all these years. In addition, with the 99 bolts of thunder of heavenly punishment, you should be able to guess what happened. What do you need me to do? Either destroy him or treat him as your greatest opponent. Maybe not now, but definitely in the future. After saying that, the man walked away. The woman stayed behind and stood there in deep thought. Everyone. At this time, the host flew out. Welcome to the Death Corner Arena's duel. Then, without further ado, let's take a look at the information of the next 2 teams. Everyone, please look at the big screen. Shwa, then, the Storm team appeared. Whoosh, in an instant, thunderous applause and deafening cheers rang out. That's right. Our first team is the biggest dark horse team this time, the Storm team. Another round of cheers. The Storm team has only been established for 4 months and they have already achieved 79 consecutive victories. Next up is their battle for 80 consecutive victories. They are the fastest team to achieve 79 consecutive victories. Similarly, they are the weakest team to achieve 79 consecutive victories. However, they are not weak. I believe all of you know that in terms of realm, they have already broken another record. Let's look forward to their performance this time. Then, the big screen flashed. Next up is the expert from the Storm team. They are the Dominating Heavens team. Whoosh, the first second was shock. The second was another round of cheers. It's actually the Dominating Heavens team. TSK, this is going to be a good match. Yeah, the Dominating Heavens team is one of the strongest teams that has the potential to achieve 100 consecutive victories. Especially their lineup. Let's not talk about their lineup. The Dominating Heavens team has 5 Heavens Path members. 1 3-star, 2 2-stars, and 2 1-stars. With this quality, it's only a matter of time before they achieve 90 consecutive victories. As for the Storm team, they have 1 Heavens Path member. That's right. Although the captain of the Storm team is very strong, the Dominating Heavens team is not bad either. Especially their captain, Badian, who is from the Titan Giant Ape race. His bloodline is infinitely close to that of the phoenix, dragon, and other bloodlines. He is a 3-star while the captain of the storm team is only a 1-star. The difference is too big. He has never fought a 3-star opponent before. This is going to be a good match. Next, let's place our bets. Lin Xian and the rest stood there, 80 consecutive victories. Our opponents for this match are probably at least 3 Heaven's Path members. Lin Xian, no problem. Leave the Heaven's Path to me. As usual, you guys settle the rest. Chapter 1744. Lin Xian knew that this battle wouldn't be simple. However, after reaching the Heavenly Tao realm and experiencing so many battles, he had a certain level of understanding of his own strength. Although the Heavenly Tao was different from the Great Void realm, the difference in each star was ridiculously huge. The augmentation that Wang Xintong and Zhuge Feng gave him was almost negligible unless they also advanced to the Heavenly Tao realm. However, Lin Xian's strength was there for all to see. His domain was there for all to see. His realm lowered his domain, and a domain that lowered his opponent's cultivation by 3 stars could still lower his opponent's cultivation by 3 stars. However, when Lin Xian reached the Heavenly Tao realm, although his spiritual energy had greatly increased, it wasn't that easy for him to lower his cultivation by 3 stars. It was possible, but the expenditure was too great. Therefore, Lin Xian was more willing to use his newly obtained domain to raise his domain realm and raise his cultivation by 1 star. The bets outside reached a ridiculously high payout rate. Lin Xian's Storm Battle Team had a payout of 130. Ever since they faced the Heavenly Tao Blood Fiend Battle Team as Great Void Realm cultivators, their payout rate had never been high. And this time, from their payout rate, it could be seen that the people outside didn't think highly of Lin Xian's Storm Battle Team, even in such a situation. There was no other way. 1 Heavenly Tao and 5 Heavenly Tao were on completely different levels. Furthermore, the opponent had a 3-star Titan Ape. The people outside were already giving Lin Xian's team a lot of face by not raising their payout rate to a few thousand to 1. Our opponent might be stronger than we imagined. The payout rate is 130. Han Chushue took a glance and said, "Oh my, we have already won so many times in a row. How can the payout rate be so high? What level is our opponent at?" Feng Ling was also secretly alarmed. Definitely not bad. The difficulty might not be as high as when we met the Blood Fiend Battle Team. We have to be careful. Okay, alright. Outside, the few elders sat there. The gap between these 2 teams is ridiculously huge. I'm afraid they will fall in this match. The elder from the Demon God Temple said. The white-haired old man nodded, not to mention the Titan Giant Ape and the others, even if it was some ordinary Heavenly Tao, he wouldn't have this ability. The human race is a race with weak battle strength, how can it be compared to our demon race? Not to mention a demon with such a high bloodline. But he's killed a lot of, the white-haired old man said disdainfully, that's just because he has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Space can prevent those heavenly axioms from escaping. Most importantly, he has the key factor that can kill the heavenly axioms. Dark fire can break through the powerful defense of the heavenly axioms and cause substantial damage. But so what? Everything comes down to the fact that his opponent wasn't strong enough. Now, his opponent can easily shatter his spatial energy and has an even stronger body and strength. Who does he think he is? He thought that Lin Xian was good and he thought highly of Lin Xian were 2 completely different things. In his eyes, he completely looked down on Lin Xian. He only said that he thought Lin Xian was a strong cultivator, and that was it. If you asked him to compare Lin Xian to a strong cultivator of the demon clan, he would completely look down on him. So what if Lin Xian killed the heavenly axiom? What kind of monsters did he kill? They were all very powerful in the eyes of those people, but in his eyes, they were nothing more than low-level demon beasts. For example, the Titan giant ape that Lin Xian was about to meet this time was someone he thought highly of. This was the demon race's bloodline that belonged to the T2 to T1 ranks. His bloodline was T1, and the dragon's bloodlines were T0. The other demon race bloodlines were T3. So what if they could advance to the heavenly axiom? The Titan giant ape's bloodline couldn't be said to be invincible, but it was indeed very strong. In addition, his realm was 2 stars higher than Lin Xian's. That's true. And they have 4 other heavenly axioms. The gap is too big. The 9th demon god temple and I are not interested in Lin Xian as a person. He's just a heavenly axiom 1 star. What we are interested in is his special status in the human race. Therefore, if we can get his support, it will be very important for our subsequent plans and operations. The benefits will be great. But if he doesn't agree, then there's no need to keep him. Understood. In another corner, the woman in the white dress and veil sat down. To her, a battle with this gap was very challenging. If he could win, then she would really treat him as a worthy opponent. This should be her limit in the past, right? At this moment, the host outside shouted, "Let's welcome the first team of the day, the Storm Team. Let's go." Then Lin Xian and the rest walked out amidst cheers. Today, one more person will advance to the heavenly axiom. It should be about time. Lin Xian said amidst the cheers. If we win, it should be about time. If we win, little you advance first. You have more abilities, so advancing first will bring more benefits to the team. Murong Yu nodded. Next, let's welcome the Tyrant Team. Then, 10 people walked up. Tyrant Team, this is awkward. We have met the team with the strongest winning streak in our investigation. Ling Ying said. There should be a heavenly axiom 3-star among them, right? Wu Yuhan asked. Han Chushua replied, their captain is a heavenly axiom 3-star Titan ape. Among them, there are a total of 5 heavenly axioms. Lin Xian frowned. The pressure was huge. At most, he could defeat 2 heavenly axioms. What was the main problem? It wasn't the heavenly axioms that were difficult to defeat, but some special and powerful abilities. To put it simply, it was similar to their domains or nomological abilities. For example, if someone directly lowered all of his stats, it would be very uncomfortable unless Lin Xian could escape from it. Murong Yu knew that Lin Xian was under immense pressure. And she was the only one among the 9 who had the strength to challenge a heavenly axiom at the cosmic void. The others were very strong, but the gap was too great. It was obvious from Lin Xian from before. Therefore, I can deal with a heavenly axiom 1 star. Murong Yu said to Lin Xian. Are you sure? Murong Yu nodded. Yes. I can only help you hold him back. That's enough. With 1 less heavenly axiom's interference, the pressure on Lin Xian would be greatly reduced. As for Lin Xian, he had no doubts about Murong Yu. She still had many powerful moves that she had yet to use. She had yet to use her 1,000 sealing ice eyes. It was the same for everyone else. Han Chushua and I will hold back a heavenly axiom, said Feng Ling, all right. Lin Xian nodded. I'll try my best to finish off the other 3 as quickly as possible. The rest of you, quickly finish off the other Great Void Stage 10. If I'm not done, help me. Got it. Then, they walked towards each other. Chapter 1745. Lin Xian looked at the 10 people in front of him. All of them were men. They did not belong to the same race. The one leading them was probably too 5 meters tall. His muscles were bulging. The Titan ape race was definitely a strength-type existence. He was not someone the Earth War Bear could compare with. They were two completely different levels of existence. This supremacy has long wanted to spar with you. I've finally met you today. Then, let us spar. Tai Zhan said as he stared intently at Lin Xian. His tone was filled with disdain. Yes, in his eyes, Lin Xian was indeed not bad, but at the same time, he did not treat him as a match. At the Heavenly Tao realm, with a gap of 2 stars, and his confidence in himself, he did not believe that Lin Xian was his match. Most importantly, he had seen Lin Xian in many of Lin Xian's battles. He knew what Lin Xian's abilities were, so he was confident. He wasn't afraid of the fire of darkness. He wasn't afraid of the powerful space either. This was because his realm was 2 stars higher than his. In addition, he was an extremely powerful strength-type existence. Therefore, Lin Xian's space had no effect on him. That spatial seal was something he could easily shatter with a punch. Take the spatial blast for example. With his defensive capabilities, this power could be easily blocked. The gap was just too great. The only thing that gave him a headache was Lin Xian's speed and the flexibility of spatial leaping. However, he wasn't worried because he had an ability that could catch up to Lin Xian. Then forget it. Lin Xian said with a smile. Oh. Are you afraid? No, no, no. You misunderstand. I'm saying that I want to beat all of you. Lin Xian pointed at the 3 bright heavenly Tao, including Tai Zhan. They were taken aback. Ha 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 ha, then, they laughed. What a joke. Ha ha ha. Tai Zhan roared with laughter. Then, let's see what you're capable of. Let's go. Then, they entered the battle map. Let's do as I said before. Little Yu, you must be very careful when you face the heavenly Tao. You don't have to think about defeating them. You just need to stall for time. Wait for me to deal with those 3 heavenly Tao. Understood. Then they stepped inside. This map was a volcanic region. The temperature was very high, and the ground was full of cracks. The cracks were filled with magma, and there were even 2 volcanoes in the distance that were emitting black smoke. The whole environment was very depressing and bare. However, although it was barren, there were many places for you to hide. There were all kinds of rocks and small hills. Lin Xian's group of 10 appeared here. In his line of sight, there was no enemy position, because the place was too big. I'm going to look for those 3 heavenly Tao. All of you, be careful. Oh right, if I can see the other Great Void Stage cultivators, I'll kill them instantly and save you guys the trouble of wasting your energy. The 9 of you will deal with 2 heavenly Tao cultivators. Murongyu looked at Lin Xian and said, won't you consume a lot of spiritual power? Lin Xian smiled and said, I'm a heavenly Tao. How much spiritual power can the heavenly Tao consume to deal with a few Great Void Stage 10 stars? Understood. Whoosh. Lin Xian then rushed forward. On the other side, Tai Zhan said to his teammates, leave that Lin Xian to me. You guys can deal with the rest as you wish. Got it. It's just 9 Great Void Stage 10 stars. A man smiled disdainfully. Captain, there's no need for the 9 of us to deal with 9 Great Void Stage 10 stars. If it really doesn't work, why don't we send 2 heavenly Tao cultivators to deal with that Lin Xian with you? Tai Zhan sneered and said, that's not necessary. Do you think I'm afraid of him? At this moment, Lin Xian appeared in front of them. Oh. They looked at Lin Xian. Kid, aren't you a little too arrogant? You dare to come alone. Tai Zhan sneered and looked at Lin Xian. I'm here to deal with some people. Snap, Lin Xian then snapped his fingers and released the Law of Destruction. When Lin Xian was at the Great Void stage 10 stars, the effect of the Law of Destruction was negligible. But now, Lin Xian was at the Heavenly Tao realm. The effect of the Law of Destruction on the Great Void stage 10 stars was explosive. Lin Xian hadn't used it in the previous battles because he wanted to continue preserving his strength. Now, it could be exposed. Furthermore, if it was exposed, others might not know what it was. Pfft. As Lin Xian snapped his fingers, the 5 Great Void stage 10 stars spat out a mouthful of blood in unison. Then, they fell straight to the ground and stopped breathing. They were considered lucky because they didn't die in pain at all. What? Upon seeing this scene, the pupils of the 5 Heavenly Tao cultivators suddenly constricted. What was this? How did 5 Great Void stage 10 stars die without anyone noticing? How did they die? It's true that you can easily crush a Great Void stage 10 star at the Heavenly Tao realm, but you need to at least take action, right? You need to use a martial technique, right? All sorts of powers, right? It's not like you use spatial explosion. How did you disappear without a trace? This was too fucking ridiculous. How is it? Dead. Tai Zhan's pupils constricted. They died just like that. When the people outside saw this scene, their pupils constricted. What is this? He hasn't revealed his full strength in all the previous battles. Heavens. That's very normal. It's really normal to hold back, but he actually silently killed 5 Great Void stage 10 stars. How did he do it? What sort of ability is this? Isn't it too powerful? Since it's effective against the Great Void stage, is it also effective against the Heavenly Tao realm? Or should it at least have a tiny effect? A tiny effect should be there. It's too powerful. See, Grand Elder, what's this? The few people from the 9th Fei Temple were secretly alarmed when they saw this scene. The 9th Fei Temple had been wiped out. It could be considered wiped out. Previously, they had tried to mess with Yiren Bing, but they had been jointly resolved by Lin Xian. However, there were still many remnants. They had probably taken over. I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure what it is either. Perhaps we can only understand what it is after experiencing it for ourselves. Could it be a spirit artifact? Then, we have to be careful. There's no need to be careful. Let's see if his strength is useful against Heavenly Tao realm existences. If it's useless, why should we be careful? That makes sense. On the other side, the veiled woman pondered slightly when she saw this scene. Many people knew of the destruction laws, but many did not. Many people would not think in this direction, but she knew that many humans had produced people who possessed the creation and destruction laws over the years. Therefore, upon seeing this scene, she thought of the destruction laws. Chapter 1746. The law of destruction possessed such a silent power. It was very fitting. Furthermore, she did not see any spirit artifacts. This person's abilities had once again made her wary. This was definitely not all of his strength and abilities. The more abilities he had, the more powerful his abilities were. She believed that he was more qualified to be her opponent. Kill him or make him her opponent. She needed a choice. Why did she need a choice? This was because she believed that this person, including her master, was very likely the successor chosen by that person from the heavenly demon. It could be understood as a successor. As for that person from the heavenly demon, she held a pivotal position among the Fae, including her faction. Her master's position and faction were also pivotal. The two factions had a grudge that spanned more than 10,000 years. This grudge had been passed down generation after generation without stopping. However, it could be said that it had been many years since the two factions had engaged in an open battle. Now, some of their benefits came from the successor they each chose, the successor who would inherit their personal identity. This successor could be a demon or a human. As for Lin Xian's departure from the heavenly demon, most importantly, someone had helped him that night when Lin Xian advanced to the heavenly Dao realm. And it was unknown who that person was, but her strength had reached an exaggerated level. It was very likely her. That was why they had their suspicions and noticed Lin Xian. On the battlefield, Tai Zhan was enraged. "You are courting death." "Roar," he roared angrily like a bolt from the blue. This angry roar caused the two surrounding volcanoes to erupt. It was obvious how exaggerated it was. Spatial seal. Lin Xian had sealed himself and the three heavenly Dao experts, including Tai Zhan. As for Tai Zhan, he felt as though his dignity had been trampled on. He, a heavenly Dao realm 3-star, was infuriated and wanted to kill Qin Yun. Instead of running, Qin Yun sealed space and sealed himself in it. Wasn't there something wrong with that? Apart from that, he had even sealed his two heavenly Dao realm 2-star teammates. Boom! He charged over and smashed down at Lin Xian's location with a punch. In the blink of an eye, the sky collapsed and the sea roared. And on the other side, Murong Yu and company rushed over and pulled the two 1-star heavenly Dao realm experts to a distant battlefield. They were once again divided into two battlefields. This was the best way for Lin Xian to protect them. It was true that everyone could erupt with greater battle prowess when they were together, but they were at the virtuous realm. It was very dangerous for the virtuous realm to face the heavenly Dao. Even if each of them was not weak, the heavenly Dao was the heavenly Dao. Even Lin Xian found it difficult to fight against an existence at the virtuous realm's 10 stars. The heavenly Dao had a chance to kill them. So, even the heavenly Dao had the chance to kill them, let alone 2-star or even 3-star. Even if they wanted to, Lin Xian wouldn't dare to let 2 stars and 3 stars join the chaotic battle. It was too fucking scary. One move might even kill someone. At the 1-star heavenly Dao realm, Lin Xian believed that it wouldn't be a problem for 9 people to fight too. What? Were they separated? Is there any meaning to this? This is purely increasing the pressure on both battlefields. A 1-star heavenly Dao realm expert is facing 2 2-stars and 1 3-star. The pressure in this battle is ridiculously high. And on the other side, 9 virtuous realm 10 stars are facing 2 heavenly Dao realm experts. The pressure is also immense. That's right. Tell me, with the 10 of them facing 5 people, the pressure should be less, right? No, it's Lin Xian. He's protecting his teammates. Although the pressure on them is immense, if his virtuous realm teammates face heavenly Dao realm experts at the virtuous realm, it will be extremely dangerous. They can easily insta-kill them. Yes, that makes sense. Then why does he continue teaming up with them? Although they aren't weak, he also rose from the virtuous realm 10 stars. They are probably on the verge of advancing to the heavenly Dao realm. After the dust settled, Lin Xian removed the spatial seal and stood there unscathed. You actually want to use your own strength to fight me and my 2 heavenly Dao realm teammates. Aren't you overestimating yourself? Tai Zhan stared intently at Lin Xian. No. It's not that I'm overestimating myself. It's just that none of you are worthy of my high regard. Lin Xian laughed. Is that so? Tai Zhan had unimaginable strength lingering around him. This kind of power, this kind of aura, should be the strongest that Lin Xian had ever seen, bar none. After all, he was a Titan ape, one of the strongest races in the world. Even Lin Xian could forget about competing with him in strength. However, Lin Xian had no plans on competing with him in strength. Boom, his punch struck Lin Xian's spatial seal barrier. Boom, Lin Xian's barrier shattered immediately. Lin Xian was still somewhat alarmed. The strength was just too great. Typically speaking, Lin Xian was at the 1-star Heavenly Dao realm. With his strength, he could face a 3-star Heavenly Dao realm expert. This was because his spatial dimension was extremely powerful and pure. Even a 3-star Heavenly Dao realm expert could forget about shattering his spatial seal. The Titan giant ape was blasted into smithereens just like that. Upon seeing this scene, Lin Xian no longer had any thoughts of competing with him. Do you think those 9 teammates of yours will be of any use? Do you think your strength is sufficient? Do you think I have no means of dealing with you? 100-fold gravity. Plop, Lin Xian suddenly knelt to the ground. The gravity around him instantly increased by 100-fold, leaving Lin Xian unable to react in time. Ha ha ha, Tai Zhan roared with laughter. So, how are you going to fight me? In his eyes, Lin Xian was just an ant right now. He couldn't even run fast, so how was he to fight him? Lin Xian smiled. Is this the source of your confidence? Then, Lin Xian slowly stood up. Then, do you know that spatial seal can perfectly restrain your increase in gravity? Spatial isolation. Lin Xian's eyes focused. Shwa! A burst of space force erupted. Simply put, the increase in gravity was an area, or the area around a person. No matter where one ran, as long as one was within this range, the gravity would increase. However, Lin Xian's spatial seal was directly isolated. He allowed the gravity to be outside, and no matter where he went, the area around him would be normal. Tai Zhan frowned. Attack! Yes. So, then, the 3 Heavenly Dao charged at Lin Xian. Realm Upgrade Domain, activate. Chapter 1747. Lin Xian's realm had been forcefully raised from 1 star to 2 stars. And when Lin Xian's realm reached the 2-star Heavenly Dao realm, his strength instantly soared. What was the benefit of having his strength soar? It was that some of the powers Lin Xian used against Heavenly Dao's 2nd-stage experts at the same realm would expend less spirit energy. Lin Xian was at the 1 star of the Heavenly Dao realm. Releasing a realm-lowering domain against a Heavenly Dao realm 2-star or 3-star was completely different from Lin Xian's. Realm Reduction Domain. Lin Xian's domain could reduce their realm by 3 stars, but Lin Xian would definitely not easily reduce their realm by 3 stars at the Heavenly Dao realm. This was because the expenditure was too great. If he failed to end the battle, Lin Xian would be doomed. However, there was nothing wrong with lowering their realm by 1 star. Lin Xian then expended large amounts of spirit energy to lower the realms of the 3 Heavenly Dao experts, including Tai Zhan, by 1 star. At the same time, he raised his realm by 1 star. Tai Zhan was reduced to 2 stars while the others were reduced to 1 star. As for Lin Xian, he was at 2 stars. Upon sensing his cultivation level plummet, Tai Zhan's pupils constricted. Why did his realm suddenly drop by 1 star? This drop of 1 star was extremely exaggerated. As for Lin Xian, he was now on par with the strongest realm. What was there to be afraid of? Strength doubled, speed doubled, defense doubled, and psyche doubled. Lin Xian directly activated the strength exchange from the system. Then, Lin Xian swallowed a pill to restore his spiritual energy. 2nd level of the Paramount Sage Cultivation Technique. The 1st level of the Paramount Sage Cultivation Technique doubled all his stats, and the 2nd level tripled them. Together with Lin Xian's own laws of creation, as well as the system's doubling, Lin Xian's stats had increased by more than 6 or even 8 times at 2 stars. Tell me, how terrifying was his combat strength? Shua, with holy sword in hand, Lin Xian charged at an expert who had been reduced to 1 star by Lin Xian. Upon sensing the unimaginable strength, the expert's pupils constricted. However, he still charged forward to meet him. He did not believe that this person was much stronger than him. Everything was fake. Shua, when Lin Xian's sword sliced off his arm, he knew he was wrong. Hua, the people who were watching the show revealed looks of shock. What? How did he raise his stats by so much in such a short period of time? That's nearly 10 times, right? His cultivation at the Heavenly Tao Realm is at the Heavenly Tao Realm. Increase of all stars have been enhanced by nearly 10 times. It's too terrifying. This was too terrifying. Was this his true strength? Is this the strength that he has been hiding all this time? The woman Hefun's furrowed brows knitted together. Lin Xian's was it increases his strength as well. She obviously knew that this was not a one-stage enhancement. He had used multiple enhancements to achieve this level. However, it must be known that in the martial arts world, there were very few martial arts that could simply double one's attributes. If one could double one's attributes, then it would already be considered very powerful. If one could triple one's attributes, then it was really almost impossible to exist. Much less 5 times. Although she knew that, she also knew that it was extremely draining. Furthermore, such an enhancement was definitely not simple. Therefore, from the looks of it, he was indeed that person's successor. The few elders from the 9th Fei Temple watched Lin Xian's battle with knitted brows. Grand Elder, he's much stronger than we imagined. He's only 1 star at the Heavenly Tao Realm, but he suddenly raised his strength to the level of 3 stars. This is unbelievable. 1 star raised his strength by 2 stars. Furthermore, he lowered his opponent's strength. This addition and subtraction is a little exaggerated. The Grand Elder knitted his brows tightly. In fact, he could be considered to have heaved a sigh of relief. If he had not watched today's battle, he might have been in trouble if he killed the punk. Thankfully, he had watched the battle. That also meant that a 3-star Heavenly Tao Realm warrior would definitely not be able to kill him. A 4-star Heavenly Tao Realm warrior had a chance, but to ensure it, a 5-star Heavenly Tao Realm warrior was needed. As for Lin Xian's overall strength, it was roughly at the 3-star Heavenly Tao Realm. To be honest, the 1-star gap in the Heavenly Tao Realm was just too great. If he wasn't Lin Xian, it would be very difficult for him to cross realms to defeat his opponent. To put it simply, Lin Xian raised his cultivation level by 1 star to the 2-star Heavenly Tao Realm. Following that, Lin Xian created laws, doubling his strength. The addition of the Supreme Sage Heart Sutra boosted his stats by nearly 10 times. Even under such circumstances, he only had the strength of a 3-star Heavenly Tao Realm expert despite having his stats increased by 10 times at the 2-star Heavenly Tao Realm. He might even be at the bottom of the 3-star Heavenly Tao Realm experts. This was the difference of 1 star at the Heavenly Tao Realm. If he was at the Great Void Realm, Lin Xian would have soared to the heavens with his 10-fold increase. And on the other side, Ling Ying and company retreated in defeat. The gap in the Heavenly Tao Realm is just too great. Feng Ling shouted. Don't be distracted. Protect everyone. Murong Yuk shouted. Got it. Wu Yuhan, Wu Yunua, slow down a little. I'll provide support. Zhuge Feng said. So, then, the 2 of them returned. Murong Yu frowned slightly. It's useless. Domain, heart erosion. Suddenly, everyone felt an excruciating pain in their hearts. With their hearts in pain, they did not dare make any large movements. Murong Yu landed on the ground. Leave him to me. Hold him back. Following that, Murong Yu's sky-blue eyes shimmered with determination. Domain, judgment. Schwa. Following that, Murongyu forcefully pulled the expert who had released the heart erosion domain into her domain. She only had one goal. That was to make this person's domain ineffective against everyone outside. This domain was very painful. If the heart hurt, it would be fatal. Furthermore, it was a heavenly Tao domain. They had no way of escaping it. If they continued fighting under such circumstances, they would die. Therefore, Murongyu had to forcefully pull him into her domain. You are courting death. The man who was pulled into the domain stared at Murongyu. Whether he lives or dies is still undetermined. Thousand sealing ice eyes. Her eyes flowed with coldness as the entire domain was instantly sealed in ice. She did not wish for the outside world to see her thousand sealing ice eyes for the time being because it was a lethal weapon. With Lin Xian's help, her thousand sealing ice eyes had already reached the 7th level. There were a total of 9 levels, and her 7th level had already broken the record of 1,000 sealing ice eyes. The highest record in history was the 7th level of 1,000 sealing ice eyes. That was a 10,000-year-old monster, and she was only in her 20s. She had the chance to touch the most terrifying 9th level of 1,000 sealing ice eyes. The freezing of 1,000 sealing ice eyes and the freezing of the ice attribute were two completely different concepts. Perhaps they looked similar, but in reality, they were not the same. It could be seen that even Heavenly Tao's body was frozen when facing Murongyu's 1,000 sealing ice eyes. But that was it. But most importantly, the 1,000 sealing ice eyes were freezing his blood and meridians. Chapter 1748. There was no need to doubt Murongyu's strength. Her 1,000 sealing ice eyes was effective against Heavenly Tao realm existences, but it was impossible to use her 1,000 sealing ice eyes to resolve a battle. The Heavenly Tao realm 1 star had been sealed in ice. That was what it looked like, but all he needed to do was release his powerful Heavenly Tao realm strength to escape the ice seal. However, he could sense the coldness in his body. It was a bone-chilling coldness that came from his body. He wanted to move. He could move, but he was a little slow. And why did Murongyu have the confidence to pull a Heavenly Tao realm into her domain? This was because her domain was very powerful to begin with. Domain, tenfold judgment. Murongyu's domain power was activated. Her tenfold judgment domain was an extremely powerful domain. After the domain was activated, she could forcefully pull a person into her domain. There was a chance of instant death, a chance of serious injuries, a chance of a permanent drop in realm, and a chance of being unharmed. These chances were not fixed. They were related to both parties' realms. The stronger Murongyu was, the higher the chance of instant death. The greater the gap between her and her opponent, the lower the chances. It was even possible that instant death would not be triggered. However, she was at the Great Void Realm 10 star while her opponent was at the Heavenly Tao Realm 1 star. The gap was rather huge, but despite the huge gap, there was still a chance, albeit a very small one, of instant death. Even if it did not trigger instant death, a permanent drop in realm or serious injuries were enough. Although the chances of him being safe and sound were also quite high, but, after all, there were 3 situations where he would be in trouble, and 1 situation where he would be fine. 3 to 1, even if there was a huge difference in their cultivation levels, no matter what, even if the 3 of them combined together had a probability of triggering any one of them, there should be at least a 30% chance, right? Even if there was nothing going on, her main objective was to stall for time. Schwa, a powerful force was condensing. When Murongyu sensed this power, he knew that he'd successfully triggered it. She was unsure if it was death, serious injuries, or a drop in realm, but she was certain that she had definitely triggered one of them. It was unlikely to be death. This was because for a Great Void Realm 10-star to trigger an instant death buff against a Heavenly Dao Realm 1-star, the chances were probably less than 1%. Poof! The shadow of a sacred sword descended, and the expert immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. What he triggered was a serious injury. Murong-yu let out a long sigh of relief. This time, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. Murong-yu's spiritual power was almost depleted. Shwa, the domain disappeared, and they appeared outside. Whoosh! All of a sudden, the entire place was in an uproar. Almost everyone couldn't help but stand up. What? Am I blind? Am I seeing things? The Heavenly Dao was injured. And it looks like he's seriously injured. What kind of monsters are in this team? The Heavenly Dao outside had been suppressed by 8 Great Void Stage cultivators the entire time and had even been injured. The Heavenly Dao that had been pulled into the domain had been severely injured by a Great Void Stage 10-star cultivator. This? I can't accept this. I really can't accept this. On the other side, Lin Xian had successfully severely injured 2 of the monsters that he had reduced to 1 star of the Heavenly Law. Lin Xian possessed formidable combat prowess to begin with, and he had the ability to fight opponents of a higher level than him. Now, with his formidable strength, he had temporarily surpassed the 2 of them in terms of cultivation level. Tell me, wouldn't he severely injure them? The only thing now was that Lin Xian's spiritual power consumption was a bit exaggerated because he kept his realm increasing and his opponent's realm decreasing. He had to end the battle now. That Taizhan felt very uncomfortable. He thought that he could restrain Lin Xian's gravitational force, but it was now perfectly restrained by him. Moreover, he didn't have the advantage of realm anymore. His advantage now was strength, formidable strength. However, Lin Xian simply didn't want to compete with him in strength. Do you only know how to run? Taizhan roared angrily at Lin Xian. Lin Xian laughed and said, then catch me if you have the guts. Next to him, the 2 Heavenly Dao climbed up. Destruction Law. Pwah, just as the 2 of them got up, they spewed out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. There was no other way about it. They were only at the 1-star Heavenly Dao realm, while Lin Xian was at the 2-star Heavenly Dao realm. The Destruction Law could easily deal with them, and they couldn't even release their demon god true bodies. And now, Lin Xian was most worried about Taizhan's demon god true body. There was a huge price to pay after releasing the demon god true body, but if he didn't use it when he was about to die or lose, it would be abnormal. As for the other 2 Heavenly Dao, they had already lost the chance to release their demon god true body. Humph. Taizhan gritted his teeth. Demon god, true body. Roar, a beam of light shimmered as his figure gradually turned illusory and corporeal. A gigantic figure appeared. Titan ape. It was probably 40 to 50 meters tall. This aura and feeling was on a completely different level. But, no matter what, no matter how strong you become, you are only at the 2-star Heavenly Dao realm. No matter how terrifying you are only at the 2-star level. But it had to be said that the demon god true body released by this fey beast was truly powerful. Roar, an angry roar shook the heavens and earth, oh. The entire ground trembled as lava spewed out of the volcano map. The ground cracked apart. This strength was unimaginable. Even if Lin Xian went all out, he was absolutely unable to compete with him in strength. Taizhan roared angrily as he opened his arms. All the sand and lava around the map soared into the sky. Swish, following that, an unimaginable strength surged towards Lin Xian. What's the use? Lin Xian was momentarily helpless against him, but what was the use? If this move hit Lin Xian would probably be in trouble. However, he couldn't hit him. Spatial separation. Then, Lin Xian separated an independent space at his location. It looked like he was still there, but he was already in another space. The terrifying strength seemed to pass through Lin Xian as it bombarded the surroundings. This was another sublimation of space after Lin Xian reached the Heavenly Dao realm. Beneath the Heavenly Dao, there was no way to use such spatial powers. As the dust settled, Lin Xian's figure had vanished. Where did Lin Xian go? Taking advantage of the chaos, Lin Xian flashed to Ling Ying and Company's battlefield. Whoa! The 9 of them nearly destroyed the Heavenly Dao. Destruction laws. Pwah, the 2 Heavenly Dao 1 stars were heavily injured once again. Are you alright? They looked at Lin Xian. I'm fine. I'll settle it quickly. With that said, Lin Xian vanished again. Chapter 1749. On the other side, Tai Zhan learned of his team member's situation. All right. His massive body stood there. Since I can't hit you, I'll kill your team member. He was enraged to the extreme. He would rather fight an opponent a star higher than him. Really, he did not wish to fight an opponent that was like a loach. All right, since he couldn't hit him, he refused to believe that he wouldn't take action after killing his team member. As for the audience outside, they were all dumbfounded. They could not figure out why the battlefield had suddenly turned into such a state. It was originally a 10 versus 10 situation, but suddenly, 5 Great Void Realm experts died. Then, the other 4 Heavenly Dao Realm experts were heavily injured. They could not even understand why. Why? How were these Heavenly Dao experts so heavily injured? Although some of them saw it with their own eyes, they found it difficult to understand how it was done. It was very strong, but how could it be done to such an extent? It was understandable if one person could do it, but how did the others do it? Whoosh, Ling Ying and Company arrived at Lin Xian's battlefield. They were secretly alarmed when they saw the gigantic monster. Oh my god! How were they to fight it? Good! You've delivered yourself to my doorstep. Roar, the gigantic monster roared and charged at them. If there's only one left. Zhuge Feng, replenish my spiritual energy. Lin Xian ordered. Roger that. Then, an array formation condensed beneath Lin Xian. Lin Xian's spiritual energy rapidly recovered. Realm Reduction Domain. Lin Xian activated his Realm Reduction Domain with all his strength. The gigantic monster's realm was reduced to the 1-star Heavenly Dao realm. So, Lin Xian charged forward with his holy sword in hand. Fire of darkness, myriad lightning heavenly prison. Accompanied by immense strength, Lin Xian stabbed at him. Tai Zhan's fist that was several times bigger than Lin Xian's came hurtling at Lin Xian. But at the instant the 2 forces collided, there was no visual impact. The gigantic monster's fist did not shatter Lin Xian. Instead, Lin Xian's strength completely blocked it. Chief, then, Lin Xian pierced through his body with his sword. Law of Destruction. Boom. 5 minutes later, the battle ended. Whoosh. Everyone in the hall stood up once again. They were shocked. Team Tyrants had lost. A single Heavenly Law battle team defeated 5 Heavenly Law battle teams. Lin Xian stood there panting. To be honest, they were a tough bunch to beat. If he didn't have so many tricks up his sleeve, he definitely wouldn't have been able to win. If this was a human at the 3 stars Heavenly Dao realm, Lin Xian wouldn't be that difficult to deal with. However, this was a top demon at the 3 stars Heavenly Dao realm. He was difficult to deal with to begin with, and he had even released his demon god true body. It was really hard to fight, oh. Lin Xian had a rough understanding of his own strength. When one's realm reached the heavenly Dao realm, it was no longer possible to defeat an opponent that was 6 or 7 stars higher. Little Yu, go and deal with them. Prepare to advance to the heavenly Dao. All right. Murong Yu then walked over. After slaying all the heavenly Dao experts, Murong Yu could advance to the heavenly Dao realm. And they were already prepared to advance to the heavenly Dao realm. With Lin Xian's example as an example, they began their preparations. Linglong Shua and company also helped with the preparations. Outside, a phenomenon appeared. I'm going to advance. Murong Yu said. All right, we'll be right there. Then, they left the map and appeared in the outside world. Murong Yu immediately left. The beautiful host flew over. It's too exciting. It's simply too exciting. They have broken the Death Arena's record. With a team with only one 1-star Heavenly Dao Realm expert, they defeated a team with 5 Heavenly Dao Realm experts at the 3 stars Heavenly Dao Realm. They have completed their 80 consecutive victories. Let us remember their team's name, Storm Battle Team. Following that, the entire arena was filled with shouts. Next, let's invite the Grand Elder of the Death Arena to give them the reward for their 80 consecutive victories. At that moment, an elder walked over. He came in front of Lin Xian and company. Congratulations on achieving 80 consecutive victories. I hope that I can see you standing in the 100th battle soon, on the battlefield against the Blood Qilin race. This is your reward. Lin Xian and company received it. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Lin Xian cupped his fists. Then, they walked away. Outside, Murong Yu was advancing to the Heavenly Dao realm. In less than half a month, we should have 3 Heavenly Dao experts among us. Lin Xian said. That's right. I never expected it to be so fast. Winchim said. Then, shall we continue fighting? Lin Xian shook his head. No. Let's not fight for the time being. It's time for us to train. Every opponent we face in the future will be extremely powerful. The risk is too great. Furthermore, such a disparity in strength will not increase our strength by much. Let's go out and raise our strength. Once we reach a very high standard as a whole, we can finish the remaining 20 battles. All right. With the 98 bolts of lightning striking down, Murong Yu successfully advanced to the Heavenly Dao realm. Heavens! Murong Yu attracted 98 bolts of lightning. This is too exaggerated. Let's go and see how she is. They rushed over. Murong Yu was also covered in blood. Lin Xian directly created a law and released it at her. How is it? Murong Yu slowly shook her head. I might need to recuperate for 2 days. No problem. Let's go. Then, they left. In secret, a few people from the 9th Fei Temple walked out. Among the 10 of them, there are already 2 at the Heavenly Dao realm. It's time to find an opportunity to take action. It's impossible for them to join the Fei Temple. The Grand Elder nodded. Yes, stay in Fei Wind City for the next few days. Once they leave Fei Wind City, find an opportunity to take action. Will they leave? The Grand Elder nodded. Typically speaking, they will definitely leave Fei Wind City. Every battle after 80 consecutive victories is extremely difficult. There are even some that are stronger than Battle Team Tyrant. And all they have is an additional Heavenly Dao Realm expert. With the difficulty of today's battle, if they are smart, they will definitely choose to temporarily leave Fei Wind City to seek a breakthrough before returning. That's right. That's definitely the case. And the moment they leave Fei Wind City, it will be the time for us to take action. 3 days later, Murongyu had completely recovered. After advancing to the heavenly Tao realm, Murongyu's entire bearing and aura had sublimated. How do I cultivate the 8th level of the 1,000 sealing ice eyes? The first thing Murongyu did was to find Lin Xian to ask this question. Yes, it just so happens that we can raise your 1,000 sealing ice eyes to the 8th level. It should be convenient. Lin Xian said. Chapter 1750. Lin Xian knew a lot about the 1,000 ice pupils. Of course, the main reason he knew about it was because the medical skill given to him by the system included it. However, Lin Xian only knew about the 8th level. Lin Xian really didn't know how to cultivate the 9th level, which was the last level of the 1,000 ice pupils. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the 1,000 ice pupils was. Lin Xian's medical skill was all kinds of knowledge. He knew about all kinds of physiques, poisons, and medical skills. Anyway, from the beginning until now, he had never encountered anything that the system didn't know about. The 9th level of the 1,000 ice pupils was the first. Lin Xian said, I know how to cultivate the 8th level of the 1,000 ice pupils, but I don't know about the 9th level. It doesn't matter. If I can cultivate to the 8th level, that's enough. As for the 9th level, according to the records, no one in history has ever reached it. I don't know how to reach the 9th level. Anyway, I have a lot of time. I'll slowly figure it out. It's best if I can reach it. Murongyu said. Lin Xian nodded. 1,000 ace pupils? What's that? Wang Xintong asked curiously. Lin Xian said, yes, it's a kind of divine eye. It's similar to a special physique. It's more like a special ability. The 1,000 ice pupils has a special ability of the ice attribute. It's very powerful. It's a kind of power that comes from the inside out. It has a terrifying range of power that can fight beyond one's level. Murongyu nodded. In simple terms, it's similar to the ice attribute. However, it's more useful and more direct. It can freeze blood and meridians. That's really strong. Murongyu nodded. The 1,000 ice pupils should belong to the top of the world's eye-type power. There might be other eyes that could be compared to it, but the 1,000 ice pupils must be among the top. How to reach the 8th level of the 1,000 ice pupils? Murongyu asked. Soul. Lin Xian said. Soul. Absorbing other people's souls? Murongyu asked with a frown. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, that's right. A large part of the usage of the 1,000 sealing ice pupils is linked to one's spirit and soul force. If your soul force isn't enough, the 1,000 sealing ice pupils won't be able to enter the next stage. The method of acquiring souls is very limited, and the 1,000 sealing ice pupils just so happen to have the ability to absorb souls. Can the demon clan do the same? Lin Xian nodded. That's right. That's why I said that we can use this opportunity to improve your 1,000 sealing ice eyes. If we join a force and start a war with another force, those who die will become nourishment for your 1,000 sealing ice eyes. Even if we didn't kill them, their souls will be absorbed by your 1,000 sealing ice eyes. With this opportunity, we can save a lot of effort. One had to know that without such an opportunity, how long would it take for them to kill and absorb the souls of their enemies? Even if he encountered a group of demonic beasts, so what if he killed them all? If there was a battlefield with hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts fighting, the number of casualties would be much higher than slowly killing them. Do we need a lot? Murongyu asked. A lot. It has to do with the strength of the soul. Of course, the higher the realm of the warrior or demonic beast, the more it will be replenished. A conservative estimate is 1,000,000. SSS, everyone drew a cold gasp. That many? Ling Ying's tiny mouth gaped. They were prepared, but they never expected it to be that many. Heavens! 1,000,000. Zhuge Feng swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Isn't that too exaggerated? Lin Xian shook his head. It's not exaggerated. According to what I know, if the 1,000th sealing ice eyes reaches the 8th level, or even Little Yuyu's realm, she only needs to be at the Great Void Realm 10 stars to easily defeat any Heavenly Dao Realm 1 star. And 1,000,000 is just a conservative estimate. There might be a lot of mystic heaven, domains, laws, heavenly venerables, and even Great Void Realm demonic beasts' souls. If they are all ordinary souls, it might be tens of millions. SSS, they sucked in a breath of cold air again. Doesn't that mean that the people who cultivated the 1,000 sealing ice eyes in the past, if they harbored evil intentions, they might even massacre city after city? Lin Xian nodded. That's right. After all, it's not realistic to kill so many demons in a short period of time, said Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian looked at Wu Yuhan and Wu Yunhua and said, both of you have the fog of darkness. According to your realm, if the fog of darkness were to be dispersed directly, with the help of the fog of darkness's life-draining powers, it might not take much time as long as the battlefield is large enough. I think it's best we don't expose the fog of darkness. Wu Yunhua said. Lin Xian nodded. That's right. We can't expose it, not yet. Let's expose it after we reach the Heavenly Dao realm. It's best if we can hide it now. Although the people who destroyed the Wu family were dead, the fog of darkness was a powerful force of the 12 fiend celestials. If others learned of it, it was inevitable that other powerful existences would vie for it. For their safety, it was best not to expose the fog of darkness. Then where do we go now? Asked Xiao Xinyue. Little Xintong, how's the investigation? Wang Xintong said, about 3,000 kilometers away in the Demon God Empire, there are two very powerful factions that are locked in battle. If we join one of the factions, it should be possible. There were many benefits to participating in such a large-scale battle between factions. First, they would gain experience. Everyone would gain experience. Furthermore, it would be in such a chaotic battle. In the future, when humans and demons fought, such chaotic battles were unavoidable. It was also a way to accumulate experience ahead of time. Second, they could obtain experience points through large-scale killing of feyed beasts, allowing them to quickly advance to the Heavenly Dao realm. Third, the more intense the battle was, the more people died, and the more souls they would obtain. Murong Yu's 1,000 sealing ice eyes would also reach the 8th level faster. 3 birds with 1 stone. Alright, everyone, make your preparations. We will set off tonight. Why did it have to be at night? During this period of time, they had killed all their opponents in the death arena. These opponents' clansmen and powerful existences were probably thinking of ways to kill Lin Xian and company for revenge. It was likely that someone could lock onto them when they released their spatial dimension. After all, these people knew that Lin Xian and company had spatial dimensions. Although Lin Xian was a phoenix in the eyes of many, it did not matter if they gave it a try. Understood. Night fell, Lin Xian and company packed everything. Everyone, be prepared to be locked onto and attacked after I release my spatial dimension. Lin Xian said. Got it. Shua, Lin Xian then released his Heavenly Dao Realm spatial jump. Chapter 1751. It was indeed the case. When Lin Xian used his Heavenly Dao Realm spatial leap, many factions in the city instantly sensed it. As for the 9th Fey God Temple's Grand Elder and the others, they sensed it as well. Humph. Are you thinking of using spatial forces to escape? The Grand Elder sneered. 3rd Elder. Another Elder nodded. We've locked onto him. Are you sure you want to take action? Of course. I didn't stay here for the past few days for nothing. This Lin Xian is an enemy of our Fey God Temple and the Myriad Fey Alliance. The Myriad Fey Alliance has even issued a bounty for Lin Xian's head. Once we kill him, we can head to the Myriad Fey Alliance to receive our rewards. Great Elder, should we spare the lives of those girls? I'm quite fond of them. The other old man licked his lips. If you aren't afraid of death, leave them alive. After all, they aren't that important compared to Lin Xian. Let's go. Swish, then, their figures vanished from their spots. Lin Xian and company appeared in a desolate land of unknown origin. No, it wasn't really a desolate land. They were surrounded by forests. After all, this was the Fey Beast domain. Although there were many factions in the Fey God Empire, including Fey sects and Fey cities, there was still a huge gap between them and humans. Even for humans, there were many places that had yet to be explored. Rainforests, deserts, and even more so for the Fey. These were all considered desolate lands. The moment Lin Xian and the others landed on the ground, an even more powerful spatial energy sealed off their surroundings. Lin Xian and company's pupils constricted. No good. To be honest, this was something Lin Xian never expected. Lin Xian imagined that they would encounter very powerful people after coming out. They might even encounter spatial experts. Although there were very few Fey experts who could use spatial artifacts, they still had powerful spatial artifacts. The strength of this spatial dimension was something that all of them were top experts. They could sense that this was the strongest spatial dimension they had ever felt in their lives. I'm afraid it will be very difficult to crack this space without reaching the Heavenly Tao realm at 5 stars, right? Wu Yunuo frowned. Damn it. Lin Xian clenched his fists. These people were really shameless. They were just waiting for him. Was it necessary? However, according to what Lin Xian knew, the strongest force behind them should be the Titan Giant Ape. But did the Titan Giant Ape have such a spatial spirit artifact? But there was nothing they could do about it. Even if they sneaked out quietly, there were probably countless experts in the entire Monster Wind City watching them in secret. How could they possibly sneak out? Even if they did, they would definitely be discovered. Ha ha ha. A loud laugh rang out, and then 5 figures appeared in this space. Shua, Lin Xian and the rest immediately took out their spirit artifacts, and a powerful energy began to swirl around them. Humph. Do you still want to resist? With just you guys? A human trash whose highest realm is the 1-star Heavenly Tao realm. The first elder's eyes narrowed. Lin Xian frowned. Lin Xian knew that it was impossible to keep the fact that he was a human a secret for too long, but only those who knew Lin Xian would know. Therefore, they knew him. You know me? Lin Xian's eyes narrowed as he asked. Lin Xian. I know you. He was actually able to call out his name. Therefore, he was Demon God Temple or Myriad Demon Alliance? Lin Xian asked. To be honest, this was something Lin Xian never expected. They were from either the Demon God Temple or the Myriad Demon Alliance. While Lin Xian was away, the overall strength of the Demon God Temple had been replenished. Many top experts of the Demon Clan had joined the Demon God Temple. Even more powerful experts of the Myriad Demon Alliance had joined the Demon God Temple. The 9th Demon God Temple. The 9th Demon God Temple? Lin Xian frowned. Wasn't it nearly wiped out by me? Heh heh heh, that bunch of good-for-nothings have long been eliminated. I've now taken over the 9th Demon God Temple and have become an even stronger demon god to lead you. The first elder sneered. Heh heh heh. Lin Xian laughed and said, You speak as though you are the lord of the 9th Demon God Temple. You are probably just an employee. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, the first elder's eyes narrowed. You are still being stubborn even at death's door. Lin Xian's eye of cave spirit swept across the 5 of them. It was fucking ridiculous. 5 people, 5 Heavenly Dao Realm 5 stars. Heavenly Dao Realm 5 stars. Could it be any more ridiculous? To deal with them, 5 Heavenly Dao Realm 5 stars had been mobilized. Only Yi Ren Bing, Linglong Shui, and Huang Shi could fight such Heavenly Dao Realm 5 stars. Their realms might not be at the Heavenly Dao Realm 5 stars, but their combat strength and bloodlines were powerful. As for Lin Xian, he believed that he had no chance. Even though he had improved greatly, against 5, he might be able to give it a try if it was just one Heavenly Dao Realm 5 star. But 5? He really couldn't do it. Are you in great despair? There's no need for you to think of a solution. In front of absolute strength, any solution is useless. The first elder slowly raised his hand as a powerful force surged at Lin Xian. Lin Xian and company instantly released their strength to withstand the strike. Bang! Could they withstand it? They couldn't. At the instant the strength erupted, they were sent flying. But thankfully, they weren't seriously injured. Lin Xian's only solution was to break through the spatial barrier and escape. Even if he escaped, they could still pursue him through space, but that was the only way to survive. However, the spatial barrier's strength was just too powerful. Lin Xian would probably find it difficult. Do it. Kill this Lin Xian first. Make sure he's dead. The first elder said. Roger. Whoosh, they rushed over. Realm increase domain, realm decrease domain, open. In an instant, Lin Xian's spiritual force was almost drained. However, the moment they rushed over, just as Lin Xian and the others were about to fight to the death, a beam of white light suddenly broke through the darkness of the night. It pierced through the barrier and blocked in front of Lin Xian and the others. For screams sounded, and then the 4 Heavenly Dao Realm 5 stars were sent flying. One of them even tried to get up from the ground, but couldn't get up anymore. Who is it? The first elder's pupils constricted. Lin Xian is standing there. White light, it's Xue Qilin. Xue Qilin came to save him again. It must be Xue Qilin. The white light dissipated. Standing in front of Lin Xian and company was a noble woman wearing a white dress and a veil, with a perfect temperament and a perfect figure. 3 breaths of time. Scram. Her cold voice sounded like it came from the void. Gulp, the first elder ran away, not daring to say a word. Everyone was dumbfounded. This? Chapter 1752. Lin Xian, Murongyu, and the others were all stunned in place. To be honest, this is the most desperate predicament that Lin Xian has ever encountered. It is also because of this that Lin Xian will probably keep a low profile in the future. Because he knows that if he is targeted by such a powerhouse, then there is really no way around it, there is no chance of survival. And the forces of the monster race are really strong, stronger than Lin Xian imagined. He really can't underestimate them. In the past, Lin Xian believed that the forces of the monster race, the Myriad Monster Alliance, and the Monster God Temple, were like this. After all, he has come into contact with them, and he felt that it was really like this. But as Lin Xian advanced to the Heavenly Dao realm, he discovered that it really isn't that simple. When he reached the Heavenly Dao realm, another veil of the world was taken off. It's too wonderful, and too dangerous. He is still not strong enough. Heavens! Instead, after advancing to the Heavenly Dao realm, Lin Xian felt that his strength was not enough. It can't be helped. After Lin Xian advanced to the Heavenly Dao realm, he began to come into contact with a level that he couldn't even imagine in the virtuous virtual realm. And tonight, if not for Xue Qilin, Lin Xian knew that something would have happened to them. The woman looked sideways at Lin Xian and company, and then walked away. "Hey!" Lin Xian called out to her. "Who the hell are you? Why do you help me again and again? I want to know why, or can we sit down and talk for a while?" Mission reward, open the Ultimate System shopping mall. Mission punishment, machine explosion. Mission time limit, 3 months. The current mission has been forcibly accepted. Lin Xian, oh my. How long has it been since this silly system triggered a new mission? It was triggered just like that. Then why wasn't it triggered when I saw her before? Is it because she came in the form of a little Xue Qilin before? So it wasn't triggered. Lin Xian saw the system's reward. The Ultimate System shopping mall. Did this mean that the Adonis system was about to reach its end? That might not be the case. The system store was the last reward, but it did not mean that it was the last reward. Lin Xian really misunderstood. She is not Xue Qilin. But why would Lin Xian misunderstand? First, in his mind, although Xue Qilin is small, but Lin Xian has always thought that she is a beauty. Now, although Lin Xian didn't know what this girl looked like, Lin Xian was sure that she was definitely a beauty. Since the mission had been triggered, there was nothing wrong with it. Another reason is that Lin Xian saw her white power. This light, isn't the light of Xue Qilin's power also white? Besides, apart from Xue Qilin, who else would Lin Xian save her? Mu Qian Shuang frowned. Was there something wrong with this person? Saving him again and again. She didn't. Why did she save Lin Xian? She simply thought that he would become a strong opponent in the future. She didn't want Lin Xian to die. Whoosh, then she disappeared. Lin Xian stood there. Why didn't she say a word to me? Why? Even if she didn't explain anything, they could at least talk. To be honest, Lin Xian was very grateful to Xue Qilin. If it wasn't for her several times, Lin Xian might have really died. Most importantly, she seemed to have been secretly protecting him. But why? Lin Xian wanted to know. Even if he didn't know, Lin Xian still wanted to be friends with her. Bah. She really wasn't that kind of person. Although the mission had been triggered, but Lin Xian might be more grateful to her. Lin Xian, who is she? Ling Ying came over and asked. Lin Xian sighed. She's a friend of mine. It's just that we've never spoken a word. Lin Xian. Ah. Hearing Lin Xian's words, they were all taken aback. They hadn't come out of their emotions just now, and they were stunned. They were friends, but they hadn't spoken a word, but she saved him. How strange. Lin Xian looked at Ling Ying and said, "It's just that, when we were training at Tianhua Academy, didn't we encounter a demonic beast?" Ling Ying, fuck. Thinking of this, she panicked. At that time, Lin Xian saved everyone. Later, she went to check on Lin Xian's situation. Lin Xian lost his mind and raped her. It was that time. How could she forget? She saved me at that time. Then Lin Xian said, including, in fact, without her, I wouldn't be where I am today. Then she's really your benefactor. But why doesn't she talk to you? Lin Xian shook his head. I don't know either. I only feel that she has been secretly protecting me. Even the 99th bolt of heavenly lightning that helped me advance to the heavenly Dao realm was done by her. If not for her, I would have been doomed. Who is she? Xue Qilin. Xue Qilin. I've never heard of her. Lin Xian said, she does exist, but she's very rare. But she's very strong. Alas, I don't know why she's like this. Lin Xian sighed. You want to find her, but you don't know where to find her. Lin Xian really misunderstood. Xue Qilin has indeed been protecting Lin Xian, or helped Lin Xian many times. But this isn't Xue Qilin. Just like that, the big mistake was made. In short, she's a good friend. She's a good friend. Unfortunately, I didn't even have a chance to say thank you to her. Lin Xian sighed. It's okay, there will always be a chance. Han Chuxue said softly. Lin Xian nodded, I know. Maybe it's because I'm too weak. Then what realm is she in? Windling said, to casually injure a Heavenly Dao Realm 5-star, she's probably at least a Heavenly Dao Realm 7-star. Doesn't that mean that she's almost at the peak of the continent? But why? An existence almost at the peak of the continent, she saved Lin Xian, then there must be a reason for her to save Lin Xian. They looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders, how would I know? To be honest, when I met her for the first time, she inexplicably helped me. I wonder if I saved her in my previous life. That's impossible. She may have lived for tens of thousands of years. Even 100 lifetimes isn't enough for you. Lin Xian smiled helplessly. Okay. Let's go. Otherwise, more people will come later. Okay. Lin Xian erupted with the power of a Heavenly Dao Realm 5-star. There were still some people who wanted to kill Lin Xian, so they stopped. Now that a Heavenly Dao Realm 5-star person came to kill them, how could they survive? They definitely couldn't. Therefore, they didn't come. Then, Lin Xian and company went to their destination. A place that might be very powerful but very chaotic. Chapter 1753. A day later, they arrived at their destination. When Lin Xian and the others appeared nearby, they could see how chaotic this place was. Many of the places they passed by were filled with traces of battle. There were deep pits everywhere, and some places even had flames that had not completely dissipated. Wang Xintong said, the fiercest fight here is between the Monarch Heavenly Python clan and the Azure Poisoned Python clan. Which one should we join? When they arrived here, very few people knew about them. It was a new place for them. After all, the general network of the Devil race was not developed, and this place was nearly 2,000 kilometers away from Devil Wind City. Both are fine. We are not looking for a particular force to win anyway. It's fine as long as they can fight. The bigger the scale, the better. Lin Xian said. The Devil God Empire was a particularly large force. There was no emperor in the empire. There were a total of 18 Devil God forces. The Azure Poisonous Python and the Emperor Sky Python were two of them. Each of them controlled the area between several cities in the Devil God Empire. Those were all under their jurisdiction and territory. In addition, there were many Devil race sects in the Devil God Empire. They were similar to sections. Some of these sects were not weaker than the 18 Devil God forces. Some were even stronger than them. It was just that these Devil race sects only controlled their own territory. They did not compete with other Devil race forces for control of the major cities. As for who was the strongest in the Devil God Empire, in fact, there was no strongest. It was relatively balanced here. A colossus like the Blood Kirin clan was also in the Devil God Empire. However, they only controlled their own territory. They did not have the intention of conquering the entire Devil God Empire. The entire Devil God Empire was not under the jurisdiction of the Myriad Devil Alliance. Perhaps many forces had joined the Myriad Devil Alliance. Perhaps the Devil race of the Devil God Empire would contribute a lot to the war between the humans and the Devil race. However, the Devil God Empire and the Myriad Devil Alliance were on two different sides. The main reason was that the Myriad Devil Alliance did not have the ability to rule the Devil God Empire. Otherwise, why would they want to? The overall situation of the Fey God Empire was a bit like an ancient situation. Or rather, it was like a fantasy world. There were cities, clans, and sections. However, it was normal for there to be constant battles. Not to mention these 18 forces, there were also many battles between the major sects in the Demon God Empire. Which power does this city belong to? Lin Xian asked as he looked ahead. I should be investigating the territory of the Azure Venomous Python. Then let's see how we can join them. Lin Xian. It's definitely easy to join them. If someone comes to fight for them, they'll be laughing. Ling Ying mumbled as he chewed on his lollipop. Then let's go in. There were quite a lot of people in this city. Now that they were in the Demon God Empire, they didn't feel out of place at all. Even if someone told them that they were from the human race, they wouldn't suspect anything. They basically had everything that a city should have. When Lin Xian and the rest walked in, they instantly attracted the attention of all the passers-by. There was no choice. Murong Yu and the rest were 8 beautiful girls. If one of them walked on the street, it would attract attention. 8 of them. Who could stand it? Young master, look. A blue-haired man looked over. When he saw Murong Yu and the rest, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Then he directly pushed the woman in his arms away. Seems like they came from somewhere else. The blue-haired man tidied his clothes. Young master, do you want to go over and chat them up? Lei Ao smiled and said, of course. These kinds of girls are hard to come by, not to mention so many of them. But, there are 2 men with them. So what? Don't tell me these 8 beautiful girls are the 2 men's women. Even if they are, I'll kill them all. Then won't they all belong to me? Lei Ao twisted his neck. But what if their identities are not simple? Yes, we have to pay attention to this. Bang! At this moment, a man directly flew out and smashed the road in front of him, creating a huge pit. This demon clan is really more shameless than some hooligans. Asking for a beating. Feng Ling clapped her hands. Keep a low profile. Zhuge Feng said. Keep a low profile. I won't. Feng Ling was not happy. Swoosh! A sword flew out. Lin Xian directly let the sword pierce through the man's head. Then Lin Xian stretched out his hand and the sword disappeared. He breathed his last. Keep a low profile. Why do we have to keep a low profile? Lin Xian smiled and said. I say, aren't we going to join them? Is there anything wrong with that? Zhuge Feng said. Compared to joining them, what's more important is to start a battle between the Azure Venomous Python and the Emperor Sky Python. It doesn't matter whether we join them or not. I think when the battle starts, no one will notice us even if we casually enter the battlefield, right? That's true. We don't have to join any force. When they fight, we can just go in and kill them. Lin Xian nodded. So, we have to make them fight. Little Xintong, didn't you say that a trusted force of the Azure Venomous Python clan lives in Duling City? Wang Xintong nodded. Yes, she's the same type of relative as my 8th aunt and 7th aunt. What if we were sent by the Emperor Sky Python to kill them? Lin Xian smiled. You're too evil. Han Chushua said. Lin Xian said with a smile, this is called strategy. Let's go. Someone should come to catch us. Killing people in the city was a violation of the rules. Someone would definitely come to arrest them. Their next plan was to walk those people around the city like dogs and pretend that they had shaken them off. They would then find an opportunity to make a move on the trusted aid of the Azure Venomous Python clan. It would be best if they could kill some key figures and accidentally reveal that they were from the Emperor Sky Python clan. That would be enough. If that was not enough, wasn't there another city, and another city after that? Instead of joining them and waiting for the two forces to fight, it was better to force them to fight. Moreover, they had to be high profile and let the demon race know who they were and what they were here for. In this way, even if the Azure Venomous Python clan had some concerns, it was time for them to take action. Chapter 1754. With Lin Xian's friendly help, the relationship between the Azure Venomous Python clan and the Emperor Heavenly Python clan improved again. The communication between the two clans also became more frequent. However, what the hell? Weren't the two clans fighting fiercely before? Why are they being so restrained recently? So many of the Azure Venomous Python's men have been killed, and it was revealed that the Emperor Heavenly Python was the culprit. Even if they have communicated with each other before, with their previous conflicts, they should still fight. Why is the Azure Venomous Python only sending a group of envoys to seek an explanation? Could it be that they already suspect that someone is trying to sow discord between them? Zhuge Feng said, I think that even if they are suspicious, they still have to fight. After all, the hatred between them is already so deep. There's really no need to send a group of envoys over. Why don't we quietly eliminate their group of envoys, and then pretend to be the Azure Venomous Python's group of envoys? This way, we can completely control the conflict between them. Feng Ling said. I think it's feasible. We've already come this far. In for a penny, in for a pound. If we do this, they will probably start fighting tomorrow. Ling Ying also nodded and said. Murongyu pondered and said, I think it's still worth discussing. What do you mean? Lin Xian looked over. According to the information we've gathered, the two clans are not so peaceful. Under normal circumstances, they would have already fought. However, the Azure Venomous Python clan, who has the upper hand, is not. I think there might be a conspiracy behind this. A conspiracy against us. Murongyu said, it's just a feeling. It might be against us, or it might be against others. I think we should wait and see. I also think it's best to wait and see. There must be something fishy about this. Xiao Xinyue said. All right. Then we'll wait and see. Just as he had expected, fortunately, Lin Xian and the others didn't make a move. The Azure Venom Python had communicated with the Monarch Sky Python on this matter. It was originally believed that it would only send ordinary experts, but in fact, the emissary group sent was made up of Heavenly Dao Realm 5-star experts. They took advantage of this matter to find an opportunity to come into close contact with the Monarch Sky Python. They immediately attacked, leaving the Monarch Sky Python at a loss as to what to do. Ha ha ha. Among the Azure Venomous Python's forces, an old man with a flushed face laughed heartily. He held a wine cup in his hand, and there were over 100 top experts sitting around him. It seemed like they were organizing a celebratory feast. A group of beautiful women were singing and dancing there. Ha ha ha, cheers, everyone. The old man shouted with a smile. Ha ha ha, great elder, this is a brilliant plan. I reckon the Emperor Sky Python is already gnashing its teeth in anger. This time, we only sent out a dozen people, but we killed several of their Heavenly Dao. The loss of the Heavenly Dao is no less than a battle with hundreds of thousands of people. They must be furious now, ah ha ha. Those people did not seem to be unhappy that some of their relatives had been slaughtered. They were indeed not too angry that their relatives had been slaughtered because they were of the same race. They might have some relations, but as long as they were not too close, they did not mind. Instead, they were very excited. Normally speaking, there would be a lot of casualties when both sides sent out hundreds of thousands of people to battle each other. However, it was almost impossible for Heavenly Dao realm experts to fall. Furthermore, they had gone with the flow and killed several Heavenly Dao experts because of this matter. This was no less than the loss of hundreds of thousands of people in a battle. Of course, they were excited. Furthermore, if this matter were to spread, they would appear as if they were seeking revenge in the eyes of the world. It would not affect their reputation and image. Humph. The monarch Heavenly Python clan is underestimating me. Come, let's drink. But Great Elder, this sovereign will have to say something that is out of place. Another old man said, "What do you think is the motive of the people who targeted and assassinated the trusted aides of our Azure Venomous Python race in the various cities?" That's right. They are clearly not from the Emperor Sky Python race. Clearly impossible. That might not be the case. The Great Elder said. Oh. Let me ask you all, why are they provoking us like this? They exchanged looks. It's naturally not to weaken our Azure Venomous Python race's strength. After all, they only killed the average clansman. An old man said. That's right. Why did they deliberately expose their identities? They want to let the world know how disgusting the Emperor Heavenly Python clan is to us. If not, what's the point of assassinating such weak clansmen? The Great Elder said. But, why didn't they admit that they were the ones who did it? Logically speaking, after succeeding so many times, they would definitely show off in front of us. However, they refuted that they were the ones who did it. That's right. This doesn't match their style of doing things. Our two races have been at war for so many years. They would probably be showing off to death. The Great Elder slammed the table angrily. Everyone fell silent. A victory is a victory. Why are there so many whys? Don't tell me you think this is a conspiracy of the Emperor Sky Python race. Don't tell me you think they are willing to exchange the lives of several heavens path for the success of some conspiracy. They were all speechless. Many things seem bizarre, but in fact, there are often very simple explanations. After drinking this wine, all of you gather all the major forces, sects, clans, and families under your command at the Plenilan Plain. After this incident, I think the Emperor Sky Python race is going to make a move. Yes. Obviously, after being slapped in the face like this, coupled with their own hatred, it would be inexcusable if they did not make a move. Early the next morning, Lin Xian and the others came out of the room and saw people from all over the city gathering at the same place. It seems like the battle has started. Lin Xian said with uncertainty. Let's go and take a look. Then, they followed after him. Everyone in the city had gathered at the open space in front of a huge sect. Lin Xian and the others raised their heads to look at the huge sect. This kind of sect could not be seen in the human race because there were no sects in the human race. They only had academies. A sect was a place that people yearned for. Moreover, one could even be nurtured here. The Azure sect. Lin Xian glanced at it. Could this be the Azure Venomous Python sect? It should be. Chapter 1755. Countless people had gathered together from all directions, from all over the place. All of them were in human form. So many people. There should be more than 100,000 of them. Lin Xian and the rest stood behind. There should be. It seems like the war is about to start. It's finally about to start. They had wasted 2 days here. Of course, if they didn't do this, they might not have fought for a few months. This was a matter of luck because both sides couldn't do anything to each other. what's the point of fighting? Perhaps one side would suddenly have a whim and launch an attack. Although large-scale battles weren't common, small-scale battles between the two clans would still happen every day. There might be more than 10 battles. Then, the 10 of them walked over and joined the crowd. No one knew who they were. With so many people, they couldn't attract too much attention. From now on, they were one of them. They could also become a member of any side. Everyone, the Emperor Sky Python has once again gathered an army in the Plenilan Plain. This time, it will be a rare large-scale battle between our two forces. Next, I want you to use 6 hours to gather all of your forces in the Plenilan Plain. I want to see 1,000,000 people in 6 hours. The old man shouted. Yes. They responded one after another. Good. Those who are free now, go to the Plenilan Plain and prepare for battle. Understood. Lin Xian and the rest looked at each other. The battle was finally about to start. Let's go too. Okay. Then, they gathered in the Plenilan Plain. It was very spacious, but it definitely wasn't that simple. In such a big place, a large-scale battle was indeed very exciting. The few girls were also slightly disguised by Lin Xian with the law of creation. They looked ordinary except for their temperament. More and more people gathered here. They could see that far, far away, dust filled the sky. Clearly, there were countless experts gathered there. In the beginning, it was only humans. Later, many demonic beasts came. Even the demonic beasts that hadn't transformed yet came. After all, these demonic beasts were also a part of their powerful combat strength. Wow, we're taking off now. Lin Xian smirked. Just the Azure Venomous Python alone has gathered close to 1,000,000 demonic beast experts and demonic beasts. The Emperor Sky Python is probably the same. With close to 2,000,000 demonic beasts fighting a few more battles, little Yu, you will be able to advance in rank. Murong Yu nodded. She was also a little happy because if this didn't happen, she wouldn't have been able to reach the 8th level of her 1,000 sealing ice pupils if she was still in the human race. Lin Xian then said, you can fight however you want. Little Ling Ling, follow little Yu. Aside from fighting, she needs to spend energy to absorb souls. You have the space, so you can protect her. Wind Chimes glanced at Lin Xian. You're so disgusting. Although she was used to Lin Xian calling her little Yu, little Chushua, and little Yingying, she couldn't stand it when he suddenly called her little Lingling. Then, Wind Chimes mumbled, got it. Yeah. As for the others, form a team of 2 at the very least. Watch over them the entire time. It's best if those with life preservation means are with one who isn't. If anything happens, escape immediately. Reorganize yourself before entering. Got it. Time slowly passed as the Emperor Sky Python race walked over in a dark mass. Above the void, there were hundreds of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of experts standing there. They nearly blotted out the sky. Schwa. On the other side, countless experts from the Azure Venomous Python faction also leaped into the void. Ha ha ha, the Azure Venomous Python's Grand Elder roared with laughter. Lin Xian could not see the Grand Elder's cultivation level clearly. Lin Xian's eye of spiritual insight could see warriors 5 stars higher than him. For Lin Xian to not be able to see it clearly meant that the Grand Elder's cultivation level was at least Heavenly Dao Realm 7 stars. Oh my goodness. But then again, this was the Grand Elder, one of the 18 demon god factions in the entire Fiend God Empire. There was nothing wrong with him being at Heavenly Dao Realm 7 stars. But what Lin Xian didn't know was that this was the first time the Azure Venomous Python and Emperor Sky Python factions had sent such a formidable existence to participate in the battle. This was the first time both sides had Heavenly Dao Realm 7 stars experts. I say, old Tianing, this old man really doesn't get it. Why do you have the guts to attack first? Ha ha ha, the azure venomous python Grand Elder roared with laughter, his tone full of ridicule. Ha, defeated opponent, this old man doesn't get it either. Why do you dare to stand in front of this old man again? Is it because of your shamelessness? Defeated opponent. I say, old Tianing, you're really shameless. Back then, it took 2 people to beat this old man, but this old man has already lost to you. Ha ha ha. The Grand Elder roared with laughter again. Humph. What nonsense are you spouting? Won't we find out soon enough if you're really defeated by this old man? Shwa, lightning suddenly flashed in the air. The Grand Elder's eyes narrowed as well. This old man has been waiting for you for a long time. Whoosh, the 2 Heavenly Dao Realm 7 stars charged into the air and began to fight. In fact, for Lin Xian and company, participating in such a war had another benefit. It was that they could encounter very powerful existences. Heavenly Dao Realm 5 stars, 6 stars, or even 7 stars. For example, there were now 2 Heavenly Dao Realm 7 stars. Then they would have a rough idea of the strength of martial artists at this level. As the 2 peak existences began to fight, the battle below soon began as well. Charge for this sovereign. Kill them all. Charge. Once we kill them, the entire Monarch Sky Pythons faction will have the opportunity to become our faction. Kill. In the blink of an eye, 2 million people charged towards each other, and the entire place fell into complete chaos. Lin Xian said to the people beside him, "Group up in pairs. Don't show any mercy. There aren't many people here who will pay special attention to us. Kill as many as you can. Xiao Yu, Han, use your fog of darkness if you want to, but it's best if you don't get discovered." Roger that. Whoosh, then, the 10 of them joined the battle. The 10 of them weren't too eye-catching in the midst of an army of 2 million. But to be honest, Lin Xian and Murong Yu were rather eye-catching. After all, even with an army of 2 million, the number of Heavenly Dao Realm experts on both sides was limited. How could there be more than 1,000 Heavenly Dao Realm experts in total? Regardless, as long as they were at the Heavenly Dao Realm, they would be eye-catching. As for Murong Yu, she killed ruthlessly. Chapter 1756. Murong Yu's 1,000 sealing ice eyes was perfectly suited for such a battlefield, just like Wu Yuhan and Wu Yunua's dark mist. It had a huge range and super destructive power. And Murong Yu had also released the power of her 1,000 sealing ice eyes. Most importantly, in such a chaotic battlefield, as long as she didn't release her 1,000 sealing ice eyes too horrifying, it wouldn't attract too much attention. As everyone was fighting passionately, all kinds of wind, fire, and lightning crackled. There was no lack of powerful forces, so Murong Yu's release didn't attract too much attention. Many people didn't even know who released it. What was the most satisfying thing? For Lin Xian and the rest, they didn't have to think about only attacking the Monarch Heavenly Python clan. They could also attack the Azure Venom Pythons. After all, they would attack whoever they could. They were here to train and level up, not to help any side. Time slowly passed. Such a large-scale chaotic battle would probably take a very long time. Lin Xian had just finished off a great virtual realm 10-star. As for Lin Xian, he did not focus on the Heavenly Dao realm. This was because killing a Heavenly Dao realm expert required a lot of effort. Furthermore, it would attract attention. Therefore, Lin Xian's basic goal was to reach the upper levels of the Great Void Realm. Lin Xian had killed a few Monarch Heavenly Python faction's Great Virtual Realm experts. A few Monarch Heavenly Python faction experts appeared behind him. After all, Lin Xian had killed quite a number of people, so they had noticed him. Then, Lin Xian killed a few azure venom pythons beside him with a flip of his hand. Those experts who were about to attack Lin Xian were stunned. Ha! What was the meaning of this? After killing the Monarch Heavenly Python faction's experts, he killed the Azure Venom Python faction's experts? No, was there a third faction? That was strange. Should he make a move? Thinking about it, they decided not to. Let's see how the situation goes. A day and night passed. Lin Xian and company rested countless times and killed countless people. Both sides simultaneously entered a period of rest and reorganization. Both sides took a step back and settled down to rest and recuperate far away from each other. Lin Xian and the others sat together. How is it? Lin Xian asked. They were also covered in blood, but most of it was the enemy's blood. Very efficient. Xiao Xingyue said. While they increased their experience, Murongyu increased her 1,000 sealing ice pupils. Their efficiency was simply unparalleled. Just like that, they stayed on the battlefield for a month. It had been half a year since they left the human race. In the past month, Wu Yunhua had also advanced to the Heavenly Dao realm. Out of the 10 people, 3 of them had advanced to the Heavenly Dao, and it had already been close to half a year. Murongyu's 1,000 ice pupils was already on the verge of breaking through to the 8th level. That night, they gathered in a city. Should we continue to kill? Ling Ying asked while eating a lollipop. What do you guys think? Lin Xian asked. This was because their main goal in coming here was to advance to the Heavenly Dao realm. Now, 3 of them had already advanced, leaving 7 people behind. If they were to forcefully continue fighting on the battlefield, it was impossible for all of them to advance in half a year. Most importantly, these factions had already fought enough over the past month. It was likely that they would enter a period of truce. Over the past month, we have been constantly moving between the various factions, constantly participating in the battles between the various factions, grinding monsters, and raising our strength. However, I feel that such methods are already rather limited. This is because whether they fight or not does not depend on us. And if we were to forcefully think of a way to make them fight, it won't be easy. Murongyu's 1,000 sealing ice pupils is about to advance, so our goal is nearly achieved. Zhuge Ling nodded. Zhuge Feng nodded. I think it's time for another one. Lin Xian, you're the captain. What do you think? But, what else is there? Lin Xian thought for a moment. Why don't we split up? Wu Yunhua said. Ha! There's still half a year. Let's split up into 5 groups. 5 months later, we will gather at Fei Wind City and fight in the Death Arena. After a month, we will return to the human race. Lin Xian stroked his chin. But that's too dangerous. That's why it's called training. After all, those people before us did not form a team. Zhuge Feng said, I agree with that, but everyone has to know that our situation is much more dangerous than those people. They then looked at Lin Xian. They were waiting for Lin Xian to make a decision. I think that makes sense. Lin Xian. They stood up. Then, that's it. Lin Xian nodded. Alright, that's it. You have to be careful. If there's anything, feel free to contact me. Alright. Lin Xian looked outside. Then, let's set off while it's still dark. Where to? In such a big place, where can't we go? No matter what kind of place it is, there will always be strong and weak. What's more, virtuous virtual realm 10 stars is not weak. Okay. That's it then. 5 months later, we'll meet in Fei Wind City. Lin Xian needs to respect their decision. What's more, Lin Xian himself knows that everyone has been fighting here for a long time this month. Where they can continue to fight, where they can gain experience, everything is unknown. If there are no forces nearby to fight, they can only watch helplessly and waste time. It's better for everyone to split up and seek their own experience. Okay. Late at night, the 10 of them went in 10 directions. They don't know where everyone is going, but they feel that there are always places to go and things to encounter. After Lin Xian left the city, he also headed in a certain direction. Lin Xian doesn't know where this direction leads, but it is the direction that the woman called Mu Qianshuang left that night. In Lin Xian's eyes, she is Xue Qilin. Maybe they will meet, maybe they won't. Like them, Lin Xian doesn't know where to go and what to encounter. But this may be the right path. The idea they suddenly put forward was implemented in just a few minutes, and they split up. Perhaps in the eyes of each of them, this was the right path. Because, although they are a team, but sometimes they rely on Lin Xian alone or a few people. Everyone is indispensable, but everyone has to improve themselves. Therefore, they all agreed to this idea without prior consultation. 3 days later, Lin Xian came to a city he doesn't know where it is. But Lin Xian knows that this place should be thousands of kilometers away from Azure Venom Python's forces. Because in the past 3 days, Lin Xian used spatial force a lot. Anyway, he doesn't know where to go, so he has to go a bit further. But Lin Xian feels that this city is different from others. Chapter 1757. Why did Lin Xian feel that this city was different from other cities? The reason was that Lin Xian scanned them and saw that they were all at the Heavenly Dao realm. These Heavenly Dao realm existences appeared to be from the city. Most of them were at the 1-star Heavenly Dao realm and a few were at the 2-star Heavenly Dao realm. However, Lin Xian had never seen such a number before. Of course, other than those at the Heavenly Dao realm, there were many at the Great Void realm and above. Basically, the Great Void realm was at the lowest realm. They looked like they came from many places, but they seemed to be gathered here for a particular reason. Lin Xian was a Heavenly Dao after all. He went over without a word. Everyone, for this Fey God Forbidden Grounds trial, I wish for us to be united. This is because there will be countless experts competing with us. And once they are united while we are not, we will be at a complete disadvantage from the beginning. Said an elder. Yes, I think Supremacy Nanshan's words make sense. At the very least, we have to stick together when we can travel together. Other than the Fey God Forbidden Grounds being terrifying, we do have to be wary of others plotting against us. Yes. Everyone nodded. The Fey God Forbidden Grounds happens once every 100 years. It's not a long time, but it's not a short time either. We have to seize every opportunity. If we can obtain a creation, then even if we are at the Heavenly Dao realm, our realms will soar. Even if our realms don't soar, we will be able to obtain a top spirit artifact from ancient times. That's something these spirit artifacts can't compare with. Yes, let's cooperate. Lin Xian pondered behind them. Oh my. He seemed to have encountered something rather impressive for some baffling reason. Sigh. If he had known, everyone would have come together. However, the massive Fey race probably had no lack of such powerful beings. Now, what Lin Xian wanted to know was what kind of place the Fey God Forbidden Grounds was. The Fey God was very powerful, so the words Forbidden Grounds were very impressive. Lin Xian then secretly took out his cell phone and gave Linglong Shuo a call. Xiao Linglong. What's the matter? Asked Linglong Shuo. She thought that something had happened to Lin Xian again. I met some people here talking about some demon god Forbidden Grounds. What kind of place is this demon god Forbidden Grounds? Linglong Shuo said, it's a rather important place for the Fey race. The Fey god Forbidden Ground has existed for tens of thousands of years. Legend has it that there are countless Fey gods from ancient times. They are all existences at the heavenly Tao realms 7 stars and above. However, all of them have perished. They left their heritage and life's work in the Fey god Forbidden Ground. Future generations can enter the Fey god Forbidden Ground and under unimaginable dangers, have a chance of obtaining top heritage or treasures from ancient times. Isn't this similar to the ruins? More or less, but the ruins belong to one person. There might be hundreds or even thousands of people here. Those people in the demon god Forbidden Grounds might also be looking for someone they think is suitable. Ling Longshui said. Have you been there before? Lin Xian asked. Yes, once in 100 years. There are still many opportunities. I've been there 3 times, and only once did I obtain a spiritual artifact. You didn't obtain anything. Ling Longshui shook her head. It's rather difficult and very dangerous. Back then, I was at the Great Void Realm. I've been there 3 times, and according to what I know, in the past 1,000 years, few people have obtained the true heritage there. However, those who obtained it became extremely powerful. Then can I go? Yes. You are at the heavenly Tao realm, and you have spatial attributes. You can give it a try. Even the heritage of the Fey race is equally useful to you humans, except for some things that can only be released by Fey powers. However, you are a human, so I can't be certain if they are willing to give their heritage to a human. Ling Longshui said. That's fine. Give it a try. You have to give it a try if you encounter it. Remember to be careful. It's extremely terrifying inside. Even heavenly Tao realm existences are like ants in there. They are easily annihilated. Every time you enter, you will encounter something different. There's even an absolute door of death. Death is certain after entering. As Lin Xian had the eye of cave spirit, he wanted to give it a try. Got it. Then, Lin Xian hung up. Go. With the eye of cave spirit there, it was definitely very useful in such a place. If he did not go, Lin Xian would look down on himself. The group of experts added up to more than 1,000 people. It was unknown what they were discussing, but as they chatted, they seemed to reach an agreement. Everyone, it's about time. We should set off. All right, let's set off together. Then, the crowd rushed in a particular direction. Lin Xian followed behind the crowd in a low-key manner. More than an hour later, they arrived at a place that was like a paradise. There were green mountains and clear waters, waterfalls, and rivers. It was truly beautiful, especially when paired with the blue sky and white clouds. It made one feel refreshed. By the time they arrived, there were more than 10,000 people gathered here. Lin Xian swept his gaze. Whoa! There were so many people. It was a lot more lively than Lin Xian imagined. No, there are so many people every time. But how many years has it been since someone obtained the heritage inside? It's quite impressive. Lin Xian did not think that he would definitely obtain the heritage. His thoughts were simple. He did not have a single decent spiritual weapon on him. Of course, other than his sword. However, there were too many types of spiritual weapons with various effects. They were especially powerful, especially those spiritual weapons from ancient times. They were definitely even more powerful. Lin Xian felt that with his eye of cave spirit, he should be able to obtain a spiritual weapon, right? Lin Xian took a look. There were so many people. It was obvious that there were many factions. Some factions would send a large number of experts to protect someone, so that he or she could obtain the treasure or heritage in the demon god Forbidden Ground. Obviously, this was a very powerful place. However, due to its difficulty and danger, many people were discouraged from entering. However, everyone knew in their hearts how precious the treasures inside were. How powerful were the treasures inside? Lin Xian took a look. Most of them were young people. And in the beginning, Lin Xian believed that the weakest was at the Great Void Realm. But in fact, there were many domain realm cultivators here. Lin Xian knew that these people were probably here to seek opportunities. Their bloodlines were insufficient, resulting in most of them having no hope of advancing to the heavenly Tao realm. There were even some who had no hope of advancing to the Great Void Realm their entire lives. In this world where strength reigned supreme, they also imagined that they could obtain opportunities in such a dangerous place, allowing them to advance to a higher realm. Even if it was dangerous, who could be certain about opportunities? Chapter 1758. Mt Tianyao, a woman arrived at this place. Master. She bowed respectfully. Make a trip to the Fey God Forbidden Grounds. There was no one, only a voice. And if Lin Xian were here, he would definitely recognize her. This was because Linglong Shui had brought Lin Xian here to seek the expert's help in divining Lin Ya's situation. That's right, it was this mountain. And this mountain was none other than Mt Tianyao. What does the Fey God Forbidden Grounds need me to do? The voice did not have any emotions, only respect. Find a human youth named Lin Xian. I want you to persuade him to come to Mt Tianyao and become my disciple. Yes. Wait. I don't want you to specifically seek him out. The woman knitted her brows. Master, do you mean, for me to inadvertently approach him and get him to come to Mt Tianyao? Yes. Yes. Then, she vanished from her spot. Although she did not know why her master would do such a thing, it was normal. If her master wanted him to be her disciple, all she needed to do was tell him directly. No one would reject it. She was a little perplexed as to why her master would do something so superfluous, but she definitely had her reasons. And why would she do something so superfluous? This was because she had calculated that if she were to directly get him to come to Mt Tianyao to accept him as a disciple, the chances of Lin Xian rejecting her was 80%. However, if she were to get her disciple to inadvertently bring Lin Xian here, and through certain means, the chances of success were 80%. Therefore, she chose the method with the highest chance of success. And why did she want to take in Lin Xian as her disciple? In fact, she had long noticed Lin Xian. She had even inferred that Lin Xian would come to her with Linglong Shui. Of course, most importantly, the time had come. Lin Xian had also advanced to the heavenly Tao realm. Outside the Fey God Forbidden Grounds, more and more people arrived. Lin Xian had actually sent a message to Ling Ying and the others about this matter. Their unified response was that they weren't coming. For a martial artist, the so-called opportunity was a very illusory thing. How should he put it? So what if he encountered a fortuitous encounter? It was something that could only be chanced upon and not sought. This was a place that Lin Xian had encountered. Although it could be said that they had encountered this place, they still wanted to go there themselves. Moreover, they might be able to obtain some good things from this place, but the chances were too low. They would rather not come. Lin Xian would definitely respect their wishes. 5 months was neither a long time nor a short time. There was indeed a chance to encounter a fortuitous encounter, especially in a place like the demon race. In 5 months, it was basically impossible for one to obtain any fortuitous encounter in the human race. However, it was not necessarily the case in the demon race. This was because the two territories had two different views of the world. One was a place that had already been developed, and the other was a place that no one had been to for many years. Moreover, there were many dangerous places among the demon race, but at the same time, they were recognized as places with great opportunities. Where can't he go? Mu Qianchuang had also come to this place. That's right, her opponent was the Heavenly Demon. Her master and that person from the Heavenly Demon had been rivals for many years. They had their own destinies, and once they completed their destinies, they would allow their disciples to complete their destinies. The so-called destinies were actually a competition between their disciples. Who won and who lost? She came purely because Lin Xian was coming. It was not that she cared about Lin Xian, but her master had said that this Lin Xian was very likely to be her future rival. There were two paths she could take. She could either kill him or become his rival. Do you understand the feeling of loneliness? In the entire demon race, she was not the strongest, but in her generation, she did not have many opponents. Much less a match for a human. She had always wanted to compete with the experts of the human race. This was because it was always said that the human race might not have a high starting point, but they had the highest potential. Furthermore, it was said that he was a full attribute. To be honest, she took this opponent seriously. For the human race, the demon god Forbidden Ground might not be so humane. She felt that this Lin Xian might die here, so she came to take a look. By the way, she also wanted to see if she could get some opportunities in the demon god Forbidden Ground. However, she had specially changed her clothes. That night, Lin Xian pulled her aside and said, "Thank you for saving him many times." Mu Qianchuang did not understand. Lin Xian glanced around with nothing to do. There were too many experts. Suddenly, his gaze fell on Mu Qianchuang. It's her. Seeing Mu Qianchuang, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Indeed, Lin Xian could not recognize her at a glance. But Lin Xian had the system. With a glance, the system knew that she was a mission target who had triggered a mission. Touched. This Xue Qilin, she had been secretly protecting him. When he was going to the demon god Forbidden Ground, she mixed in with the crowd and secretly protected him. To be honest, Lin Xian wanted to know why she wanted to protect him and why she found him at that time. Lin Xian could not figure it out. He wanted to know. There were many things he wanted to tell her, ask her, and say thank you to her. Then Lin Xian walked over. Mu Qianchuang frowned slightly. Because she saw Lin Xian walking towards her from the corner of her eye. She had a hunch that this Lin Xian was looking for her. That's strange. Can he recognize me? Not to mention how dark it was that night, she was still wearing a veil. Now, she was wearing a veil and had changed her clothes. She stood there in a very ordinary manner. Why was he still able to lock onto her in such a large crowd? Without the system, Lin Xian really could not recognize her. Even if she stood in front of Lin Xian now, Lin Xian would not recognize her. Hi. Lin Xian walked to her side. For a moment, Lin Xian, a veteran in the field of love, did not know what to say. Mu Qianchuang frowned, and then turned to walk away. Hey, don't go. Lin Xian hurriedly chased after her. Why are you following me? Mu Qianchuang said coldly. I want to say thank you. Also, I have a lot of things to ask you. No need. Saving you was just a coincidence. I just happened to see your fight in the Death Corner fighting ring, and felt that it was a pity that you were assassinated like this. Mu Qianchuang answered faintly. I'm not talking about this time, I'm talking about several times in the past, and when I advanced to the heavenly Tao. Mu Qianchuang frowned slightly. Is he crazy? You've got the wrong person. No, I don't believe that in the demon race, there would be someone who would inexplicably save someone they don't know for no reason. It's just out of love. I don't believe it, especially for a girl like you. There must be a reason. It's fine if you don't want to admit it, but I know anyway. Lin Xian looked at her and said. Chapter 1759. That's awkward. If Xue Qilin learns that Lin Xian mistook her for someone else, she'll probably bite Lin Xian to death. But what can Lin Xian do? He had really misunderstood. The main thing is that this misunderstanding is too coincidental. Think about it, there's no reason to save him. How is that possible? And just some time ago, the White Force helped him advance to the Heavenly Tao. Hey, why are you avoiding me? Lin Xian said to her. Mu Qianchuang didn't speak, and then turned around to leave. Can you not leave? Let's go together. Do you find me annoying? Mu Qianchuang didn't speak. Then I won't speak. Let's go together, okay? She then disappeared from where she stood. Lin Xian, no, Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. He doesn't know why. She's clearly protecting me in secret, so why doesn't she talk to me? Is there something she can't tell me? Or, does she really want to talk to me? Is she afraid of something? Lin Xian rubbed his chin. That should be the case. At this moment, lightning flashed in the void, and a bolt of lightning fell on the lake in front of them. Then, the lake split in the middle. At the end, the lake water poured into a place similar to a spatial portal. It's open, the demon god Forbidden Ground is finally open. I have a feeling that the demon god Forbidden Ground is being controlled by someone. Every time, it opens at the right time. Say, in addition to the powerhouses from ancient times, are there still living people in the demon god Forbidden Ground? Maybe there are. Maybe they're not in the demon god Forbidden Ground. It's just that every time the demon god Forbidden Ground opens, they will go in with us. Who knows? Why do you care about that? Let's go in. Experts from all directions swarmed in one after another. After Lin Xian saw the beautiful girl in front of him walk in, he quickly followed her in. When they entered the demon god Forbidden Ground, there were 12 tunnels in front of them. Simply put, there were 12 portals. With so many people entering the Forbidden Ground, they would enter 12 different places. The dangers they would encounter might be different, the degree of danger might be different, and the treasures they would obtain might be different as well. However, they might all converge at a certain location. Simply put, it was possible that the 12 tunnels would converge at one point, and the survivors would continue to gather there. Because Lin Xian had the eye of the cave spirit, he was still relatively confident, except for the fact that he was worried about encountering an existence that was far stronger than him. However, with so many people following him, there was no need for Lin Xian to be in the limelight at all. He could just be a damn hoodlum. Because in this place, he didn't want to be in the limelight. Instead, he wanted to see who could go further. The further one went, the more likely they would have to obtain the most powerful treasures. Many people hesitated for a moment before going in. However, everyone knew that this place was very dangerous. In addition, when some people came in, they would enter the same passage. For example, they entered through this passage last time. This time, they would also enter through this passage. Then they would find that the things they encountered were completely different. Zhao Hai was a bit surprised. He was a bit surprised to see that the people in this place weren't the same as the ones in the previous passage. Therefore, everyone didn't understand why it was like this. What was the meaning of giving them 12 different tunnels? Lin Xian looked at Mu Qianchuang. After all, he was a shameless person. Lin Xian smiled and moved closer to her. Beautiful sister, can I call you that? Lin Xian was very willing to call her sister. First, she must be older than him. Second, she must be stronger than him. Third, she saved him. There was nothing wrong with that. Mu Qian-shuang frowned. To be honest, she was a little regretful that she saved him. If she knew this would happen, she would have just let him die. Anyway, that person from the Heavenly Demon Mountain was her greatest opponent. She didn't know why her master said that she wasn't the person chosen by the Heavenly Demon Mountain. She felt that she was very powerful. She had fought with her several times, and there were wins and losses. Was it because this Lin Xian was a human? What was different about the human race? It was all about potential. Mu Qian-shuang didn't answer. Since you didn't answer, it means that you agreed. Lin Xian said with a smile. Which one are you going? I'll go with you. Mu Qian-shuang didn't speak and directly walked into the tunnel in front of her. Lin Xian didn't hesitate and directly followed her. Shua, with a flash of light, they appeared in a new place. What is this? Lin Xian glanced around. How should he put it? In front of them was a thundercloud area. It seemed that they could only go forward. Under the thundercloud, Lin Xian felt that they would be bombarded by terrible thunder. Many people might die. Because this was the thunder of heavenly punishment, it was very scary and dangerous. He didn't know how many people would fall under the thunder. They didn't go forward because, to be honest, everything here was unfamiliar. They didn't know how strong it was, how scary it was, and how many unknowns there were. So, unless they were very confident, they still hoped to wait until everyone came together before going forward. Who was at the front? The people behind would have a rough idea. Lin Xian used his eye of spiritual insight to investigate. Oh. Under the thundercloud, there was an unimaginable amount of spiritual energy. It was obviously extremely dangerous. There was nothing special about the other places, but Lin Xian's eye of spiritual insight saw that there was a small amount of spiritual energy surging in front of them. There was nothing in other directions, only a small amount in front of them. So Lin Xian felt that there should be some clues. More and more people came. Soon, there were 20 to 30,000 people entering the tunnel. Mu Qian-shuang didn't stop and directly walked forward. Many of them also formed cliques as they moved forward. Everyone saw the thunder and knew that it was obvious that they had to go forward, so they didn't have much doubt. Hey, hey, hey. Lin Xian ran to Mu Qian-shuang's side. While walking with her, he said, there might be some situation over there. Why don't we go and take a look? Lin Xian pointed in a direction. Mu Qian-shuang frowned. Are you sure? I'm not sure, but there are some clues over there. In Mu Qian-shuang's eyes, if this Lin Xian was chosen by the senior of the Heavenly Demon Mountain, then he was definitely not simple. Although his cultivation seemed low, he might have some unknown ability. In this kind of place, any decision could turn the world upside down. Chapter 1760. The fundamental reason why Mu Qian-shuang believes in Lin Xian is that this person isn't simple. She didn't think that Lin Xian wouldn't be able to do what she couldn't do. Putting aside his battle prowess, she wasn't sure about his other special abilities. Therefore, she decided to give it a try and follow him. I thought you wouldn't come with me. Lin Xian smiled and looked at Mu Qian-shuang. Sure enough, she's still worried about me. If there is an easier and safer way, why not? Mu Qian-shuang said. After all, the demon god Forbidden Ground is indeed dangerous, and the further you go, the more dangerous it gets. So, if you can maintain a good state, then you can definitely keep going. Even for her, it's still dangerous in such a place, and there's even a risk of death. She doesn't dare to joke about this. It just so happens that I can take advantage of this matter with Lin Xian to gain some understanding of him. If it's true, then I really have to look at him in a new light. I appreciate your idea. Lin Xian and Mu Qian Shuang walked in that direction and were seen by some people. However, no one thought of following them. Although they can go there, but they think that it's a waste of time to walk there. It's better to follow the group through the thundercloud zone. If they leave the group, then it's really dangerous. Soon, Lin Xian and Mu Qianshuang came to a small passage, a valley-like place surrounded by barriers. They can only pass through this valley. But for Mu Qianshuang, why does she feel that this valley is more dangerous? But she can't be sure. It seems to be here. Where are we going? Mu Qianshuang asked faintly. Lin Xian shook his head, I don't know. What the heck, why did I follow him here all of a sudden? But forget it, it doesn't matter. But the spiritual force of heaven and earth under the thundercloud is ridiculously strong, and there doesn't seem to be much spiritual force of heaven and earth here. So, I feel that maybe this is just a shortcut. After saying that, Lin Xian walked over. Sigh. Why isn't this Xue Qilin willing to talk to me? It would be nice to chat more. How do I contact you in the future? Can you give me a way to contact them? Or rather, where can I find you in the future? You don't have to follow me secretly. I'll protect myself. But I'm really grateful for your secret protection. Mu Qianshuang. No, she had only casually made a move once. How many times did this person have to say that? Shut up. Alright, I'll shut up. Lin Xian then silently lit a cigarette. A large hall appeared in front of them. Mu Qianshuang frowned. She wasn't sure if it was a good thing or a dangerous place. Logically speaking, they had just entered a hall where there might be many treasures. This should be a very dangerous place. Like I said, there must be something here. The master of this demon god forbidden ground set up these checkpoints so that we could see the thundercloud zone as soon as we entered. Even though we knew it was dangerous, we knew that we had to pass through it. Little did we know that there would be something good right at the start. Lin Xian said. After saying that, Lin Xian walked to the door and was about to push it open. Don't go in if you don't want to die. Mu Qianshuang reminded Lin Xian. Obviously, this place was dangerous. It was purposely luring people in and then killing them inside. It's okay, I'll go in and take a look. Lin Xian had the eye of insight. After he entered, he could see clearly where the danger was and where the traps were. So if there was danger, Lin Xian would be able to leave safely. But what if there was no danger? Or could he avoid the danger? Doesn't that mean he could take away the treasures inside? Who wouldn't want a free treasure? This was the demon race's territory in ancient times. Even if this was just the entrance and the treasures inside might not be that high, it shouldn't be too bad. Then Lin Xian pushed the door open. Mu Qianshuang stood there and watched Lin Xian walk in. Then she shook her head. He was courting death. She couldn't do anything about it. She definitely wouldn't be so cheap to save him. Lin Xian walked in. The hall wasn't that big and there weren't many things inside. Lin Xian glanced around. Anyway, there were a lot of good things. Moreover, with the eye of insight, Lin Xian didn't find any traps or dangers. In other words, there really wasn't any danger in here. Then wouldn't this hall be emptied? Damn! I'm rich. Lin Xian then happily stuffed all kinds of things inside the hall into his interspatial ring. Mu Qianshuang was dumbfounded when she saw this scene. Was this person really stupid or was he pretending to be crazy? He really didn't care about anything and desperately stuffed all the treasures in the hall into his interspatial ring? Logically speaking, under normal circumstances, even if you were greedy, you could just take one or two things and run out. But this guy, he actually stuffed everything. If you don't die, who will? He clearly knew what kind of place this was. He clearly knew that there were so many dangers, yet he still did this. She had overestimated this person. No matter what, this Lin Xian was just a human brat in his 20s. In her eyes, he was indeed a brat. What would a 20-something brat know? What was so special about his state of mind? That's right. After all, he was a 20-year-old human. If he wanted to die, then she, Mu Qian Shuang, wouldn't care. But, time slowly passed. Lin Xian was frantically moving things inside, but nothing unexpected happened. Mu Qian Shuang stood outside. She didn't leave. She wanted to take a look, but she felt that something was wrong. What's going on? Nothing unexpected happened? He was almost done moving everything. After a while, Lin Xian lit a cigarette and happily walked out of the hall. Hey! Lin Xian smiled and waved at Mu Qian Shuang. Mu Qian Shuang. No, this. Did he just walk out of there safely? It can't be. Hello. Lin Xian waved his hand in front of her. Mu Qian Shuang came back to her senses. Are you okay? Lin Xian shook his head. I'm fine. What's wrong? Nothing. She shook her head. Strange. It was really strange. How could he be fine? Could it be that there were no dangers or traps inside? No. She didn't believe it. Are the things you put in the interspatial ring still there? She asked. Voila, then a small mountain of various things was placed in front of them. Mu Qian Shuang didn't believe it. She reached out and casually took a crystal to feel it. It was real. Not only was there no danger, but the things inside were also real. She started to doubt her life. Was this Lin Xian lucky or, on the 5th floor? Chapter 1761. Logically speaking, Mu Qian Shuang was really helpless. Was she thinking too much or was it too one-sided? Was this Lin Xian thinking too deeply or was it too simple? Really, there was such a thing. Mu Qian Shuang nodded and continued to walk forward. That's weird. Lin Xian put the things into his spatial ring and chased after her. In front, they passed through the passage and then looked to the left. They had already passed through the thundercloud area. Then they followed the path and walked to the other end of the thundercloud area. Mu Qian Shuang was slightly stunned. Others had risked their lives to pass through the thundercloud area. Now, it seemed that no one had passed through. They did not do anything and even encountered a hall full of treasures. There was no danger and they walked all the way here. It was a bit ridiculous. Lin Xian, how is it? Am I right? We did not encounter any danger along the way. There is no need to pass through the thundercloud area and we are already here. At this time, a figure walked out from the thundercloud behind them. He looked extremely miserable. This old man is finally out. The old man's hair stood on end and his whole body was charred black. He should not be seriously injured, but he was definitely not in a good condition. He then looked at Lin Xian and Mu Qian Shuang. The two of them looked completely fine, but they actually came out before him. Not simple. Then he sat down cross-legged and recuperated. One by one, they came out. Each of them looked very miserable. The first thing they did was the same. They sat down cross-legged and meditated. After all, they did not know how much danger there would be. They had to at least ensure that their condition was normal. Let's wait for them. Lin Xian saw that Mu Qian Shuang was about to walk forward and quickly said. No need. There is no need. I know you are very powerful. But if we wait for them to walk forward together, at least they can wade through the muddy water first. There is no need to put the danger on yourself. Don't you think so? I know you are very powerful and very proud. But we can't be so stubborn. Mu Qian Shuang, she was unable to refute. Sit, sit, sit. Do you want to eat? Let's have some hot pot. Lin Xian then released his law of creation. The hot pot was cooked there, and all kinds of ingredients, bowls, chopsticks, and condiments were prepared. Lin Xian then put his favorite beef in to cook. Mu Qian Shuang, she ignored him. Ooh, Lin Xian blew on the beef, dipped it in the sauce, and swallowed it in one gulp. Satisfaction. He was fucking satisfied. Have some. I know you're from the demon clan and might not be used to it, but maybe you can get used to it. Lin Xian looked at Mu Qian Shuang. No need. She closed her eyes and began to meditate. After more than 10 seconds, she felt hot air on her face. She opened her eyes and saw Lin Xian holding a piece of beef with chopsticks and placing it in front of her mouth. Ah! Open your mouth. Mu Qian Shuang frowned. What are you doing? She had to open her mouth to speak. After opening her mouth, Lin Xian stuffed the beef directly into her mouth from under the veil. I'm feeding you something to eat. Seriously. Mu Qian Shuang frowned. However, she had to admit that she had never tasted anything like this before. It was a very strange taste. But in the next second, she suddenly realized something. Wait a minute. These chopsticks were his own. If he used his own chopsticks to feed her, wouldn't that be, bang? Mu Qian Shuang stood up, her face cold. What's the matter? Lin Xian looked at her innocently. Mu Qian Shuang, this was fucking ridiculous. Her face was originally filled with anger, but she suddenly couldn't vent her anger. He didn't seem to be doing it on purpose, right? He actually wanted to give her something good to eat, but he didn't pay attention to this. He didn't seem to have any evil intentions. It's nothing. Mu Qian Shuang coldly said. Then she sat down, but turned her back to Lin Xian. Hey, let's eat together. Lin Xian moved the hot pot in front of her and handed her a pair of chopsticks and a small bowl. Mu Qian Shuang opened her beautiful eyes. She silently took the bowl and chopsticks. That's more like it. Lin Xian smiled. The people behind felt that this was too ridiculous. They were here to recuperate, but these two people were here to eat. Not being human. Fuck. How is it? Delicious, right? What is this called? Mu Qian Shuang asked. She actually couldn't remember when was the last time she ate. Of course, she was referring to eating formally. Usually, she would just drink tea because at her realm, she didn't need to eat anymore. But to be honest, she didn't remember eating this kind of food. This is called hot pot. It's a very popular food in our human race. A group of friends would sit around the table. If they want to eat something, they would put the ingredients in and cook it. After a while, they would add some seasoning. It's very comfortable. Especially when the weather is cold, it's very warm. Lin Xian said. Mu Qian Shuang nodded. Time slowly passed. Those people slowly recovered and stood up one by one. Everyone, we don't know how many dangers lie ahead. In my opinion, no matter what, let's not have any conflicts or intrigue against each other. Let's go back first and see how far we can go. We've failed so many times before. This time, I think we should be able to go further together. That's right. Zhang Wuji said with a smile. An old man said. Honored Tian Yu's words are reasonable. This old man agrees. For example, if you encounter a secondary hall or a main hall where treasures are stored, and there are some treasures inside, first come, first serve. This old man doesn't want to see people kill people because of jealousy. This old man will say this: if I see someone like that, then the first person this old man will kill will be him. This time, our goal is to go further. Understood. I agree. Many people nodded. And, it's good that you agree. Lin Xian sneered. Well said. I don't know what they will do when the time comes and the treasures they want are taken by others. Mu Qian Shuang elegantly wiped the corner of her mouth and stood up. This meal was very comfortable for her. Let's go, she said, and then walked forward. The rest of the crowd also followed him one after another. Not long after, all of them arrived at a plain, but they were blocked by a large sea of purple flowers in front of them. The experience of a strong cultivator was that once there was something that attracted people's attention, there must be a mystery behind it. It must not be simple. Just like now, a purple sea of flowers appeared on a plain. This sea of flowers is definitely not simple. It's definitely dangerous. They must be very careful. Chapter 1762. The huge sea of purple flowers in front of them blocked everyone's path. Lin Xian took a look behind him. At the beginning, the number of people who came in was about 30,000. Now, Lin Xian took a look behind him. It seems that 1/3 of them are missing. In other words, Lin Xian and Mu Qian Shuang didn't experience the thundercloud zone, and there might be 10,000 people who died. Fuck. At first glance, it didn't seem like much, but now that he thought about it, he felt that it was a bit exaggerated. They just came in and 1/3 of the people are missing. Fuck. Isn't the death rate a bit too high? And here, when everyone saw the sea of flowers, their subconscious thought was to fly over it, but they found out that it was forbidden to fly. Forbidden to fly means that they can't fly. Moreover, they can't use their space attribute. That means that they can only walk on this sea of flowers. Therefore, they were more convinced that this huge sea of flowers is very dangerous. Lin Xian's spiritual eye can only see that this sea of flowers isn't simple, but he's not sure about the specifics. However, Lin Xian recognized this flower. Amethyst Extinction Spirit Flower. Mu Qian Shuang frowned. Let's go back a bit. This Amethyst Extinction Spirit Flower is the real deal. Whoever stays at the back will have a higher chance of surviving. Lin Xian said. Lin Xian recognizing the Amethyst Extinction Spirit Flower made Mu Qian Shuang a bit surprised. He's only in his 20s, and he actually knows this Amethyst Extinction Spirit Flower. Mu Qian Shuang dares to say that among the 20,000 people present, there are many who have lived for thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years old, but the number of people who recognize the Amethyst Extinction Spirit Flower should not be more than 10. Because this thing was really something that had been extinct for many years, and it was very rare to find it in the records. Mu Qian Shuang didn't refute Lin Xian's words. Indeed, whoever stays at the back will have a lower death rate. Why? It seemed that this sea of purple extinction spirit flowers was nothing, but when you walked past them, each flower would instantly become bigger and then trigger a powerful vine. Once you were touched by the vine, you would directly lose the qualification to use spiritual power. It was similar to a forbidden spell. At the same time, you would be paralyzed and slowly unable to break free. You would die here forever and become the nourishment of the purple extinction spirit flowers. Therefore, there was a high chance that those who walked in the front would be affected, while those who walked at the back would be in less danger because the people in front had already activated the vines. These vines had already bound some people, so the danger would be greatly reduced. As expected, not many people recognized him. Even if someone recognized this, they wouldn't say it out loud. The reason was simple. If they said it out loud, who would want to get involved in this mess? Everyone, release your spiritual energy. It's time to go. This old man doesn't believe it. It's just a sea of flowers. What kind of danger can there be? It's nothing more than an illusion or poison. Go. I think we should first release our power and see if we can destroy this sea of flowers. If we can, wouldn't it be exceptionally easy? No, no, no. In this old man's opinion, this is definitely not a good idea. Think about it, under normal circumstances, when encountering such a special situation, a normal person's reaction would be to destroy this place. But think about it, if that's what a normal person would think and this place is so dangerous, then is there a situation where the God-Demon Forbidden Grounds test is for us to use our power to destroy this place? Maybe it'll be more dangerous if we destroy it. SSS, you're right. It's definitely not that simple. Then what are we hesitating for? Don't worry, just release your spiritual energy and rush forward. Heavenly Tao will lead the way. That's it. Let's go. Whoosh, then, the densely packed group of people released a powerful force and rushed forward. Yes, they were all Heavenly Tao. This was not something as terrifying as the thunder of heavenly punishment. Why would they be afraid of this? Then 70% of the people who rushed and were touched by the vines that suddenly grew out. When they were just grazed by the vines, they couldn't use their spiritual energy. Then they couldn't react in time and were all tied up by the vines. If no one helped them when they were tied up, it might mean that they would never be able to get out. Those with lower realms naturally stayed at the back. In fact, according to the previous situation, these people with lower realms should be cannon fodder. They would be directly thrown by these experts. However, because of what they said earlier, no one did it. Damn. This thing is really scary. Lin Xian stood at the back and was secretly speechless. Although it looked like everyone was tied up, there was nothing wrong with them. Therefore, most people were not afraid when they saw this scene. They directly rushed forward. However, Lin Xian knew that those who were tied up, even if they were in the Heavenly Tao realm, they would probably not be able to leave this place. This was the Amethyst Extinction Spirit Flower. Lin Xian even thought that if he had the ability, he could move these Amethyst Extinction Spirit Flowers away and make a territory of his own. It would be extremely good if it could be used as a protective talisman for his territory. Unfortunately, Lin Xian did not have the ability. Lin Xian and Mu Qian Shuang stood there motionless, allowing those people to rush over. As for those people, they mistakenly thought that the danger was not great and that they were only tied up. It would not take long for them to break free, so there was no danger. Only when they were tied up did they realize that they could not use their spiritual energy when tied up. However, what they said is indeed true. We cannot attack the Amethyst Extinction Spirit Flower. Otherwise, not only will the Amethyst Extinction Spirit Flower be fine, it will even absorb a powerful force and become stronger. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. Mu Qian Shuang did not say a word because what Lin Xian said was indeed true. More and more people rushed over, but Lin Xian and company had yet to go over. When most of the people rushed over, Lin Xian and Mu Qian Shuang jumped over. It was very easy because they were stepping on the bodies of those who were tied up. Out of the 20,000 people who passed, about 15,000 people passed. The elimination rate reached 25%. To be honest, it was still very exaggerated. In just a short period of time, about 15,000 people had died at these two tiny checkpoints. It might seem like nothing, but what if the 15,000 people were mostly heavenly venerables or great void realm experts? There might even be quite a number of heavenly Tao realm experts. Wasn't that terrifying? Everyone turned their heads to look at the purple flower forest that was no longer beautiful. It was filled with thorns and vines. Many people were tied up there. In the beginning, they could still struggle a little, but now, their arms were hanging limply. It was a terrifying batch. Chapter 1763. Everyone looked at the scene in shock. I thought this was just a normal situation of trapping someone. I didn't expect that once someone is trapped, they will never be able to get out. Gulp. Tian Dao is trapped and can't get out. This is too scary. Is this the God-Beast Forbidden Ground? No, I've been here before. It wasn't this cruel. I can only say that we might have entered a more dangerous place. Yes, these 12 entrances should have different dangers and difficulties. We might have entered the most dangerous place. But, danger and opportunity coexist. Does this mean that we are the ones who are most likely to encounter the most powerful treasure? Not necessarily. What if this is the Death Gate? Impossible. If it's the Death Gate, there's no need to give us so many trials and kill us bit by bit. If it's the Death Gate, there's no need to do so. So, this should be the Life Gate too. Then, everyone, let's move forward. Everyone walked forward. Hey, if something happens to me, will you save me? Lin Xian lit a cigarette and asked Mu Qian Shuang. No. Tisk, women. They don't mean what they say. You've saved me so many times. Now you say you won't. I don't believe you. Lin Xian shook his head. Mu Qian Shuang frowned. Saved him so many times. I think you've misunderstood something. Mu Qian Shuang said as she walked forward. Ha! What do you mean? What did he misunderstand? I've only saved you once. Don't. Did I do something wrong? If you tell me, I won't say it. Lin Xian mumbled. Indeed, you've only saved me once. I think you've got the wrong person. Mu Qian Shuang said calmly. Lin Xian looked at her. Really? That was the first time we met. That's what I'm talking about. You've got the wrong person. Lin Xian frowned. Did he really get the wrong person? Then why did you save me? Like I said, it's just that I can't stand the way those people do things. I'm a human, and the demons kill humans. Why did you save me for no reason? This doesn't make sense. Mu Qian Shuang was too lazy to pay attention to Lin Xian and continued walking forward. Lin Xian scratched his head. It seemed like he had really mistaken her for someone else. So why? Lin Xian couldn't understand at all. There must be a reason. Hey, wait for me. Lin Xian chased after him. Then release your power and let's see. Lin Xian. Mu Qian Shuang ignored Lin Xian. If you don't release it, then I'll recognize you. You're lying to me. Mu Qian Shuang's tender body erupted with an aura. It's the aura of a monster, but it doesn't seem to be Xue Qilan's aura. Lin Xian couldn't remember clearly. That night, it was mainly because she saved him. Coupled with the fact that she released this kind of white light, and that she was a beautiful girl, Lin Xian was absolutely certain that she was Xue Qilan. But now she refuted. Lin Xian wasn't sure if she said it deliberately or if it was really a mistake. Lin Xian wasn't sure about this power either. Then why didn't you tell me earlier? Lin Xian asked. Shut up. Mu Qian Shuang was annoyed to death by Lin Xian. I won't. Why did you save me? Mu Qian Shuang, she walked forward, ignoring Lin Xian. Wait for me. Lin Xian chased after her. Then what race are you from? Lin Xian asked. Can't you shut up? Look, you annoyed me, yet you didn't kill me. You even saved me. How can you make me believe that you don't know me? Did you save me because you took a fancy to me? Although the odds are quite high, but... Shut up. Lin Xian immediately shut up. You don't look that old, so why is your cultivation base so high? I know someone about the same age as you. Her cultivation base isn't as high as yours, but her bloodline is very strong. No matter what, she should be about the same age as you. Why is that? Lin Xian couldn't figure it out. Logically speaking, as a monster, Linglong Shui should be very powerful at her age. But this Mu Qian Shuang, she should be about the same age as Linglong Shui. As a human, this gap in cultivation base can be explained. But as a monster, it's a bit outrageous. After all, Linglong Shui's bloodline is top-notch. Can you shut up? Mu Qian Shuang was really annoyed. She was not a talkative person to begin with, and this Lin Xian was like a housefly that kept buzzing in her ear. She was really annoyed. She had already explained it several times. Okay, I'll shut up. Lin Xian took a puff of his cigarette. In front of them, the road in front of them came to an end, but a portal appeared. Obviously, it was to let them enter this portal. As for what was inside this portal, it was unknown. They didn't hesitate. No matter what was inside, they had to go in because this was the only way. Mu Qian Shuang also didn't hesitate and directly walked in. Lin Xian also followed behind her. Shua that with a flash of light, Lin Xian appeared in a white space. Ha! Lin Xian frowned. It was very strange because the other people who entered here were all gone. In the whole space, there was only Lin Xian. Welcome to the death trial. An old man's voice came from the void. Death trial. It's here. Lin Xian frowned. Later, you will be placed in a specific area. In this area, all of you will have 12 hours. What you have to do is to kill. Kill as many as you can. After 12 hours, only 3,000 people will be left alive. Lin Xian frowned. Death trial. What if I kill less people? In the void, the voice came. The more people you kill, the more likely you will be to walk out of here alive. Killing people is your bargaining chip. Shua. Then, a watch appeared on Lin Xian's wrist. A screen was displayed on the watch. In the fixed map, all of your positions will be located at all times. The locator cannot be removed or damaged. If you have such thoughts, you will die without a doubt. After entering, please try your best to survive and kill as many people as possible. I wish you the best of luck and may you be able to go further and survive. Shua. In the next instant, Lin Xian disappeared from where he stood. When Lin Xian appeared again, he was already on a very real snowy ground. So, the remaining 15,000 people will be placed here to fight. In the end, only 3,000 people will be able to walk out alive. Also, I have been located. In other words, everyone knows my position. It's impossible to hide. Chapter 1764. Lin Xian knitted his brows tightly. It was very dangerous, so dangerous that it was a little exaggerated. 15,000 people. Not all of them were experts, but most of them were. And Lin Xian's cultivation realm wasn't high. He wasn't too afraid of a one-on-one as long as he didn't encounter someone with an extremely high cultivation realm. However, Lin Xian knew that although there weren't any Heavenly Dao Realm experts with 80 or 90 stars, there were still Heavenly Dao Realm experts with 7 stars. If Lin Xian was unlucky and was targeted by a Heavenly Dao Realm expert with 7 stars, he would be in trouble. And now, Lin Xian raised his hand to look at the watch on his wrist. Fuck. This snowy land was a place with no hiding spots. It wasn't like a forest where there were countless trees to hide in. But here, it was completely barren. At a glance, who knew how far one could see? Thankfully, the snowy land's map wasn't very flat. There were undulating snowy hills and even snowy mountains everywhere. There were also huge snowy mountains that were so tall that one couldn't see the top of them at a glance. If there was a need to hide in a situation where one could know everyone's location, there were actually some possibilities. First, even if one knew the location, they wouldn't know who it was. They would only sneak over to take a look and see if they could beat them. However, with a wide field of vision, there was no place to hide. They would be able to spot you at a glance. And for many other people, it wasn't too much of a problem since they were all the same. However, it was different for Lin Xian. The reason was very simple. Lin Xian looked very young at a glance. Furthermore, they could directly see through Lin Xian's cultivation realm. He was at the 1-star Heavenly Dao realm. In a place where there were Heavenly Dao realm experts everywhere, they would definitely take action the moment they saw a 1-star Heavenly Dao realm expert. Furthermore, Lin Xian glanced at the goatskin scroll in his hand. On it were the detailed rules of the death trial. It didn't mention what benefits one would obtain by killing more people. In short, it meant that the more people one killed, the better the benefits one would obtain in the future. There was another crucial piece of information. That was, other than the number of kills, there was also a quality requirement. To put it simply, killing a Great Void Realm expert was completely different from killing a Heavenly Dao Realm expert. Lin Xian could understand this, but it wasn't so good for Lin Xian. Why? This was because Lin Xian looked young. Although he had a Heavenly Dao 1-star cultivation level, with such a rule, a Heavenly Dao 1-star would become the target of Heavenly Dao Realm experts. This was because they would feel that killing 10 Great Void Realm experts was inferior to killing a Heavenly Dao 1-star. Furthermore, killing a Heavenly Dao 1-star might be difficult for a Heavenly Dao 2-star or 3-star Heavenly Dao Realm expert, but there were even Heavenly Dao 7 stars here. Killing a Heavenly Dao 1-star Heavenly Dao 4-star or 5-star Heavenly Dao 6-star 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 Heavenly Dao 6-star. Therefore, if one had the intention to kill a Heavenly Dao Realm 1-star, it meant that one was basically at the 3rd-star Heavenly Dao Realm or higher. Therefore, on the whole, Lin Xian was safe as a 1-star Heavenly Dao Realm expert. But on a smaller scale, he was the most dangerous. Lin Xian scanned his surroundings. His field of vision wasn't considered wide from his position, but, in such a tiny spot, in such a tiny region, Lin Xian saw 5 people. This also meant that the snowy region wasn't huge. It was definitely not huge. Of course, those people saw Lin Xian as well, including the others. They had just finished reading the rules. Since they knew the rules, then now, it was time for them to make their choice. Some people did not even have the extravagant hope of killing people in the death trial. Even if they had the strength and encountered someone, they did not have the extravagant hope of killing someone. Their goal was to survive. That was all. Although they knew that the future would be very dangerous, at the very least, they had to survive, right? To some people, this was purely the time to hunt. They had absolute strength, and at the same time, they did not need to worry about being killed by others. This was because with so many choices, no one would think of killing them even if they were very strong. The gains did not make up for the losses. As for them, what they pursued was a higher reward, allowing them to go further. This was because they knew that the place they had come to was the most dangerous one, but at the same time, it was also the place with the most treasures and the strongest. The further they went, the higher the chances of them obtaining top treasures. Although their realms were already close to the pinnacle of this continent. However, this Fey God Forbidden Ground was a place where numerous Fey gods had perished in ancient times. Back then, there were Heavenly Dao Realm 10-star Heavenly Dao Realm existences everywhere. Even at their realm, they could only dream of obtaining treasures or cultivation techniques from such existences. Perhaps, they might have been stuck for centuries, or even millennia, before breaking through. And the other group of people, which was Lin Xian's group, had the capital to kill, but at the same time, they were in danger of being killed. As though they had a tacit understanding, the few of them cast their gazes on Lin Xian at the same time. "Punk, prepare to die." An elder bellowed angrily before an unimaginable might blasted out from his body. Apart from this area, fights had already broken out in other places. Heavenly Dao Realm 2-star. Lin Xian's eyes focused. "Since you have a death wish, don't blame me." Shua. Following that, Lin Xian's 1-star Heavenly Dao Realm cultivation level blasted out. However, although Lin Xian's cultivation level was only at the 1-star Heavenly Dao Realm, Lin Xian's overall stats were not simple. He was definitely not an ordinary 1-star Heavenly Dao Realm. And what Lin Xian wanted to do was finish off this Heavenly Dao Realm 2-star Heavenly Dao Realm in a short period of time. The other people's cultivation levels were all at the 1-star Heavenly Dao Realm. When they sensed the strength released by the duo, they stood there hesitating and did not take action. In the beginning, they believed that Lin Xian was a great Void Realm expert that could be crushed to death, but they never expected him to be at the Heavenly Dao Realm. However, they did not leave. Firstly, they did not know where to go. Secondly, they were fantasizing that if the two of them were to fight to the death, wouldn't they be able to take advantage of the situation? Even if they could not heavily injure the other party, they could even find an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Then, the few of them would definitely have a tacit understanding to not attack each other. Spatial Seal. Lin Xian immediately released Spatial Seal. This was because he had the means to instantly kill a Heavenly Dao Realm 2-star. Although in the death arena, Lin Xian seemed to be able to hold his own against 2-star opponents, that was because Lin Xian had held back. But now, in this place, Lin Xian did not need to hold back. All he needed was for this person to not escape. Oh. Chapter 1765. The Elder's powerful strength had been casually blocked by Lin Xian. Lin Xian had a series of augmentations from the system. At the same time, Lin Xian also had the Door of God's Awakening, which doubled all his stats. What? Seeing Lin Xian easily block his strength, the Elder frowned suddenly. Although the possibility of a Heavenly Dao Realm 2-star being able to kill a Heavenly Dao Realm 1-star wasn't very high, it was definitely a one-sided battle. But why was a Heavenly Dao Realm 1-star able to easily withstand his 2-star strength? The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled slightly. Then, welcome death. Realm Reduction Domain. Lin Xian's strength erupted, forcefully lowering the Elder's realm to the 1-star Heavenly Dao Realm. Realm Enhancement Domain. Shua. At the same time, Lin Xian's cultivation level rose to the 2-star Heavenly Dao Realm. Strength doubled. Lin Xian was already able to crush the Elder, but now, with Lin Xian's strength doubled from the foundation of a 2-star heavenly Tao realm, this Elder, absolute zero. Shua, Lin Xian did not use any other strength. Instead, he used an ice elemental martial technique, absolute zero. Under the suppression of absolute strength, although the Elder released a powerful strength, he was still frozen to the spot. It was difficult for Heavenly Tao realm existences to die because if they wanted to escape, there was basically no way to stop them. Furthermore, their physique was extremely strong, making them very difficult to kill. Therefore, it was nearly impossible to kill an opponent with a difference of 1 or 2 stars. However, Lin Xian's strength had definitely reached such a level under the present circumstances. At the same time, Lin Xian definitely had the ability to prevent his opponent from escaping. With the ice elemental and spatial elemental, how were they to escape? Phoenix's 9 firmaments. Phoenix's 9 firmaments was likely Lin Xian's strongest move. There was no other. This was the martial skill that Huang Shi had given him. This was a martial skill of the Phoenix bloodline. Even if others obtained it, they would not be able to cultivate it. The reason why Lin Xian could cultivate it was because he had sex with Huang Shi. Phoenix 9 Heavens, you can understand it as this martial skill has a total of 9 moves. Each move is stronger than the previous one. The strongest move is the 9th move, Phoenix 9 Heavens. How exaggerated was it exactly? Lin Xian's cultivation level was at the 1-star heavenly Tao realm. Furthermore, Lin Xian's spiritual energy was dozens of times higher than warriors at his realm. However, Lin Xian's release of the Phoenix 9 firmaments drained a third of his spiritual energy. In other words, for this 9 heavens of the Phoenix, Lin Xian could only release this martial skill 3 times without releasing anything else. One could imagine just how powerful it was. It was so terrifying that even someone at the heavenly Tao realm would not be able to release the Phoenix's 9 firmaments. If not for Lin Xian's immense spiritual energies, he would not have been able to release the 9th move at the 1-star heavenly Tao realm. This was ridiculous. Screech, a phoenix cry sounded as 9 phoenix phantoms soared into the sky. At the same time, they brought with them 9 terrifying pillars of fire that shot into the sky. Boom, the 9 phoenixes directly devoured the Elder who had yet to escape the ice seal. The few of them drew a cold gasp. This was a power that could be released at the 1-star heavenly Tao realm. Phoenix. That's a phoenix. He's from the phoenix lineage. Thankfully, we did not take action. To think that he's from the phoenix lineage. How terrifying. Is this the absolute suppression of bloodlines? Gulp, they could not help but gulp a mouthful of saliva. It was indeed terrifying. But the horror was yet to come. When the snowstorm dissipated, the Elder had already been reduced to a corpse. At the same time, the number Heavenly Tao, 1 appeared on Lin Xian's watch. The pupils of the few people constricted immediately. This? He's dead. He's dead just like that. How is that possible? How can a 1-star heavenly Tao realm warrior be instantly killed by a 1-star heavenly Tao realm warrior? This is impossible. Gulp, let's leave quickly. They originally wanted to reap the benefits from the tussle between the snipe and the clam, but from the looks of it, that was not possible. They had to run. This was an expert. Run. Lin Xian's eyes focused. Since we've encountered each other, it must be fate. Then, don't run. Lin Xian then released a spatial seal. In a short period of time, Lin Xian had easily killed 5 heavenly Tao realm warriors. He was likely the most efficient person. Although Lin Xian's strength was not strong, his abilities were powerful. He did not play any fancy tricks and directly killed. Then, Lin Xian looked ahead and pondered slightly. Under the premise of a massacre, I have to ensure my own safety. How should I do that? Lin Xian pondered slightly. Right. Array formation. Suddenly, Lin Xian thought of something. Formations were actually a very powerful thing, but there weren't many people in the continent who knew about top-level formations. The main reason was that many array formations had been lost to time. Just like many pill formulas, pills were also very impressive. Unfortunately, many powerful pills had been lost to time. However, Lin Xian knew them. The Heaven-Earth Holy Art not only gave him powerful medical skills, but it also gave him a deep understanding of heaven and earth spiritual items. At the same time, array formations were one of them. It was just that Lin Xian rarely had the chance to use array formations. Most importantly, powerful array formations required time to condense and large amounts of spiritual energy. True strength was not something Lin Xian could use before he reached the heavenly Tao realm. And now, Lin Xian could give it a try. And the place should be here. Then, Lin Xian did not waste a moment as he set up an array formation. Even if the array formation was not completed, it would not be a problem as long as it was not above the 4-star heavenly Tao realm. Lin Xian could fight a 4-star heavenly Tao realm opponent, but if the opponent realized that they could not finish off Lin Xian in a short period of time, they would likely not continue fighting. This was because it was not a life-and-death battle. There was no need for them to waste their energy on a difficult opponent. And from Lin Xian's point of view, existences at the heavenly Tao realm at 4 stars and above would, according to their positioning, head to places with more people. They would then casually slay them. This way, their efficiency would be high. And since there weren't many people in the vicinity, the chances of them coming over were low. Indeed, an hour later, Lin Xian had completed several array formations. During this period, he constantly replenished his spiritual energy. In this hour, 10 people came. The strongest was a 3-star heavenly Tao realm expert. He fought with Lin Xian for a while before leaving. This was because he realized that he could not defeat Lin Xian in a short period of time. As for Lin Xian, he had the ability to kill him, but Lin Xian did not do so. This was because it would expend large amounts of spiritual energy. Lin Xian did not set up these array formations just to protect his life. If Lin Xian wanted to kill more people, it was absolutely impossible with his cultivation level. However, the array formations had a chance of doing so. Once it was completed, even if a heavenly Tao realm 7-star came, even if they could not kill them, they would definitely be trapped for a short period of time. If it was completed, the rest would depend on how Lin Xian lured those people over. Chapter 1766. Lin Xian's array formation was basically set up. It was rather dangerous because Lin Xian was greatly drained. Even though he was at the 1-star heavenly Tao realm, the array formation he set up probably drained the spiritual energy of dozens of 1-star heavenly Tao realm cultivators. But it didn't matter. He had plenty of pills. Furthermore, Lin Xian had obtained quite a number of relatively useful pills and even heaven and earth spiritual items in the hall. Lin Xian relied on these to quickly recover his spiritual energy. As for things like spiritual energy recovery medicine, they were nearly useless to those at the heavenly Tao realm. At that realm, to recover one's spiritual energy faster, one needed pills of a rather high grade. Unfortunately, there were very few pill formulas available. However, Lin Xian had countless formulas. Then, all I need to do is wait for someone to arrive. Lin Xian stood there to recover his spiritual energy. Soon, a person rushed over and saw Lin Xian standing there. Such a young punk. He sneered when he saw Lin Xian. Then, without any hesitation, he charged over with immense strength. Heavenly Dao Realm 2 stars. Lin Xian's ability to kill a Heavenly Dao Realm 2 star was very simple, but if he could use an even simpler method, why would he need to use his own strength? Punk, die. The figure charged over and threw a punch at Lin Xian. From his point of view, he had hit Lin Xian, but Lin Xian's figure was reduced to nothingness. Oh. He knitted his brows tightly. Array formation. His pupils constricted. This punk had actually set up an array formation. As for what kind of array formation it was, he was unsure. Heh, what kind of useful array formation can you set up? He sneered. Is that so? Sorry, your luck isn't very good. The array formation you are in is called the Yin-Yang Twin Dragon Array. I wonder if you have heard of it. With that said, Lin Xian lit a cigarette in delight. What? Yin-Yang Twin Dragon Array. His pupils shrank. He had heard of this array before. It was a powerful array created by a branch of the dragons, but how did he know how to use it? Grown, within the array formation, the yin and yang dragons appeared. The terrifying thing about this formation was that there were a total of 2 dragons. If one person was inside, there would be 2 dragons. If 2 people were inside, there would be 4 dragons, and so on. The people trapped in this formation had to kill the yin-yang dragons at the same time to break the formation. This was the only way to break the formation. For stronger existences, it was easy to break the formation. After all, their strength was enough to instantly kill 2 of them. However, it was absolutely impossible for those with similar cultivation levels to do so. For example, the 2 yin-yang dragon phantoms were condensed from an array formation and their strength had reached 2 stars of the Heavenly Dao realm. How could he break it? He could only be exhausted to death. Furthermore, they couldn't be killed at the same time. Even if you killed one, it would appear again in an instant. Moreover, there was more than one formation here. Lin Xian was waiting for more people to arrive. Heaven and Earth Illusion Formation, open. Shua, an array formation that enveloped the surroundings was activated. This array formation did not have any offensive capabilities, but it prevented people outside from seeing the situation inside. There was no way they could sense it. For example, the experts inside the Yin-Yang Dragon Array were engaged in a slaughter, but to the people outside, they could neither see nor sense it. How can I lure more people over? Lin Xian pondered slightly. Got it. Following that, Lin Xian injected spiritual energy into his voice and took a deep breath. You're all idiots. Your mothers were all killed by me. Fuck you. You're all a bunch of trash. Trash. You're all idiots. What's the point of you living? Why don't all of you die? Why don't all of you accompany your beloved mothers? Lin Xian's cursing voice traveled far and wide. After all, Lin Xian's Heavenly Dao realm powers were injected into his voice. It was unimaginable how far it could travel. Lin Xian didn't believe that these people would be able to hold themselves back once his voice was heard. As expected, not to mention those experts who were still looking for prey, even those who were in the middle of fighting had stopped. Fuck. This old man has never seen such a savage person. He's courting death. What's the meaning of this? Could it be that he wants to challenge so many of us by himself? To provoke us in such a way, he's courting death. This old man wants to see who dares to be so arrogant here. Shua, from all directions, experts rushed towards Lin Xian's location. Mu Qianchuang frowned. Wasn't this voice Lin Xian's? What was he doing? Wasn't he courting death? Shua, with a swing of her sword, a Heavenly Dao expert was killed. Mu Qianchuang looked towards the direction of the voice and sped off. Soon, there were no less than 300 people gathered around Lin Xian. Those who dared to come over must have some strength. The others either did not hear it, did not dare to come over, or took the opportunity to struggle at death's door or recuperate from their injuries. I really don't know what this kid is thinking. There's a path to heaven, but he doesn't want to take it. There's no door to hell. Don't talk nonsense. Let's just kill this troublesome brat. Don't fight with this old man. Let this old man kill him with his own hands. Shua, then, everyone rushed towards Lin Xian. Patter, Lin Xian lit a cigarette and then, about 50 people rushed over and entered the various formations in an instant. There were arrays all around Lin Xian. Even the weakest array could trap them for a short period of time. What? There are so many arrays. Some people did not come over directly because Lin Xian had done something no ordinary person would do. Therefore, they decided to wait and see. Then, they saw those people directly enter the various spirit arrays, and the power of the various spirit arrays was released. This is the Heaven and Earth Annihilation Array. Nine Yang Nine Yin Array. Who is this kid? How does he know so many top-notch array formations? These array formations come from different sections. How does he know all of them? There are even several powerful array formations that I don't know the names of. Something is probably going to happen to these people. Even if nothing happens, they probably won't be able to escape from the array formation anytime soon. It's no wonder this kid dares to be so arrogant. He wants to use the array formation's powers to kill more people in a short period of time so as to obtain a higher reward. It looks like he's still too young. These array formations might be powerful, but what about those at the heavenly Tao realm or above? Even if he really uses this array formation to kill quite a number of people, what happens after that? Can he survive? Could it be that he was going to continue hiding in here? Any heavenly Tao realm 6-star would be enough to destroy everything, right? Chapter 1767. Everyone was displeased with Lin Xian. But they were also afraid. Those who did not have high cultivation realms were still afraid when they saw those people enter the array and disappear before their eyes. After all, they did not think that anyone was a fool who dared to court death. That meant that he had some confidence. Those who were only around 1 to 3 stars of the heavenly Tao realm would never be able to enter this unknown array. They were waiting to see if there were any other powerful experts who entered to test the waters. Mu Qian Shuang also came over and saw the situation, but she did not see anyone enter. This Lin Xian was really awesome. He didn't play by the rules at all. She couldn't understand why he dared to do this. Yes. There were a lot of top-grade array formations here, but with the array formations he released, how many people could he block? He was really courting death. There's an illusion array around here. Is there anyone who can break this array? Let's see what's going on inside. An expert said. Why go through so much trouble? Honorable Sir Tianqi, why don't you take action and finish off that eyesore? You're a heavenly Tao realm 6-star expert. Honorable Sir Tianqi stroked his beard and said lightly, this old man can't be bothered to take action. Actually, it was not that he could not be bothered to take action, but he was also observing. This Lin Xian had cursed their mother. Who could tolerate it? No one could tolerate it. But even though his cultivation realm was high, he knew that this kid must know that there were warriors with such high cultivation realms. So why did he still dare to do it? This was the case for experts. The higher their realm, the more cowardly they were. This was because they felt that life was not easy. They had climbed out from countless battles and countless life and death situations. They enjoyed their current realm and yearned to reach a higher realm. But when they did things that were not necessary, they would still hesitate. Then this old man will break this array formation and see what this kid is up to. After a long time, the array formation was finally broken. What? When they saw the scene inside, their eyes widened. Almost all of them were dead. They died from various array formations. There was even a Heavenly Tao Realm 4-star expert who died inside. Their pupils suddenly shrank. Mu Qian Shuang frowned. This person, his attainments in array formations had completely exceeded her imagination. More than 50, and with so many Heavenly Tao, it shouldn't be a problem to get into the top 10. Lin Xian muttered to himself. No, he didn't want to be in the top 10. He wanted first place. I'm afraid this brat has an ancient formation map. It must be. Everyone, let's attack together. As for who will obtain this formation map in the end, it will all depend on our abilities. In any case, this trial requires us to kill. We can use this formation map as an excuse to save us the trouble of finding others to kill. Agreed. Then, who will take the lead? An old man walked forward. Heavenly Tao Realm 7 stars. The formation diagrams were just a way of saying that they were certain that Lin Xian had all sorts of powerful formations from the ancient times that had been lost. This was definitely a heaven-defying good thing. If they could learn it and set up a formation in their own territory, no one would dare come. Or, if he were to secretly release an array during the battle, he would definitely be able to turn the situation around. This old man will give it a try. Shua, with that said, he charged forward. Mu Qianshuang stood there. With a Heavenly Tao Realm 7 stars taking action, his array formations were likely useless. Just as expected. The Heavenly Tao Realm 7 stars had unimaginable strength as they destroyed Lin Xian's array formations in an unstoppable manner. Normal formations had to be broken, and when the disparity in power was too great, it was completely possible to destroy these formations with absolute power. Chief, upon seeing this scene, many people scoffed. He's indeed a brainless fellow. These array formations that look very powerful are like ants in front of a Heavenly Tao Realm 7th stage. He thinks he's very smart by choosing a method that can quickly kill more people, but in fact, he's sacrificing himself. Then why did he scold everyone? Even if he didn't scold everyone, by being so ostentatious, he should have attracted the attention of even stronger experts. He will definitely die. Mu Qianshuang did not move. She had no obligation to protect this person. He had done it himself, so who was to blame? As for Lin Xian, he did not panic at all. He knew that there were Heavenly Tao Realm 7 stars and Heavenly Tao Realm 6 stars present. Since Lin Xian had done so, it meant that Lin Xian already had a foolproof plan. This was because there was an array formation here. This array formation had expended most of Lin Xian's effort. The array formation might not be able to kill a Heavenly Tao Realm 7 star since Lin Xian's strength and realm were limited, but there was something good inside that was enough to kill him with the array formation. Soon, the elder came to a spot about 20 meters in front of Lin Xian. However, he stopped and frowned. Experts of this level would be able to detect even the slightest abnormality in their surroundings. Shua, a black force rose into the sky, trapping the expert inside. As for the people outside, they did not think much of it. They appeared very strong, but this expert could easily destroy and penetrate it with a casual strike, right? Boom, a powerful force erupted from within, but it did not instantly destroy the array formation like before. The black energy was gradually spreading towards that expert, and that expert released a terrifying power several times, but he didn't rush out. What's going on? This array formation clearly isn't that strong. Why can't the expert charge out? Strange, it's really strange. But why couldn't the expert charge out? The reason was very simple. Poison. This poison did not have any particularly powerful lethality, but it was definitely effective on the expert. When setting up the array formation, Lin Xian had placed the poison pill in the core of the array. Lin Xian had obtained it from the Grand Hall, so Lin Xian knew what kind of poison pill it was and what its effects were. It was quite a powerful poison pill. Now, this expert's strength had been greatly weakened by the poison, causing him to be unable to break out of the already powerful array formation. Then, these people watched helplessly as the expert was unable to retreat and was engulfed by the black force. In the beginning, he was still struggling, releasing all sorts of terrifying forces, but they were all devoured by the unknown black force. Slowly, the expert's movements became smaller and smaller. His movements also became softer and softer until he was completely silent. Chapter 1768. Gulp. The surroundings were filled with the sounds of people gulping and inhaling. Gone. Was he really gone? There was silence. They watched helplessly as the elder was devoured by the darkness before being completely devoured. From the beginning, he struggled with all his might to the point of losing strength. Finally, he completely vanished as he was devoured without a sound. Is he really dead? That can't be, right? It's probably just an illusion. Let's watch and see what happens later. After all, that's a Heavenly Tao Realm 7-star. I don't believe that something like that can kill a Heavenly Tao Realm 7-star in such a short period of time. Yes, I don't think it's that simple. Let's watch. We'll be able to tell soon. Shwa, the black fog slowly dissipated. Everyone stared intently at the object in the black fog. Pada, a corpse fell from midair and landed on the ground. What? Those experts widened their eyes, and some of them even stepped back subconsciously. What had happened? The Heavenly Tao Realm 7-star wasn't just a simple corpse. His body had already vanished, leaving behind only a skeleton. The skeleton fell to the ground and shattered into countless pieces. Clearly, this was the elder who had been trapped in the black fog. He had been devoured by the black fog in a short period of time. He struggled and fell silent, before dying silently. The most ridiculous thing was that he was a Heavenly Tao Realm 7-star. How did he do it? No matter how powerful the array formation was, it was only set up by a Heavenly Tao Realm 7-star. How could he set up such a powerful array formation? Logically speaking, the array formation shouldn't be that powerful, right? They could roughly sense it, but it was true that the Heavenly Tao Realm 7-star had been devoured. He was unable to struggle out at all before perishing. It was a little terrifying. Mu Qianchuang watched this scene with knitted brows. How did he do it? It had to be said that she had underestimated Lin Xian. He was really not that simple. To be able to condense such an array formation, there was only one word to describe him: freakish. Even a Heavenly Tao Realm 7-star had died under his hands. Regardless of whether the array formation could still be used, as long as the array formation did not vanish in front of them, they did not dare take another step forward. There are still so many people. Continue coming. Lin Xian smiled and waved at them. Damn it. Those people gnashed their teeth in anger. He trembled with rage. They really couldn't stand being provoked by a kid whose cultivation was so low in their eyes. However, a Heavenly Tao Realm 7 stars had died right in front of their eyes. They really did not dare take another step forward. Between their displeasure and their own lives, they would obviously choose the latter. Brat, even if you can stay here, do you think you'll be fine? This old man wants to see if you can still be so arrogant after this trial ends and if you survive it. An old man pointed and snorted coldly. Yes, the activation of the formation needed time. Now that he was relying on this formation, no one dared to go near him. But even if he became one of the 3,000 survivors, how could he leave this place? After leaving this place, he would be a 1-star Heavenly Tao Realm expert. He would not have the time to condense an array formation. Without the array formations, they could easily kill him instantly. Fuck you. Lin Xian cursed at that person. You. The expert gnashed his teeth. Just you wait. The old man snorted coldly before walking away. Trash, do any of you dare come up? If not, scram. Don't embarrass yourselves. Lin Xian shouted at the group of people. All of them gnashed their teeth in hatred, but there was nothing they could do. Following that, those people left one after another. Hey! Lin Xian saw Mu Qianchuang and waved at her with a smile. Come over. No need. Mu Qianchuang shook her head. You're on your own now. With that said, Mu Qianchuang left. Lin Xian sat there as he stroked his chin. What do I do now? With the array formation in place, these people clearly did not dare enter. Killing so many people didn't seem like it was enough, right? The number of people he had killed was definitely the highest, but it was hard to tell how much time had passed. However, with a Heavenly Tao Realm 7-star, Lin Xian was certain that no one here had ever killed a Heavenly Tao Realm 7-star. It's nothing much. Let's continue staying here. After all, there are only a few hundred people who saw this scene. There are more than 10,000 people here. There will definitely be people who don't know of this and send themselves to their deaths. After all, this wasn't the outside world where everyone was killing each other. It was impossible for the news to spread like wildfire to everyone, right? It was impossible to say that when a few people fought, they had to ask first. Hey, do you know that someone set up an array formation to kill a Heavenly Tao Realm 7-star? That was unrealistic. Yeah, let's wait. Time slowly passed. Soon, a total of 10 hours had passed. There were only 2 hours left. Lin Xian roughly glanced at the location. There were about 6,000 people left alive. That also meant that 3,000 people would die in 2 hours. And even if they didn't die, only 3,000 people would survive when the time was up. The remaining people would be killed according to the number and quality of the people killed. The ones with the lowest ranking would be killed. Therefore, in order to survive in these 2 hours, some people had to be even crazier and take more risks. As for Lin Xian, he had killed enough. He had killed more than 100 people. It was hard to say if he was first, but he was likely in the top 3. This was because the people Lin Xian killed were of very high quality. Many of them were at the Heavenly Tao Realm. After all, those who weren't at the Heavenly Tao Realm mostly hid in order to survive. They used all sorts of means to avoid the pursuit of others. And with Lin Xian here, others had taken the initiative to come. This was because they could see Lin Xian's location. And since they took the initiative to come, it meant that they came to kill. Those who came to kill were basically confident in their strength. Therefore, most of them were at the Heavenly Tao Realm. As such, Lin Xian might even be first. I wonder how many people Mu Qianchuang has killed. Lin Xian pondered. Mu Qianchuang was powerful. Her realm was likely at the Heavenly Tao Realm 7-star. To be honest, she was really powerful. Linglong Shui was only at the Heavenly Tao Realm 2-star. However, Linglong Shui was rather special. Apart from her powerful bloodline, she was of the spatial attribute. She spent most of her energy cultivating spatial attributes. Therefore, her Heavenly Tao Realm 2-star was extremely terrifying. At this moment, Lin Xian looked ahead and frowned. Mu Qianchuang was being pursued by several people in the void. And she appeared to be injured. Chapter 1769. Lin Xian was rather surprised. Why was Mu Qianchuang injured? Her realm was obvious. Furthermore, under normal circumstances, it was impossible for an expert of a higher realm to target an expert of her realm. It was because the gains did not make up for the losses. Even if one fought normally for 3 days and 3 nights, it would be very difficult to slay a Heavenly Tao Realm 7-star unless something unexpected happened. But now, Lin Xian took a glance and it did seem like something unexpected had happened. Mu Qianchuang's situation was not very good. It was very likely that she had been plotted against. If not, she would not have ended up in such a state even if several top experts were attacking her. She was absolutely capable of suppressing these experts in terms of bloodline. Swish, Lin Xian then released a spatial dimension force at Mu Qianchuang. Her figure vanished into the void. Normally, Mu Qianchuang could ignore Lin Xian's spatial dimension because the difference in strength was too great. But at that instant, Mu Qianchuang sensed the spatial dimension and knew that it was released by Lin Xian. She chose to accept it. Open. Swish, Lin Xian opened up a passageway in the array formation. Then, Mu Qianchuang used Lin Xian's spatial dimension to appear beside Lin Xian. You were poisoned. Lin Xian looked at Mu Qianchuang. Indeed, it was as Lin Xian had guessed. Mu Qianchuang was very strong. Against those people, even if they were all at the Heavenly Tao Realm 7-star, she would not be afraid. At the very least, she would not die. However, if she had been poisoned by a poison that could threaten a Heavenly Tao Realm 7-star, it would severely weaken her combat strength. She could not escape even if she wanted to because this place was only so big. She could not leave. Mu Qianchuang nodded. Swish, those people landed not far away. Humph. You still want to save her. An elder's eyes focused. Wait. Another old man stopped him. What's the matter? This place is filled with powerful array formations. A Heavenly Tao Realm expert was devoured in a short period of time and reduced to bones. I saw it with my own eyes. What? Upon hearing this, they revealed shocked expressions. Indeed. Then, why don't we work together and see if we can break this array formation? I don't think it's going to work. There are many top-notch formations where the more people there are, the stronger they become. I don't recommend it. Damn it. Am I going to let a Heavenly Tao Realm 7 stars escape just like that? An old man gritted his teeth. Clearly, they were also afraid. The main reason was that a Heavenly Tao Realm 7 star had died just like that. Furthermore, it had happened in such a short period of time. They were truly afraid. To the Heavenly Tao Realm, a power that could easily slay a Heavenly Tao was something they were extremely afraid of. Don't worry, they can't come over. Lin Xian said to Mu Qianchuang. Thank you. You saved my life, and I saved yours. I'm returning the favor, Lin Xian said. Mu Qianchuang closed her eyes and sat down to recuperate. She then asked, Are you sure this spirit array can block it? If they dare to come in, I can kill them all. The experts outside were also very hesitant. However, this woman might have some faction backing her. Since we have already offended her, if we don't eliminate her here, I'm afraid, then, if the attempt fails, wouldn't it be, I think we can give it a try. First, this spirit array has already expended a large amount of energy to devour a Heavenly Tao Realm 7 star. I believe it doesn't have much energy left. Even if the number of spirit array users increases in strength, there's still a limit. Second, the 5 of us are Heavenly Tao Realm 7 stars. If all 5 of us are wiped out by this spirit array, there's no reason for it. Third, the person who released this spirit array is only a Heavenly Tao Realm 1-star warrior. That's already the limit. Although the spirit array is extremely powerful, I don't think a Heavenly Tao Realm 1-star warrior can defy the heavens. Yeah. That makes sense. Then, let's make our preparations. After all, they won't be able to escape. There are still 2 hours, so there's still time. The poison in that woman's body can't be cured. She will only be poisoned even more. They were still very confident in the poison, but it was true. A poison that could put a Heavenly Tao Realm 7-star in danger was definitely no ordinary poison. How did you get poisoned? Lin Xian asked. I was careless. She had indeed been careless. She originally believed that there was only one Heavenly Tao Realm 7-star, but she never expected that so many of them would join forces to deal with the Heavenly Tao Realm 5 and 6 stars. This gave them a high chance of killing them. As for Mu Qianshuang, she had been locked onto by them. It was mainly because they had probed her. Mu Qianshuang had been careless and was poisoned, making it impossible for her to fight them. If she continued fighting and released her spirit energy, it would rapidly accelerate the poison's eruption. Let me take a look. Give me your hand. Lin Xian knew that these people wouldn't come so easily, but they might come. The spirit array might not be able to stop them. Therefore, if Lin Xian wanted to be safe, he had to treat Mu Qianshuang. Mu Qianshua looked at Lin Xian in surprise. I'm also a doctor. Doctors weren't considered rare, but this poison of hers, how could a wimpy kid in his 20s cure it? That was the crux of the matter. But now, she didn't have any other thoughts. She could only treat a dead horse as a living one. Hurry up. Then, Mu Qianshuang stretched out her hand. Lin Xian held her hand. See, good girl. Supreme grade. However, Lin Xian didn't have such thoughts at the moment. Tell me about your current situation. Lin Xian asked as he checked her pulse. Meridians and bones are in intense pain. Using spirit energy will accelerate the poison's flow. It's very aggressive and the poison is flowing towards the heart. Mu Qianshuang said. Heart-gnawing poison. Lin Xian released his hand. Heart-gnawing poison, Mu Qianshuang knitted her brows tightly. She had heard of it before and knew what the poison was. However, she couldn't immediately recognize the poison when she was poisoned, but she knew what it was after knowing its name. It's a very difficult poison to cure, but it's not an incurable poison. It's just that she absolutely can't cure it here, and she's afraid that she won't be able to survive until she leaves this place. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't say that something bad would happen. She might even be able to hold on for a few weeks. However, being poisoned in the demon god forbidden ground, it's impossible for her to leave this place alive. I can cure it. Lin Xian said. Ha! Mu Qianshuang looked at Lin Xian strangely. This poison, he can cure it. Fortunately, you've only been poisoned for less than 2 hours. The poison hasn't reached the critical point yet. I can cure it for you. Lie down. Shua, Lin Xian then released a barrier, isolating the outside. No one outside could see the situation inside. Chapter 1770. Lying down. Mu Qianshuang frowned. Hey, are you still thinking that I'm going to take advantage of you? Lin Xian looked at Mu Qianshuang and asked. Mu Qianshuang hesitated for a moment and then said. Can you really detoxify the poison? Nonsense, if I can't detoxify the poison, why would I let you lie down? Hurry up, don't waste time. And Mu Qian Shuang then turned around and lied down. You have to take off your skirt. Lin Xian said. Mu Qian Shuang frowned. I have to do acupuncture. Your skirt is too wrinkled and it will affect my acupuncture. Moreover, the poison will be expelled later. This poison is very strong. I guess your skirt won't be able to keep it. Mu Qian Shuang hesitated for a moment and then slowly took off her skirt. Of course, there were other clothes inside. Hiss, Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. It's really the best. What's the success rate? 100%. Lin Xian said. Lin Xian then took out a silver needle. Shua, the silver needle was released. Lin Xian then took out a pill. Eat it. Mu Qian Shuang didn't have any doubts because even if she didn't eat it, she wouldn't be able to survive. Then, Lin Xian took out a spirit treasure of heaven and earth and plucked a petal. Take it. Lin Xian then said. I'm forcibly detoxifying you. It's not an antidote, so it won't be that comfortable during this period. Mu Qian Shuang could understand Lin Xian's words. Lin Xian put his hand on Mu Qian Shuang's butt. Mu Qian Shuang. Ding. Touched little sister's butt, Prince Charming points plus 500,000. Don't move, you still have 2 acupuncture points. I have to prick them. Mu Qian Shuang frowned. I know medicine. She said coldly. Lin Xian's hand was placed there awkwardly. Ha 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 ha. Lin Xian smiled awkwardly and moved his hand away. Then, he gathered spiritual energy in his right hand and patted her back. Outside, the 5 experts had more or less made their decision. Gentlemen, let's begin. Yes, let's do it. Shua, then, they erupted with extremely terrifying power and charged over. Then, they were trapped by the powerful array formation. Don't hold back. Release your strongest strength. With our 5 Heavenly Tao Realms 7 stars cultivation levels, we will forcefully break through this array formation. Alright. About 20 minutes later, the 5 Heavenly Tao Realms 7 stars successfully broke through the powerful array formation while panting. The 5 Heavenly Tao Realms 7 stars spent 20 minutes to break through. It was obvious that the array formation was indeed very impressive. This array formation is truly terrifying. If the person who released this array formation was a 3-star Heavenly Tao Realm warrior, it might really be dangerous. Their brows were tightly knitted. But now it doesn't matter, they have already broken through, and Lin Xian and Mu Qian Shuang are right in front of them. Break! An expert bellowed angrily and released a powerful force, shattering Lin Xian's barrier. Then, they saw Mu Qian Shuang meditating while Lin Xian stood there smoking a cigarette. Humph! Upon seeing this scene, they sneered. A Heavenly Tao Realm 1-star clearly did not have the right to stop them. The remaining Heavenly Tao Realm 7-star woman was already poisoned, so she could not stir up any trouble. Killing her was only a matter of time. A Heavenly Tao Realm 1-star actually managed to hold us back for so long. Then, it's time to send you on your way. So, an expert immediately rushed towards Lin Xian. He wanted to use the fastest speed and the simplest method to deal with one of them first. After dealing with Lin Xian, they would then join forces to deal with the poisoned Mu Qian Shuang. However, Mu Qian Shuang opened her beautiful eyes. He did not expect Mu Qian Shuang to take action because she was poisoned. Furthermore, it had been so long that she did not have much combat strength left. If she were to take action, the poison would only worsen, so he did not expect it. Furthermore, Mu Qian Shuang's attacks in such a state could not cause any substantial damage unless she was tired of living and wanted to fight to the death. However, Mu Qian Shuang had already recovered to her peak state. Therefore, a lightning-fast strike blocked his attack. The Heavenly Tao Realm's 7 stars pupils constricted. His condition was not good to begin with. Lin Xian's array had drained too much of his stamina. Furthermore, the array had more or less injured them. Mu Qian Shuang was now enraged. She was enraged and at her peak state. She was not to be trifled with. Sword Spirit. Mu Qian Shuang locked her powerful strength onto the expert. What? The 4 experts behind her felt the strength that Mu Qian Shuang had released and their pupils constricted. No, wasn't she poisoned? How could he still erupt with such power? Furthermore, looking at her condition, it seemed like Lin Xian stood there smoking as he admired the beautiful Mu Qian Shuang's performance. Of course, Lin Xian did not know what she looked like, but she was definitely extremely beautiful. She faced 5 Heavenly Tao Realm 7 stars alone and even held the advantage. Holy shit! This woman is really strong. Lin Xian was secretly speechless. However, it was also because the 5 Heavenly Tao Realm 7 stars were not in good condition. Furthermore, Mu Qian Shuang was furious, so the strength she displayed was extremely terrifying. Run! The 5 Heavenly Tao Realm 7 stars were not Mu Qian Shuang's match. They could guarantee that they would not die, but they could not guarantee that they would not suffer serious injuries. And since Mu Qian Shuang could let the 4 of them escape, she would definitely leave one behind. With the 5 of them running together, Mu Qian Shuang could not split herself, but she had to kill one today. Then, she randomly chose an unlucky one and charged forward, throwing Lin Xian to the side. Lin Xian rubbed the tip of his nose. In the surroundings, there were still some people guarding this place. They saw that the array formation had been broken by those experts, and now, that woman was chasing after another expert. Then, did that mean that they could now make a move on this man? He was only at the Heavenly Tao Realm 1 star. Furthermore, he did not have the time to set up an array formation. Fuck. Did I tell you to posture so much previously? Punk, let's see what you can do now. Die for me. A Heavenly Tao Realm 3 star charged at Lin Xian. And clearly, he was not in good condition because he had been fighting for a very long time. As for Lin Xian, he was already in peak condition. You are only a 3 star, yet you dare act so arrogantly in front of me. Lin Xian's eyes focused. Realm lowers domain, realm raises domain. Create laws. Second level of the Paramount Sage Heart Technique. Strength multiplied. Lin Xian immediately went all out. He did not hesitate to expend large amounts of his spiritual energy to forcefully suppress his 3-star Heavenly Tao realm to 1 star. Then, instantly. Chapter 1771. Perhaps it was truly impossible for others to insta-kill them. Even if you were a 2-star Heavenly Tao Realm Warrior, it would be very difficult to kill a 1-star Heavenly Tao Realm Warrior. However, this was only targeted at some special people, who were experts with powerful killing abilities. And Lin Xian clearly possessed such an ability. His attributes and martial techniques had such an ability. What? There were still people around. When they saw the 3-star Heavenly Tao Realm Warrior being insta-killed by Lin Xian in a few moves, they were dumbfounded. Escape was impossible. After Lin Xian released his domain, a 2-star Heavenly Tao Realm Warrior would be reduced to a 1-star Heavenly Tao Realm Warrior's cultivation level. With a spatial seal, he could forget about escaping for the rest of his life. Then, with Spatial Blast firmly hitting him, and with Lin Xian's strength, how was he to survive? Space was an extremely terrifying thing to rely on. Who said that Heavenly Dao Realm warriors were difficult to kill? To Lin Xian, as long as the disparity wasn't too great, he could kill them. But at the same time, Lin Xian's outburst drained a great deal of his spiritual energy. However, Lin Xian also knew that by easily killing a 3-star as a 1-star, he had already frightened the people who were secretly watching him. Others originally believed that Lin Xian had relied on an array formation, but now, from the looks of it, they were shocked. His strength was also that strong. Lin Xian swept his gaze across the crowd. Some of them even retreated. Trash! Lin Xian sneered. Swish, Mu Qianchuang's figure appeared beside Lin Xian as she looked at the 3-star Heavenly Dao Realm warrior's corpse. How long had it been? How long had she been gone? He had killed a 3-star Heavenly Dao Realm warrior. He ran. Lin Xian looked at her and asked. Killed him. Lin Xian, no, that's a Heavenly Dao Realm warrior. You killed him so quickly. Yeah. In a one-on-one situation, it was quite ridiculous for a Heavenly Dao Realm warrior to kill a Heavenly Dao Realm warrior. Most importantly, he had done it in such a short period of time. Impressive. Who was this woman? Why was he so strong? However, it was normal for the devil race to have such a strong member, just like how the human race also had such a strong member. It was just that Lin Xian hadn't encountered one yet. Otherwise, wouldn't this human be crushed by a single touch from the demon race? Thank you. Mu Qianchuang said to Lin Xian. Clearly, she was thanking Lin Xian for detoxifying her. If Lin Xian had not cured her of the poison, she would not have been able to continue her journey in the God-Beast Forbidden Ground, not to mention the danger that the 5 experts posed to her. He would definitely die here. We're even. Yes. Mu Qianchuang nodded. It's almost time. How many have you killed? Lin Xian asked. You should be the one with the most. Mu Qianchuang lightly said. I've only killed about 100 or so. It was as though 100 or so people were negligible against 15,000 people. But if one thought about it, everyone was killing. Furthermore, Lin Xian had killed so many that nearly all of them were at the Heavenly Dao realm. It was ridiculous. Yeah. Mu Qianchuang nodded. Hey, about that, who are you? Lin Xian asked Mu Qianchuang. You don't need to know. We've been through life and death together. We can be considered friends, right? As for me, you should know, right? It's fine if we just get to know each other a little, right? There's no need. Mu Qianchuang rejected. Lin Xian faltered slightly. What was this chick hiding from him? All right. Lin Xian then sat there. There's not much time left. Let's wait for it to end. Mu Qianchuang sat beside Lin Xian to recuperate. Why did she sit beside Lin Xian? Perhaps it was because she was protecting Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian had easily killed a Heavenly Dao Realm 3-star, but if he were to encounter someone stronger, something would still happen to him. And after all, Lin Xian had saved her. Although they did not owe each other anything, he had saved her life. Mu Qianchuang was still very grateful to Lin Xian. The final moment quickly passed. Suddenly, more than 100 bolts of lightning struck down from every direction. Following that, everything fell silent. These 100 or so bolts of lightning should have killed more than 100 people, leaving only 3,000 people alive. These 100 or so people should have had the worst results, so they were killed. Lin Xian pondered slightly. It was rather interesting. The Fey god Forbidden Ground was definitely controlled by an expert. Perhaps it was just a remnant soul, but it was definitely very powerful. A gigantic pillar of light appeared in front of him. The survivors entered the pillar of light one after another. Lin Xian and Mu Qian Shuang walked in as well. After entering, Lin Xian appeared in the white space once again. He was alone again. A voice sounded out of the void. Congratulations on obtaining first place in the trial of death. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, he had killed more than 100 people. Furthermore, there were many heavenly Dao and even a heavenly Dao realm 7-star. His first place was well deserved. The others might be constantly killing, but their efficiency was definitely not as high as Lin Xian's. What's the reward? Lin Xian asked. Life. Oh. Lin Xian frowned. Life? From this moment forth, you will have 72 hours of life. This is your reward for coming in first place. If you are unable to leave this place after 72 hours, you will remain here forever. Lin Xian, first place only has 72 hours? Lin Xian frowned. Second place only has 48 hours. Lin Xian, what about the lowest? 2,500 people only have 3 hours. Only 20 people have a lifespan of more than a day. Lin Xian, holy shit. Then what's the point of wasting time? Hurry up and send me out. Shua, Lin Xian then vanished. When Lin Xian appeared again, he was by the sea. And here, there were already tens of thousands of people waiting. Oh. Lin Xian frowned. It's likely that the people from the other passageways are here. From the looks of it, the people from the 12 entrances will be gathered here. Lin Xian pondered slightly. Not far away, a figure's gaze landed on Lin Xian. It was a woman in a blue dress. It was obvious at a glance that she was extraordinary. She only glanced at Lin Xian for a moment before shifting her attention away. That's right. She was the woman who came from Mount Tianyao under her master's orders to protect and find a way to bring Lin Xian to Mount Tianyao. At first, she also wanted to go to the same passageway as Lin Xian. However, when she arrived at the God-Fiend Forbidden Grounds, Lin Xian had already entered one of the passageways. She didn't know which one he had entered, so she just randomly entered one. Lin Xian activated his Eye of Cave Spirit. What were these people waiting here for? Did they not have a lifespan? That shouldn't be the case, right? Also, damn it. They had already come out from that passageway. Why didn't they encounter any halls? Logically speaking, they should be given some benefits. Chapter 1772. When Lin Xian saw Mu Qian Shuang walking over, he smiled and walked over. What's your rank? Lin Xian asked. Second. That's good. Is second 48 hours? Lin Xian asked. Mu Qian Shuang nodded. I'm in first place, 72 hours. Mu Qian Shuang nodded again. Her beautiful eyes looked at the other 10,000 people. Are these people the same as us? Mu Qian Shuang asked. I don't know. I just came out and didn't talk to them. Yes. But they look the same. Why did he say that? This was because Lin Xian overheard some of the conversations. They were asking about the time, and 90% of them had all sorts of impatient looks on their faces. That's right, they might have gone through completely different trials and dangers compared to Lin Xian and the others. However, in the end, they received the same thing as Lin Xian and the others. They all had a fixed amount of time to survive. Everyone, it's almost time. Let's not wait anymore. Although there are still many people who haven't come, we really can't wait anymore. An expert said in despair. Yes, everyone, let's go forward together. We really can't wait anymore. Everyone, let's go together. More and more people stood up and shouted in despair. Why was it like this? Lin Xian didn't need to think to know that these people didn't have much time left to live. What was everyone doing here? They stayed here to wait for the others to follow. Everyone knew how dangerous this place was, so it was safer for everyone to move forward together. However, for those who didn't have much time left to live, if they were to wait here and waste time here, then they would definitely die, so they were anxious. There were already so many people, there was really no need to continue waiting. If these people still wanted to wait, then they really couldn't wait any longer. Even if there was a lot of danger ahead, they still had to rush forward because there wasn't much time left. Who knew how long it would take for them to leave? Yes, this old man thinks it's about time. We should continue moving forward. An old man said. Yes, it's about time. There should be tens of thousands of people who haven't arrived yet. However, we already have so many people. It's enough. We can't afford to waste time. Then, let's set off. Then, everyone looked at the sea. Everyone, there must be a reason why airspace is forbidden in this area. Everyone, be careful. An expert said. Here, you can't fly, you can only jump. As for how high you can jump and how far you can jump, it depends on your own ability. But no matter what your realm is, as long as you can't break free from this restriction, you can't fly. You can only stand on the sea and walk forward. Therefore, they concluded that the danger must be in the sea, because they weren't allowed to fly, so they had to be careful. Let's go together. We can look after each other. I have the space. Since this place forbids flying, I think the space should be able to play a greater role. Lin Xian said to Mu Qian Shuang. It's not that Lin Xian is pestering her, but that this woman triggered the mission. Secondly, she is quite special. She saved Lin Xian and them. At the same time, Lin Xian really wants to know why she saved him. It's strange. If she isn't Xue Qilin, then why did she save me? She didn't say anything, nor did she say anything about my identity. Lin Xian felt strange. You say, she saved a stranger for no reason. Lin Xian doesn't think that such a thing will happen. What's more, Lin Xian doesn't think that she saved him because she fell in love with him. Okay. Mu Qian Shuang didn't refuse. Because Lin Xian saved her. At the same time, according to Mu Qian Shuang's current understanding of Lin Xian, he is capable. Although his realm isn't high, but he is capable. The woman looked at Lin Xian and Mu Qian Shuang with a frown. It's her. Her beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of understanding. Why is she with this Lin Xian? Is it because she has a purpose? No. But if I walk over, won't it be too obvious? Her master had told her to come here and get close to Lin Xian. Then, no matter what method she had to use, she had to bring him to Mount Tianyao without first mentioning certain things. But now, she is with Lin Xian. How should I get close to Lin Xian? The main thing is that if she is with Lin Xian, then it will look strange if I go over. Because that woman is too smart, she will definitely see something. Moreover, her identity is very sensitive. And if she takes the initiative to wait for this Lin Xian to come over, then the probability is not high. No. After weighing the pros and cons, Su Qining decided to go over. Otherwise, she may not be able to complete the mission given to her by her master. Then Su Qining walked over. Mu Qian Shuang's gaze also saw Su Qining. They know each other and are old rivals. Although they are both wearing veils, they can still recognize each other. Maybe they can recognize the smell on their bodies. Why are you here? Su Qining's target is Mu Qianshuang. It is very natural. Her purpose of greeting is to get close to Lin Xian. Mu Qianshuang frowned and looked at her. Then why are you here? Mu Qianshuang asked. Lin Xian, ding. Congratulations on triggering the mission. Mission reward, random divine level physique. Mission time limit, 3 months. Mission punishment, buzzer disappears. The current mission has been forcibly accepted. Lin Xian. Oh my god. What kind of situation is this? Lin Xian really hasn't triggered a mission for a long time. Lin Xian felt that it's about time. How many girls does he have? There are even a few that he hasn't won over yet. He hasn't really confessed yet. Lin Xian really doesn't want to go womanizing anymore. But, what's going on? What's going on? Isn't it just a trip to the Demon God Empire? Why did he trigger 2 quests? Mu Qianshuang is still okay. Lin Xian can still accept it. After all, she is a cold beauty with a temperament. Lin Xian likes this kind of beauty. But one is enough. Now another one has appeared. This Su Qining is clearly carved out from the same grind as Mu Qianshuang. Their personalities seem to be about the same. They were both cold and icy beauties. Moreover, they must be very proud and aloof. What should he do? Triggering 2 missions at once, Lin Xian really can't take it anymore. This is too difficult. Damn. Chapter 1773. Su Qining felt that Mu Qianshuang was unusual here. Similarly, Mu Qianshua also believed that Su Qining's goal here was definitely not simple. It couldn't be for the treasures of the Fey God Forbidden Grounds, right? Perhaps it was Lin Xian. It could be. This was because she believed that Lin Xian might be that senior's disciple and would be her future opponent. Then, as that senior's disciple, it was reasonable for Su Qining to come here. I'm just here to see if I can encounter any opportunities. Su Qining said indifferently. Me too. Mu Qianshuang said. This is. Then, Su Qining's gaze landed on Lin Xian before looking at Mu Qianshuang. I'm quite surprised that you have a man beside you. Lin Xian then smiled and extended his hand to Su Qining. Hello, hello. I'm friends with her. We might develop into a couple in the future. Mu Qianshuang. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. What nonsense was this bastard spouting? Oh. Su Qining looked at Mu Qianshuang. Just friends. We just met. Su Qining nodded without saying anything. Pretty sister, are you good friends? Lin Xian looked at Su Qining and asked. No. The two shook their heads in unison and said indifferently. Lin Xian was taken aback. Not friends. Just acquaintances. That wasn't right. Think about it. Even if they were just acquaintances and not friends, there was a high chance that they wouldn't come over to greet each other. At least, if they didn't meet and were extremely close to each other, they wouldn't greet each other. What's more, they were 2 top-notch experts and girls with such personalities. All the more they wouldn't come over to greet each other. Furthermore, Lin Xian used his eye of cave spirit to take a look. Oh my god. He couldn't see Su Qining's realm, which meant that her realm was likely Heavenly Dao Realm's 7 stars. Indeed, birds of a feather flock together. The kind of person, the people around them would be the same. However, Lin Xian wasn't sure if they were older or younger than Linglong Shui. It was hard to say. However, although Linglong Shui's realm wasn't as high, it was mostly because she had spent all her effort on cultivating the space. Yi Renbing's realm wasn't too high. She couldn't help it. Sometimes, the stronger the bloodline of the dragons, the faster their realm would increase. However, there was a definite point, and that was that the stronger their bloodline, the more difficult it would be to raise their cultivation by 1 star, and the greater the improvement they would receive after successfully advancing. To put it simply, if other people received +1 to all their stats, Linglong Shui and Yi Renbing would receive +2 to all their stats. This was the advantage of bloodlines. Why wasn't it certain that one's realm would rise quickly? Just like Lin Xian, the amount of experience he needed to level up was double that of a normal martial artist. Could it be said that Lin Xian was inferior to them? It couldn't be. Bloodline determined your combat power and the height you could reach. It didn't have much to do with your cultivation speed. Of course, it was impossible to compare the strongest with the weakest, right? Then let's go together. We can take care of each other. Lin Xian said. Lin Xian would definitely try to be with these 2 girls who triggered the mission. Along the way, it would be faster to gain the favor of these 2 girls than to do it one by one, right? No need. The 2 girls gave 2 different answers. Su Qining nodded her head. Mu Qian Shuang refused. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Let's go together. Lin Xian. Then let's go together. Mu Qian Shuang said. If it was before, she would have left without hesitation, but it was different now. The arrival of this Su Qining made Mu Qian Shuang feel that something was wrong. Coupled with Su Qining's special identity, Mu Qian Shuang felt that it was necessary to follow and see what she wanted to do. Su Qining obviously didn't want Mu Qian Shuang to follow, but she couldn't make it too obvious. She would wait and see. Then, since you know each other, beautiful sister, tell me about her identity. Also, what's your identity? I'm quite curious. Then we'll be friends in the future, right? We can take care of each other and get to know each other. Lin Xian said with a smile. You're friends with her, but you don't even know her identity. Su Qining looked at Lin Xian and asked. Mu Qian Shuang frowned. After all, we just met not long ago, right? Lin Xian said with a smile. Mu Qian Shuang didn't say anything and walked forward. Pretty sister, tell me about it. Lin Xian then said to Su Qining. You'll know. With that, she also walked forward. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. What was going on? Then Lin Xian also followed. A large group of people had already gathered here. Everyone, let's go. Let's go. Shua, then they all stepped on the surface of the sea and rushed forward. Lin Xian opened his eye of cave spirit and looked at the surface of the sea. At the moment, he couldn't see anything. Then the 3 of them also stepped on the surface of the sea and rushed forward. Beautiful sister, how much time do you have? Lin Xian asked. 72, Su Qining said lightly. The same as me. She looked at Lin Xian in surprise. This Lin Xian got first place. Su Qining didn't say anything more. They continued to walk forward. There were many people in front, and they were all very anxious. Because time was tight, they rushed forward at a very fast speed. Although they couldn't fly, everyone's realm was here, and their speed was very fast. In a short time, they were already very far from the coast. Slow down, let's slow down. There's no rush. Let the people in front dive first and scout the way for us. Isn't that better? Lin Xian said helplessly to the 2 beautiful girls. This is the advantage of having more time. Since we have more time, we have to make full use of it. The others don't have much time, and they can rush forward impatiently. They can scout the way for us. Their speed slowed down a little. The main thing was that they were like this. Moreover, when the two of them were together, they could compete. No matter what, they could compete. At this moment, many people stopped in their tracks. Look ahead. Their gazes were looking forward. In front of them, a huge monster appeared in the sea. It appeared on the surface of the sea. This huge monster looked a little like an octopus, but it was too big. Its entire body was in the sea, and the part that was exposed was probably close to 100 meters tall. Most of its hands were waving, and its entire body was blood red. It was extremely terrifying. Abyss disaster. Seeing this huge monster, some people recognized it. The moment they recognized it, their pupils suddenly shrank. Chapter 1774. Abyss Calamity was an extremely terrifying fey beast. It had a very top-notch bloodline. This bloodline might not be comparable to the void fox, dragon, phoenix, or qilin. However, it was an extremely terrifying existence. This was because the Abyss Calamity was extremely powerful. Apart from that, it might be an Abyss Calamity, but it was very likely that there was more than meets the eye beneath the sea. Furthermore, the Abyss Calamity had extremely powerful recovery abilities. Of course, no matter how powerful it was, it could still be killed. However, this Abyss Calamity's realm might exceed everyone present. It likely had a Heavenly Tao Realm 8-star cultivation level. And for an existence of this level, an 8-star Heavenly Tao Realm 8-star, in addition to its beast form and its special abilities, even with so many people present, it was probably not easy to defeat. Gulp, everyone gulped a mouthful of saliva. After all, Lin Xian did not have the ability to fight such a monster. Although he knew that the Abyss Calamity was very powerful, Lin Xian carefully thought about it. There were more than 10,000 people present. Furthermore, they were all at the Heavenly Tao Realm. There were also many Heavenly Tao Realm 7 stars. From Lin Xian's point of view, there should be nearly 100 Heavenly Tao Realm 7 stars, right? Although an 8-star Heavenly Tao Realm 7 star was powerful, with so many experts and so many means, it should not be a problem to deal with it. However, beside Lin Xian, Mu Qianchuang and Su Qining frowned. An Abyss Calamity at the Heavenly Tao Realm 8-star will be difficult to handle. Mu Qianchuang pondered. An 8-star Heavenly Tao Realm 7-star is 1 star higher than all of you. With so many people and means, can't you beat it? Lin Xian asked. Mu Qianchuang said indifferently, in the Heavenly Tao Realm, the first 7 stars are relatively easy to raise. There is an absolute divide between 7 and 8 stars. Even for races with powerful bloodlines like dragons and phoenixes, many of them will be stuck at the 8-star Heavenly Tao Realm their entire lives. Therefore, this Abyss Calamity at the 8-star Heavenly Tao Realm is very difficult to handle. There's such a matter. Lin Xian pondered slightly. Roar. The abyssal disaster let out a terrifying roar. Its huge tentacles covered the sky and the earth as they attacked. It casually slapped the sea surface, and a huge tsunami of several hundred meters in size rushed over. Run! Many people's pupils constricted when they saw this scene. Those who had reached the Heavenly Tao Realm were fine. Although the tsunami was filled with the power of the Abyss Calamity, it was ultimately not a power directly released by it. A Heavenly Tao Realm's defense was still able to withstand it. However, anyone beneath the Heavenly Tao Realm would probably be smacked to death if they were struck by the tsunami. Oh! Even if he didn't die, he wouldn't have a good time. Therefore, many people below the heavenly Tao realm subconsciously reacted by running. But, when they turned around to escape, red tentacles suddenly reached out from under the sea and wrapped around their necks, legs, or waists, dragging them down into the sea. It was quite strange. Lin Xian saw this scene, and so did many others. However, the people who were dragged down never came back up. It was truly strange. Think about it. It was just a tentacle. Even if it was related to the abyssal disaster, how strong could a tiny tentacle be? Why couldn't they escape? Furthermore, why did they suddenly turn silent after being dragged down? Logically speaking, if a powerful existence was dragged down into the sea, shouldn't they release a powerful strength to escape? However, it was as though they had died after being dragged down. They didn't release any strength at all. Everyone, don't run. Don't retreat. There are countless tentacles under the sea. They won't attack people who are standing still or walking forward, but if you retreat, they will attack. One of the experts yelled. Many experts who had thoughts of retreating suddenly stopped. Fuck. After being dragged down, there was no more movement from them. Who dared to retreat? The terrifying tsunami rushed over. Shua, Mu Qian Shuang and Su Qining both released a powerful force at the same time, wrapping Lin Xian in it and blocking the powerful tsunami. However, it was different for some people. Some people were directly slapped into the sea and then dragged down by the tentacles. Furthermore, there was a ban on flying. Everyone also understood why this sea region had a ban on flying. Lin Xian pondered slightly. It should be a ban on magic. Lin Xian. This tentacle should have the ability to ban magic. When it bound you, you wouldn't be able to use your spiritual power or demonic power. And for a warrior, if they couldn't use their spiritual power, their combat strength would be reduced by 95%. Therefore, they wanted to struggle, but they lacked the strength to do so. They could only be buried and completely dragged down into the abyss before dying. Everyone. An old man shouted loudly. There's not much time left. We really don't have much time left. While everyone is here, let's work together. Those of us who have less time are naturally pressed for time, but those of you who have more time, if we don't kill it, you will only be exhausted to death. Everyone, let's work together. This abyss calamity's realm might be stronger, but we aren't weak either. There are so many powerful heavenly Tao 7 stars existences. Let's kill it together while everyone is here. Otherwise, we won't be able to move forward. Yes, that makes sense. Everyone, don't hesitate anymore. If anyone hesitates or doesn't do their best, then the one to die will be each and every one of us. Let's do it. All right. Let's do it, oh. Shua, then, countless experts rushed towards the gigantic abyss calamity. As for those with relatively lower realms, they attacked from afar. Abyss calamity, water and thunder attributes, fear fire and ice. Everyone, attack. On the other side, Mu Qianshuang glanced at Lin Xian. Can you use your spatial attribute? Su Qining glanced at them. Lin Xian shook his head. I tried just now. I tried to use space to pass through the abyss calamity and continue forward, but I couldn't do it. Furthermore, Lin Xian had used his eye of cave spirit and did not see anything else. Therefore, it was clear that the only way to pass through this place was to kill the abyss calamity. Then there's no other way. Mu Qianshuang's beautiful eyes focused. She stretched out her hand and a sword appeared in her palm. Let's attack together, she said to Su Qining. Normally, she would be too lazy to speak nonsense and directly charge forward, but she still needed Su Qining's help. This also reflected how strong Su Qining was in Mu Qianchuang's eyes. Whoosh, the two girls rushed forward and joined the battle. Oh. Chapter 1775. Lin Xian scratched his head. He really didn't seem to be able to help much. A Heavenly Dao Realm 8-star had completely exceeded the level that Lin Xian could fight. If it was poison, Lin Xian thought for a moment. With his present ability, poison was definitely unable to poison an existence at this level to death. As for other abilities, there was really no other way. Holy shit. This realm was definitely an insurmountable gap. The main reason was that the difference in realm was too great. Icebound 1,000 miles. After Su Qining charged over, the sword in her hand emitted a blue light as she slashed at the abyss calamity and the surface of the sea. There was a burst of blue light as the entire sea surface within a radius of more than 10 kilometers or even further was frozen, including the gigantic abyss calamity. Well done. Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw this scene. It turned out that there was such a terrifying existence with the ice attribute among them. Lin Xian gaped. Holy shit. So powerful. This Miss Su Qining was also very powerful. Everyone, go all out. Kill it instantly. An old man shouted loudly. However, just as they were about to attack, the abyss calamity that was sealed in ice broke free from the terrifying ice seal. Su Qining stood on the ice surface with her brows tightly knitted. Let's try it together. Mu Qianchuang said. Yeah. The two of them once again emitted a powerful frost force as large snowflakes floated on the surface of the sea. Shua, two forces surged towards the abyss calamity. However, the abyss calamity's two gigantic tentacles blocked the two powerful frost forces. No. It's an 8-star Heavenly Dao Realm 8-star. Furthermore, it's an abyss calamity. Our strength isn't enough. Mu Qianchuang said with a frown. They definitely had the ability to fight across realms. Although it was nearly impossible to fight across realms at this realm, it was still possible to fight across realms. At this realm, the so-called crossing realms meant being able to defeat the opponent. Although they were very strong, their opponent was an 8-star Heavenly Dao Realm 8-star. There was a huge gap between an 8-star and a 7-star. Furthermore, this was an abyss calamity, an existence that belonged to ancient times. Its strength was terrifying. Roar! The abyss disaster roared angrily, and countless tentacles rushed into the sky. At the same time, the entire void became covered with dark clouds. The originally clear sky, at least the light was quite bright, but in an instant, it became as dark as night. Lightning flashed across a large area, lighting up this dark place. Lin Xian frowned. Not good. This lightning was obviously extremely powerful. At the same time, this place was restricted from flying. Moreover, they were standing on seawater, and water was conductive. Therefore, if this move landed, it meant that the seawater in this area would be filled with his powerful lightning power. It was too terrifying. Everyone, attack! Everyone rushed over. The battle was extremely bloody, but in Lin Xian's eyes, they couldn't cause any substantial damage at all. No, there was substantial damage. The most dazzling ones were Su Qining and Mu Qianchuang. They even cut off the tentacles of this huge abyss disaster, but this was the power of the abyssal disaster. Its tentacles grew back in just a few seconds. Fuck, who could withstand this? What could he do? What could he do? Lin Xian fell into deep thought. What could he do? These experts wouldn't die. It could even be said that many Heavenly Dao Realm 5 stars wouldn't die so easily, but the key point was that they were limited by their lifespans. They couldn't afford it. They had to think of a way to kill this abyssal disaster. Otherwise, they would die. Everyone would die. Rumble, terrifying lightning struck down in an unknown area. These lightning bolts didn't lock onto everyone. Instead, they fell randomly, blasting the ice surface, shattering it, and blasting into the seawater. The entire surface of the sea was surrounded by lightning. Screams of agony could be heard from all directions. Some of them were directly electrocuted and struck to death. Some of them were paralyzed all over and fell into the abyss, being dragged down by the tentacles below the abyss. Lin Xian released his powerful strength to defend against the lightning beneath his feet. Thankfully. Although this monster was powerful, when all the lightning was spread across the entire sea, the power of the lightning wasn't that terrifying. In front of him, some Heavenly Tao Realm 7 stars were directly killed. Although it was difficult for a Heavenly Tao Realm 7 star to die, the Abyssal Disaster's ability happened to have the effect of killing. Poison, paralysis, inability to use spirit energy, powerful strength, and then, save me. Save me. A Heavenly Tao Realm 7 star was bound by a gigantic tentacle of the Abyssal Disaster. It exerted more and more strength as his eyes began to protrude. He was a Heavenly Tao Realm 7 star and very strong. However, a Heavenly Tao Realm 8 star was even stronger. Furthermore, most importantly, when he was bound by the gigantic tentacle, he had already lost the ability to use his demonic powers. And without being able to release his demonic powers, how was he to escape from the tentacle? He had to release the strength of a Heavenly Tao Realm 7 star to escape. So, Su Qining charged over and sliced off the powerful tentacle. There was no need to save him, but why should she? This was because any Heavenly Tao Realm 7 star was an indispensable combat force on this battlefield. Lin Xian was thinking of a solution. He was truly helpless. There was really nothing he could do. Can I lower this monster's realm from a Heavenly Tao Realm 8 star to a Heavenly Tao Realm 7 star? Lin Xian pondered. This was because his realm-lowering domain ignored realms. As long as he had sufficient spirit energy, he could do it. Lowering the cultivation of a Heavenly Tao Realm 8 star by a Heavenly Tao Realm 1 star was impossible for others, but Lin Xian might be able to give it a try. This was because Lin Xian's spirit energy was extremely rich. And a Heavenly Tao Realm 8 star was just too powerful. Mu Qianchuang had said that the difference between 7 star and 8 star was a qualitative change. Then, if he lowered the Abyssal Disaster to a Heavenly Tao Realm 7 star, together with more than 100 Heavenly Tao Realm 7 star experts, they definitely had the ability to slay the Abyssal Disaster. Let's give it a try. Lin Xian made up his mind. So, Lin Xian charged over. After all, a domain had a range. Lin Xian's domain was unable to reach such a distance. So, Su Qining landed in front of Lin Xian. Retreat. She said faintly. No, I might have a solution. It's fine. It has so many targets. It won't land on me. I'll give it a try. Lin Xian said. Su Qining knitted her brows tightly. So, Lin Xian charged over. Come on. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He had even made some special preparations. Realm-lowering domain, open, for me, oh. Chapter 1776. A surging energy burst out from Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian's realm wasn't high, so this aura didn't seem like much. After all, he was surrounded by experts with higher realms than Lin Xian. However, after this energy burst out, the Abyss Calamity's aura decreased. It went from an extremely terrifying existence to, as though the aura from its 100-meter-tall body was slightly higher than a heavenly Tao realm 7-star. What's going on? Why did the Abyss Calamity's aura suddenly weaken so much? This Abyss Calamity seems to have become, not strong at all. Although it's still strong, its aura seems to be, at the Heavenly Tao Realm 7-star. It went from Heavenly Tao Realm 8-star to Heavenly Tao Realm 7-star. It's him. Many people's attention was focused on Lin Xian. Excitement. Now, apart from shock, they were also excited. Originally, they even thought that they might be finished. If they couldn't resolve this abyssal disaster in a short period of time, then their time would be delayed, and some of them might even die on the way. There was no need to mention the rest of the journey. But now, the Abyss Calamity's aura had been reduced to the Heavenly Tao Realm 7-star. This was a glimmer of hope. Mu Qianchuang and Su Qi focused their gazes on Lin Xian. He was only at the Heavenly Tao Realm 1-star, but his domain was able to reduce the Abyss Calamity's realm by 1 star. Wasn't this a little too exaggerated? To be honest, this was extremely exaggerated. If you were at the Heavenly Tao Realm 1-star, reducing a Heavenly Tao Realm 4 stars or even a Heavenly Tao Realm 5 stars by 1 star was still acceptable, but you reduced a Heavenly Tao Realm 8-star by 1 star. Lin Xian didn't feel good at that moment. So, Mu Qianchuang landed beside Lin Xian. Although she didn't wish to show too much, Lin Xian had saved her life after all. How is it? Bean-sized beads of sweat streaked across Lin Xian's cheeks. Hurry up and fight. I won't be able to last long. Yeah. So, then, feeling the hope of survival, everyone's fighting spirit soared, and they all rushed towards the abyssal disaster. Mu Qianchuang and Su Qining's ice seal made it difficult for the abyss disaster to break free. In a short period of time, Abyss Calamity was killed by the Heavenly Tao Realm 7 stars. That was right. It was that easy. Previously, the Abyss Calamity at the Heavenly Tao Realm 8 stars had left so many Heavenly Tao and Heavenly Tao Realm 7 stars helpless. If this dragged on, it would probably kill everyone. But now, it had died just because Lin Xian had lowered its realm by 1 star. You can imagine the difference between a Heavenly Tao Realm 7 star and an Heavenly Tao Realm 8 star. Great. That's great. After killing the abyssal disaster, those people revealed excited expressions. I really want to say, Mom, I miss you. This was too blissful. Originally, they were already in despair, but this person suddenly appeared and lowered the abyssal disaster's realm by 1 star, allowing them to win and survive. Of course, they were indeed grateful to Lin Xian, but not many people came over to express their gratitude to Lin Xian. They were all prideful. They were all experts, and in theory, Lin Xian had saved their lives. But if they went over and thanked him, wouldn't that mean they had to repay him? Wouldn't it be normal to give him a spirit artifact or a heaven and earth spiritual item? Then, it wouldn't be a problem if they didn't go over, right? Therefore, they chose the latter. They didn't go over. Right now, Lin Xian only felt dizzy and weak. He was severely exhausted and his spirit energy was completely empty. If not for his strong willpower, he would probably have fainted. But, Lin Xian's figure swayed. So, Mu Qianchuang landed beside Lin Xian and supported Lin Xian. She hurriedly took out a pill and stuffed it into Lin Xian's mouth. How are you feeling? She roughly knew Lin Xian's situation. He had overused his spirit energy and was severely exhausted. All he needed was rest. Lin Xian shook his head. I'm fine. I'm just a little weak. With that said, Lin Xian fell towards her. Mu Qianchuang subconsciously supported Lin Xian and did not let Lin Xian fall on her. Su Qianchuang looked at Lin Xian. No wonder Master wants him to go to Mount Tianyao. She didn't understand it before, but now, Lin Xian's strength was ridiculous. Just the power of this domain was enough to lower his cultivation by 1 star of the heavenly Tao realm by 1 star. It was ridiculous. In any case, she had never heard of anyone who could do this since ancient times. Although he seemed to be in a bad state now, if she thought about it carefully, wouldn't it be several times easier if he lowered his cultivation by 1 star of the heavenly Tao realm to 7 stars? Even if he didn't have enough spirit energy, it shouldn't be to this extent. Wouldn't he still have spirit energy left after lowering his cultivation by 6 stars? Su Qianchuang also landed beside Lin Xian. She could use this to get closer to him. I'm just exhausted. I'll be fine after some rest. Su Qianchuang took out a green leaf and handed it to Lin Xian. Ah! Lin Xian opened his mouth and gestured for her to feed it to him. Su Qianchuang didn't think too much about it. After all, Lin Xian probably didn't even have the strength to raise his hand, right? Then, she put the leaf into Lin Xian's mouth. Lin Xian closed his mouth and sucked on her finger. Su Qianchuang quickly pulled her hand away. Bastard! Did he do it on purpose? It didn't seem like it was on purpose, right? When a person was extremely tired, their brain might not work that fast. Furthermore, it was probably very tiring for him to even open his mouth, right? Therefore, it was normal for him to urgently want to shut his mouth, right? Ding! Deliberately taking advantage of a young lady. Adonis points plus 5,000,000. Lin Xian laughed inwardly. The others took a look. Holy shit! Who was this person? A heavenly Tao realm 1 star was actually protected by 2 beauties of that level. After all, they felt that regardless of the reason, Lin Xian was their savior. This was because without Lin Xian, it was really difficult for them to kill the Abyss Calamity. Wasting time was equivalent to expending their lives. Many of the others didn't come over. They directly charged forward. After all, there wasn't much time left. They had to quickly take a look. Was there an exit after killing the Abyss Calamity? Or rather, he had 2 choices. Either he continued to walk down, or he left. That was likely, right? After all, the Abyss Calamity was a heavenly Tao realm 8 star. They should be given a choice to leave, right? Thank you very much. Su Qianchuang looked at Lin Xian and said indifferently. Yes, this was how she wanted to get closer to Lin Xian. A life-saving grace. That was indeed true. Regardless of whether it was for her own reasons or her sincerity, this sentence was true. Chapter 1777. On this point, Mu Qianchuang really didn't doubt Su Qining's actions. After all, based on her understanding of Su Qining, she was a very similar person to her. The grace of a drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. This was something that could definitely be done. To put it simply, their 3 views were very correct. Perhaps some of their thoughts were different from others, but there was no problem with their 3 views. It's fine. Lin Xian sat on the surface of the sea and meditated. Then, he opened his eyes and shook his head. Su Qining's beautiful eyes looked into the distance. Those people had left. That's right, they didn't even come back to take a look. After saying a few words, they left directly. This was human nature. Lin Xian stood up. Let's go too. Are you in good condition? Mu Qianchuang asked. Lin Xian nodded. It's okay, let's not waste time. I can recover my strength on the way. Now, I just need to recover a little physical strength. Then they walked forward together. Thank you for saving my life. I owe you a life, Su Qining said to Lin Xian as she walked forward. Then how are you going to repay me for saving your life? Lin Xian grinned. Tell me, Su Qining said. In this case, Mu Qian Shuang shouldn't be suspicious, right? However, he did save her life. Mu Qian Shuang really didn't suspect anything. With her understanding of Su Qining, she was definitely a person who would repay kindness. Don't you all like to repay with your lives? It's the kind of person who is saved by others and then repaying with your life. Do you know how to do that? If you do, then I will be very happy. I will definitely accept it. I'm sorry, you can say something else. As long as it's something I can do, I will definitely do it. For example, spirit weapons, spirit objects of heaven and earth, or what do you want me to help you with? Su Qining said. And Lin Xian muttered to himself. I don't seem to lack anything. Su Qining was very annoyed now. Why did this Lin Xian have to meet Mu Qian Shuang? For example, now that this Lin Xian didn't know what he wanted, she could say that he could stay with her. When the time came, no matter what, this Lin Xian would probably agree. Then, she could directly bring him to Mount Tianyao. This way, she would be able to repay him and also complete the task given to her by her master. But now that Mu Qian Shuang is here, she is in a difficult position. The main reason was that Mu Qian Shuang's identity was rather special. Then you can keep it in mind. If you think of anything in the future, feel free to contact me. Su Qining said indifferently. Then how do I contact you? Shua, she threw something that looked like a mirror to Lin Xian. You can contact me at any time. All right. Lin Xian then looked at Mu Qian Shuang. Mu Qian Shuang frowned. Me too. Of course. Previously, we were even. I saved your life and you saved mine, right? But now, although I didn't do it, I saved your life again, right? Mu Qian Shuang nodded and then threw something to Lin Xian. People like them don't use QQ or WeChat. In fact, it's very convenient to have a mobile phone. But with a mobile phone, they can't get any signal here. However, I also saved your life again, right? Mu Qian Shuang thought of something. Ha! Lin Xian looked at her. Without you lowering your realm, we wouldn't have been able to kill the Abyss disaster and would have died here. But without us killing the Abyss disaster, you wouldn't have been able to pass and would have died, but it's mainly because of me, right? That's true. They walked forward. In front, they quickly left the sea and came to an empty place. Is it the Vice Hall? Their eyes looked at an incomparably huge hall in front of them. This was dozens of times bigger than the one Lin Xian and Mu Qian Shuang saw back then, so it might be the Vice Hall. It was almost impossible for it to be the main hall because it was the kind of place that couldn't be found. Only fated people could encounter it. But after some thought, they had encountered so many dangers along the way. They were probably more than halfway through the journey and would probably encounter the Vice Hall. Then, they walked over. Damn it! Why can't it be opened? This hall is blocking all paths. It seems that if we want to continue going deeper, we have to pass through this hall. But why can't the hall's door be opened? Some people were really anxious to death. At the very least, they could live for 3 hours. Now, 2 hours had passed, and they only had 1 hour left to live. Now, the only way for them to survive was that there might be a way out for them in this hall. But now, they felt terrible. They couldn't open it. The Heavenly Tao Realm's 7 stars had already used a lot of strength to bombard the door, but it didn't budge. They were really anxious to death. Everyone, don't use brute force. This should be the vice hall, and in my opinion, a special method is needed to open this vice hall. For example, did anyone obtain something special on the way here? Perhaps that's the key to opening this door. Along the way, there was only danger. We didn't encounter a single room or hall, so how can we say that we saw something special? That's right. Damn it. Have we really entered the door of death? Something. I have it. Lin Xian's voice suddenly sounded. Everyone turned to look at Lin Xian. It's you. They obviously recognized Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian had saved them. Lin Xian's eye of cave spirit could see a special point about the door. And in the hall, Lin Xian remembered that he had obtained something that seemed to be compatible with this place. It was probably the key to opening the door. That's great. Quickly take it out. An expert looked at Lin Xian. Take it out. Why should I take it out? Why should I take it out for you to use? Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, everyone frowned. Why? Are you pissed? Without me, do you think you can come here? Lin Xian lit a cigarette and began smoking silently. The two girls did not know what Lin Xian was up to. In that case, I won't waste any more time. I also hope that none of you will waste any more time. Each of you will hand over a heaven and earth spiritual item to me. I'll bring you in after handing it over. If you don't hand it over, I'm very sorry, but you won't be able to enter this hall. Punk, don't waste any more time. There's not much time left. If you don't say that, you can save 5 seconds. 5 seconds is still very precious to your 1-hour lifespan, right? Chapter 1778. What did Lin Xian lack? He didn't really care about spirit weapons, unless there was something particularly useful about them. As for the rest, Lin Xian actually wanted powerful martial techniques. Regardless of whether it was an amplification or an offensive martial technique, as long as it was powerful, Lin Xian wanted it. Other than that, he probably wanted better spirit stones or natural treasures, because some natural treasures were almost impossible to find in the outside world. Lin Xian liked alchemy and the like, so powerful natural treasures were indeed very useful. However, he could only take one item. Wouldn't it be a loss to take a natural treasure or a natural treasure? There were even level 8 medicinal pills here. How many natural treasures would it take to refine such a pill? However, it didn't matter. Let's see if Lin Xian could find something that caught his eye. What if it looked useless, but was actually very useful to Lin Xian? Lin Xian slowly paced around. The others were also quickly looking for what they wanted. However, they were clearly more hesitant because they could only take one item. Unless it was a treasure that satisfied them at first glance, they were very hesitant. Some good items were in their hands, but when they saw something else, they put it down again. Lin Xian first walked towards the area where the martial skills were displayed. Many people didn't even have the intention to slowly choose a treasure. They only had a few minutes left in their lifespan. How were they supposed to choose? They were just passing by, casually taking an item, and then quickly walking to the back to see if they could reach the exit. Lin Xian opened his eye of cave spirit and roughly scanned it. Other than seeing some mechanisms, the eye of cave spirit could also see the density of heaven and earth spiritual energy. For example, as long as you released heaven and earth spiritual energy, Lin Xian would be able to see the degree of heaven and earth spiritual energy released. Therefore, in a sense, Lin Xian could also rely on this to choose the strongest heaven and earth spiritual energy. But martial techniques and the like didn't release heaven and earth spiritual energy. Lin Xian closed his eye of cave spirit. There was also something that he should pay attention to. Martial technique, heaven and earth execution, Lin Xian muttered to himself. The grades of these martial skills were not low. Lin Xian glanced at them. Holy shit, the lowest grade was a heaven tier martial skill. Basically, they were all heaven tier and divine tier martial skills. There were even a few saint tier martial skills, but they had already been taken away by others. Lin Xian didn't care about these saint class martial skills because they might be of the highest grade. However, Lin Xian felt that the highest grade wasn't necessarily the best because this was the demon god forbidden ground. What are these? Oh. Some people had discovered some special pillars. There are actually powerful heaven and earth veins on them. This seems to be the most special thing here. So many. What is it? Many people looked over. Lin Xian also looked over. It was a very special item. Then, Lin Xian looked over. It was a very simple item. Every pillar seemed to correspond to a teleportation door. One could choose to enter, but if one chose to enter, one could not take anything from here. If you take something from here, you can't come in here. However, no one knew what this place was. Could it be an exit? It shouldn't be, right? One exit is enough. Why set up so many? It's a legacy. An expert said. What? Legacy? Everyone was secretly alarmed. That's right. These are all legacies. After you choose one, you will undergo a legacy test from the owner. If you pass the test, you will receive his legacy. If you fail, you will likely die. But there's still a path ahead. Why do we need to pass on their legacies? This wasn't the end, so why bother? Furthermore, they were all Heavenly Dao realm experts. Others might lack legacies, but these experts had no need for so-called legacies. However, we don't know how far we'll have to go, how much danger we'll have to face, and how much time we'll have to waste. If we can get out of here alive by getting the inheritance, isn't that a good idea? That makes sense. That makes sense. Let's go. Then, many people eagerly entered the various legacy passageways. There was no other choice. Those who entered were people who did not have much time left. They no longer had the time to consider this and that. Lin Xian pondered slightly. Should he go in? I suggest you not enter. Su Qining walked past Lin Xian and said indifferently. Why? Because you don't need it. She said. That's true. Lin Xian then took out a pill. What are you taking out? Lin Xian asked. A pill. Su Qining said. Clearly, she was someone who knew what was good for her. Lin Xian roughly scanned the area. Although there were quite a few good items, many of them did not catch Lin Xian's eye. Finally, Lin Xian chose a grade 9 pill, the 9 Revolution Soul Return Pill. This 9 Revolution Soul Return Pill was powerful. A grade 9 pill was the pinnacle of pills on this continent. This 9 Revolution Soul Return Pill was refined using dozens of top-grade heaven and earth spiritual items. Most importantly, it was a very useful pill. It was of little value to Lin Xian. What were its effects? Healing. However, the 9 Revolution Soul Return Pill's healing effects were extremely exaggerated. It was one of the best grade 9 pills. As long as one still had a breath in them, if they could consume the 9 Revolution Soul Return Pill in time, they would be pulled back from the brink of death even if they were at the Heavenly Dao realm. And if one was seriously injured and had no choice but to fight, consuming the 9 Revolution Soul Return Pill would allow one to be reborn from the ashes. To Lin Xian, this was no doubt a life-saving measure. Following that, they left the auxiliary hall and walked forward. At that moment, they heard a tragic cry behind them. Lin Xian and company turned their heads. A man who wanted to walk out with the crowd was struck by a bolt of lightning. His body instantly turned into dust and disappeared. Two things were left in the place where he disappeared. Humph. Insatiable greed. What a worthy death. An elder snorted coldly. Clearly, this person was hoping for a fluke. He had attempted to leave with the two items in the hall before he died. Not many people walked out together. As many of them did not have much time left, they chose to enter the various heritage passageways. As for those who walked out, only about 5,000 people remained. Everyone, we are the only ones left. Everyone's cultivation realms are generally very high. It will be even more dangerous later. We have to work together to survive. Chapter 1779. Working together was a must. But it was unknown how long they would need to work together. Everyone knew what was going on. But they had to wait until that time. Yes, let's work together. Right now, the most important thing for any of us is to survive. Only by surviving can we continue to explore the mysteries of this place. At present, it seems that more than half of us have left. The rest should be reaching the main palace soon. And, let's move forward. Lin Xian walked with Su Qibing and Mu Qian Shuang the entire time. He should be the happiest person in this trip. Damn, how could he not be happy? There were two beautiful girls beside him. So far, he had obtained some heaven and earth spiritual items and a 9th level pill. Lin Xian was not very satisfied. Therefore, he must find the main palace. He wanted to see what kind of place the main palace was. Perhaps, there is no main palace. Lin Xian suddenly muttered. It's possible. After all, this is the demon god forbidden area. It's not a place for one person. Perhaps the so-called main palace is a place where many more powerful experts stay. You came to the main palace. Su Qian Shuang looked at Mu Qian Shuang. You didn't. Mu Qian Shuang asked lightly. Yes. In fact, she was here for Lin Xian. But she couldn't tell her that she was here to bring Lin Xian back. Ahead, they walked into a place similar to a grassland. Everyone stopped. In such a place, generally speaking, the change of scenery directly corresponded to the arrival of danger. Everyone, pay attention. There may be danger. One of the experts shouted loudly. Rumbled that the entire ground shook. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. Everyone took out their spiritual weapons. In the distance, several demon beasts rushed towards them. One of them was nearly 100 meters tall, a titan giant ape. That's right, it was the titan giant ape that Lin Xian had killed in the Death Corner fighting arena. However, this titan giant ape was definitely not an ordinary being. The other was a black fox with 9 tails behind it. Its body was quite huge and looked quite scary. There was also a white crane-like demonic beast that was flying through the air. 3 Heavenly Tao Realm 8 stars. When these people felt this aura, their pupils shrank slightly. 3 Heavenly Tao Realm 8 stars. Furthermore, the strength of these 3 Heavenly Tao Realm 8 stars was not much weaker than the Abyss Calamity. It was just that their abilities were different. In terms of difficulty, the abyssal disaster might not necessarily be more difficult to deal with than these few. Firstly, the Titan Ape's terrifying defense and his cultivation level at the Heavenly Tao realm left these people in the dust. Secondly, everyone recognized this nine-tailed magic fox. It should be the strongest of the three because its ability was very exaggerated. In terms of combat strength, even in the entire demon clan, there were not many opponents. As for the other one, the firmament white crane, not to mention its other abilities, just its speed alone was not something that any of them could compare to. It was very tricky. Don't tell me we have to finish off these three demonic beasts before we can continue. This is practically asking us to die. 1 is fine, 2 is actually still acceptable. After all, this place doesn't limit emptiness, but 3. Heavenly Tao Realm 8 stars. All of them are existences of such strength. How are we to fight them? The crux of the matter is that our numbers are much lower than when we encountered the abyssal disaster. Our combat strength is also much lower. Instead, we have to fight 3 Heavenly Tao Realm 8 stars. How are we to fight? Fortunately, they don't have the powerful self-healing ability of the abyssal disaster. Those who are fast, deal with the firmament white crane, and those who are fast, deal with the Titan giant ape. We don't need to kill the Titan giant ape, just delay it. Once we've dealt with the others, we'll deal with the slower Titan giant ape together. Lastly, the stronger ones will fight the nine-tailed magic fox. Everyone, we can't relax. All right. The battle was about to begin. If this were in the past, many people would be slackers. They would do their best in the battle, while they would just make a symbolic move. As for whether they succeeded, that would be another matter. After all, they would be able to maintain a very good state and would not be injured. But now, they knew that they had to do their best. Everyone had to do their best because the moment anyone slacked off, the outcome would be total annihilation. Little brother, can you still lower the cultivation of a demonic beast by 1 star? If you can, let's quickly reduce one of them. An expert rushed to Lin Xian's side and asked. I can, but which one of you can quickly reduce one of your members? The firmament white crane has very low defensive capabilities. As long as we restrict its movements for a short period of time and lower its cultivation by 1 star, we can quickly kill it. Even if we can't, we can make it lose its combat strength. Alright, I'll leave it to you. Lin Xian. To Lin Xian, he had to do his best. Being able to destroy one ahead of time would reduce a lot of pressure. Supremacy Ji Xing, I'll have to trouble you to use all your strength to restrain that firmament white crane. This little brother needs to lower its cultivation realm. As for the rest, find an opportunity to kill it. The expert roared. Supremacy Ji Xing's eyes focused. All right. He knew that he would be injured. However, it did not matter if he was injured. If he did not do so, he might even die. Ladies, I'll have to rely on you to restrain it with your ice seals. The expert shouted to Su Qining and Mu Qianchuang. The 2 women surged with frost energy. Full power. Realm-lowering domain. Lin Xian directly used his domain on the firmament white crane. Men, protect this little brother. Another expert roared. Instantly, dozens of figures rushed to Lin Xian's side to protect Lin Xian. Begin the battle. Pudong, the powerful combat strength that everyone produced was extremely exaggerated. Even though the firmament white crane was considered very strong after being lowered to the Heavenly Tao Realm 7 stars, the strength that they produced was not weak either. The firmament white crane was blasted to the ground. Following that, countless powerful forces slammed into its body, killing it. There was no other way. They were very strong, but they were not weak either. Think about it. They were all Fae. How could they be weak if they could be raised to the Heavenly Tao Realm 7 stars? The only difference between them was that they had taken human form while the three Fey beasts had not. Fey beasts that did not take human form had the strength to crush those that had taken human form. However, their numbers were still there. Furthermore, the firmament white crane no longer had the advantage of a higher cultivation realm. Pudong, Lin Xian staggered backward before collapsing to the ground. Too tiring. Too fucking tiring, oh. Chapter 1780. Everyone was abnormally excited. Holy shit. Thankfully, there was such a punk. If not, there would be fucking trouble. Although the remaining Titan Ape and Nine-Tailed Magic Fox were powerful, with one less Heavenly Dao Realm 8-star, the pressure on them was greatly reduced. Most importantly, they were short of a Speed-type Heavenly Dao Realm 8-star Fey Beast. This Speed-type Fey Beast was the most troublesome attribute for them. Even if it was not as easy to deal greater damage to them as the other two, its speed would harass them, making them feel extremely uncomfortable. Men, continue protecting that lad. Let him recover his spiritual energy and stamina. Then, continue lowering the realms of the other Fey beasts. An expert bellowed. Clearly, Lin Xian had become the father in their hearts. They knew that a Heavenly Dao Realm 8-star Fey Beast was extremely difficult to deal with, but they also knew that Lin Xian had the ability to do so. The simplest method was for them to delay and wait for Lin Xian's stamina and spiritual energy to recover. Then, he would lower the realms of the other Fey Beasts before they killed him. This way, their losses would be greatly reduced. Furthermore, it was the simplest method. Lin Xian expressed, "Fuck you." However, he did not seem to have a solution. This was because Lin Xian indeed needed to rely on these people's combat strength to clear the level. Then, Lin Xian rapidly recovered his spiritual energy. The most ridiculous thing was that there were constantly experts coming over to give Lin Xian all sorts of pills and spiritual items to recover his stamina and spiritual energy. There were even experts who directly instilled spiritual energy into Lin Xian, allowing Lin Xian to recover his spiritual energy faster. Lin Xian felt rather comfortable. However, these people had their own goals. Lin Xian knew that, but their goals were the same as Lin Xian's. There was no conflict. Ah, screams of agony rang out one after another. Too strong. Is it not done yet? An expert had his body pierced by the Nine-Tailed Magic Fox's 9 tails, instantly killing him. How can it be that easy? Hold it out a little longer. Don't engage in a head-on battle with the Nine-Tailed Magic Fox. Trap it and try your best to hold it back. I can't hold on, another cultivator screamed as he released a powerful defensive spirit power. However, the Nine-Tailed Magic Fox was also very fast. Its 9 tails instantly shattered his defensive spirit power and stabbed him to death. The Nine-Tailed Magic Fox is erupting with a powerful force. Everyone, come and block it. The Nine-Tailed Magic Fox howled at the sky. Black lightning poured into her body, and a terrifying power wrapped around her body. Quick! Whoosh! Su Qining and Mu Qian Shuang also rushed forward. Lin Xian opened his eyes. As expected. The strength of these two girls should be ranked first or second among all the people here. Whether it was before or now, they were not using their full strength. Perhaps even without Lin Xian's attribute reduction, they would have had a chance to slay the abyssal disaster. Just like now. Perhaps they did not want to weaken Lin Xian any further, or perhaps they did not want to owe Lin Xian any more favors. Since they had the ability, they thought that it was time for them to lead Lin Xian or return the favor. Therefore, the two charged at the two Fey beasts. Su Qining charged at the nine-tailed magic fox while Mu Qian-shuang charged at the titan ape, which had an extremely powerful defense. Following that, two terrifying auras rose into the sky. Holy shit! Lin Xian was secretly astonished. These two girls really know how to act. They are so ridiculously strong, but they were still. However, it was true that Mu Qian-shuang was injured previously. She was indeed unable to erupt with such terrifying power. However, it was her fault for not erupting with such power when facing the abyssal disaster. Fuck. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have exhausted myself. Lin Xian shrugged helplessly. What? Who are these two people? The strength they erupt with is enough to slay a heavenly Dao Realm 8-star. Although it's only temporary, there aren't many heavenly Dao Realm 7 stars in the entire Fey race who can slay a heavenly Dao Realm 8-star. Furthermore, they are so young. Could it be that they are from those factions? From the strength they erupt with, it doesn't seem like they are dragons or phoenixes. For them to be so strong, could they be those few? Hiss, what are they doing here? If that's the case, who is that heavenly Dao Realm 1-star man? After all, these two women are by his side. Pudong, Su Qining's sword slashed off the nine-tailed magic fox's 9 tails one by one. They were very strong, but as mentioned before, the gap between a heavenly Dao Realm 8-star and a heavenly Dao Realm 7-star was huge. They were definitely unable to insta-kill it, but if they could persist, they still had a chance of slaying it. Their combat strength was still extremely terrifying. Lin Xian was comfortably recovering his spiritual energy. Who were these two women? Mu Qianshuang's words had inexplicably saved him. Lin Xian felt that something was amiss. Su Qining's words did not reveal anything special about him. Seriously. Under the lead of these two women, the remaining two powerful existences were slain. Although their losses were also very heavy, the majority of them had survived. Quick! Let's move forward. Time slowly passed and everyone's time was gradually running out. There was not much time left for them to exchange pleasantries. Furthermore, they had passed through here because of someone else, so they did not wish to speak any nonsense and directly charged forward. They believed that in front of them was another auxiliary palace, or that they were not far from the main palace. Oh. That should be the case. They had already experienced so many dangers, so it was time for them to encounter something truly good. Therefore, the reason why they rushed over was because they wanted to fight for the treasures. Lin Xian stood up. So you are that powerful? Lin Xian looked at the two women. Let's go. They did not speak further. Hey, wouldn't that make me look stupid when dealing with the Abyss Calamity? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Not really. The Abyss Calamity has an extremely strong self-healing ability. With our strength, it's basically impossible to kill it when it's at Heavenly Dao 8 stars. Therefore, we still need your realm to be lowered. Upon hearing Mu Qianshuang's words, Lin Xian felt a little better. Alright. Let's go. I believe we will encounter something truly good in front. Then, Lin Xian and company walked forward together. In front of them, as expected, there was a huge palace. This palace was twice as big as the one they had encountered before. No, there was more than one. 2 auxiliary palaces. Upon seeing this scene, everyone became even more vigilant. Just the appearance of 2 here was enough to make them feel apprehensive. Did it mean that one of them was very dangerous? Chapter 1781. Lin Xian's eye of cave spirit could not tell anything because the 2 halls were sealed. Lin Xian could only tell that the two halls emitted spiritual energy fluctuations. Why don't we enter one in a batch? An expert suggested. My suggestion is for everyone to enter together. From my point of view, one of the two halls might be safe while the other might be dangerous. However, there's no way to tell. It's safer if we enter together. Isn't that so? It depends on everyone's choice. If someone wants to go to the one on the left or the one on the right, we can't force them to go together, right? Let's split up. It depends on everyone's wishes. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's do it that way. Some of them were secretly sizing up Lin Xian and the other two. This was because along the way, everyone could tell that the one-star heavenly Dao realm Lin Xian was rather powerful. The other two women were even stronger. With them around, it was rather safe. If they were to choose which hall to enter, they would be willing to follow the trio. Let's go. Su Qining said lightly before walking towards one of the halls. They opened the door to one of the halls as Lin Xian looked over with his eye of cave spirit. Don't enter. Lin Xian whispered. Oh. We can't enter this one. Let's take a look at the other one. Lin Xian said. They did not know why Lin Xian would say such a thing, but along the way, Lin Xian had indeed shown the ability to convince them. They chose to believe in Lin Xian. Then, they walked to the other hall. The others were puzzled. What was the meaning of this? Was this one dangerous? So they chose the other one. They were not sure. However, they had just pushed open the door and had yet to see anything clearly. Why did they choose the other one? It was truly odd. Then, Lin Xian walked to the other hall and pushed open the door. Odd. It still doesn't work. Lin Xian. The eye of cave spirit did not need to see clearly what was inside. Lin Xian only needed to know that if he looked inside, it would be a dead end. He didn't see any danger. Lin Xian only knew that entering these two halls was a dead end. Then think about it, if it's a dead end, what's the point of walking in? Let's not talk about whether or not there would be danger after walking in. If you entered a dead end, then even if you could walk out, then what? Moreover, from Lin Xian's point of view, this dead end was a dead end. It wasn't as simple as there being no exit. Little brother, what do you mean by this? None of you are going in. Lin Xian's performance surprised them and made them panic for no reason. Lin Xian said, "It's nothing. I'm just not sure which one to enter." They felt that what Lin Xian said made sense. There's no need to hesitate. We can't see anything anyway. Let's just go in. How could they have known that Lin Xian had the ability to see through all this? Then we'll go in first. It's estimated that there will be danger after we go out. When the time comes, I hope that if anyone goes out first, you can wait for us. We can only go further if we work together. And then, they didn't think too much about it. Although following Lin Xian and the other two might be safer, they were all experts. They felt that Lin Xian and the other two would definitely enter one of the two halls. Then, those people didn't follow any rules. They just followed their intuition and entered the two halls. Why? Mu Qian Shuang looked at Lin Xian. If it was anyone else, they would definitely be too lazy to care. But this Lin Xian's words, they still had to respect it. Lin Xian said, "These two halls are dead ends. There are no exits. You think that at this time, we'll enter a place with no exits, right? No exits. Then where else can we go besides these two halls? Don't tell me we're going to go here." Su Qining pointed to the front. Lin Xian and Mu Qian Shuang looked over. When did this appear? Lin Xian was dumbfounded. What happened? Originally, the path between the two halls had an end. At the end was a mountain. Everyone knew that although it was a mountain and they could fly over, there was obviously a barrier preventing them from flying over. But now, the mountain was gone. The path led to the distance. What was the most exaggerated thing? There was a small sign on the side of the road. There was an arrow on the small sign. The arrow pointed to the front and there were two words written on it, Main Hall. Lin Xian. What the fuck? What the hell? Could it be like this? Main Hall. Mu Qian Shuang frowned. It wasn't like this just now. After everyone went in and only we were left, this place became like this. Su Qining said. Even Lin Xian and Mu Qian Shuang didn't notice it. It changed silently. Then it might be the real main hall. It seems that there is a force that has been paying attention to us. Maybe this force saw that everyone else went in and then saw us as the fated ones and asked us to go to the main hall. Lin Xian said with uncertainty. No matter what, this was a dead end. Then they must be right to take this path. Be careful. It might be a trap. Mu Qian Shuang reminded. It's okay. I'm watching. Lin Xian opened his eye of cave spirit the entire time. They didn't quite understand Lin Xian's meaning, but they could roughly guess that his eyes should have some special ability. However, would this special ability be useful in such a place? They couldn't be sure. The three of them walked over. Soon, they came to a place with a different world. This is the main hall of the God-Beast Forbidden Ground. There shouldn't be many people who came to the main hall. Lin Xian directly pushed open the huge hall. There was no danger. At least Lin Xian didn't see any danger with his eye of cave spirit. There's no danger. Come in. Lin Xian said. At this moment, Lin Xian turned his head. He didn't know when the two women had suddenly disappeared. Lin Xian frowned. Then, he took a deep breath and walked straight in. From Lin Xian's perspective, he came to a very barren place. This was no longer the main hall. Use whatever means you have. If not, then just get straight to the point. Don't waste time. Lin Xian said. Shwadat at this moment, a light pillar suddenly lit up on his right. Shwa shwa shwadat at the same time, dozens, hundreds, and thousands of light pillars of different colors rose into the sky. Lin Xian frowned. What the hell is this? Lin Xian then walked toward one of them. Chapter 1782. When Lin Xian walked over, he reached his hand into the light pillar. So that was it. He knew what this was. It should be a legacy. Other than this light pillar, all the other light pillars were legacies. This also proves something. For example, the god-demon Forbidden Ground did contain the will of many powerful experts in the past. And now, with so many light pillars lit up, it was likely that they were all satisfied with Lin Xian. They were willing to give Lin Xian their legacies, even though Lin Xian was a human. But Lin Xian was not willing. It was not that he did not want those powerful legacies, but Lin Xian felt that they were not powerful enough. At the very least, these lights were definitely not the strongest in the Fey God Forbidden Grounds. Since they were not the strongest, Lin Xian was not interested in them. Therefore, Lin Xian continued walking forward. Are there any more powerful legacies? Lin Xian mumbled as he walked forward. It wasn't that they weren't powerful. It was just that when all of them were gathered together, even if they were powerful, in Lin Xian's personal perspective, they were just a so-so. At the very least, they weren't the strongest here. Soon, Lin Xian came to a position. Using his eye of cave spirit, he saw that he was very far away from the light pillar behind him. "If there's no more, let me out," Lin Xian said calmly. He knew that he was being watched by some people right now. Was this the main palace? Lin Xian did not think that this was the main palace. No, he did not think that this was the main palace. Perhaps he had not received the recognition of the god-demon Forbidden Ground. In that case, Lin Xian could not be bothered to choose the power of others. "Then send me out." "Don't tell me that you won't send me out even though I'm already here," Lin Xian said. What an arrogant kid. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Lin Xian looked ahead. His eye of spiritual insight was actually unable to see it. A man was sitting there. Clearly, this was a soul body, or perhaps a remnant soul of a single thought. His appearance could not be seen clearly. His entire person seemed to be shrouded in a black robe. But from his voice, he seemed to be in his 30s. A person who might have been relatively young in the past was actually the boss of the god Yao Forbidden Ground. One should know that this was the demon god Forbidden Ground. It was a place where many experts of the demon race had fallen and entered. Those experts could only leave their inheritances in the form of a ray of light. They did not even have a soul body. However, this young man had a soul body. That was enough to show the gap between him and the others. It's not that I'm crazy. It's just that I'm like this. I want the best in everything I do. Otherwise, I'd rather not have it. Lin Xian looked at that person and said, "This is enough to see how high your standards are for yourself." The man stood up. "No, it's not a requirement. It's just that I don't think it's that useful to me if it's not strong enough." "Then, in your eyes, what kind of power is considered strong?" "Lin Xian, at the very least, it has to give me the ability to fight across realms. Furthermore, it has to be the ability to fight across realms at the Heavenly Tao realm. You already have it. But who would complain about having too little of such power? Humans, there are some powerful ones that aren't that easy to fuse with." The man pondered for a moment. Clearly, he was very satisfied with Lin Xian. "For example, it's possible to give me a martial technique or cultivation technique." Lin Xian grinned. Shwa, a black beam of light shot towards Lin Xian's glabella. "Don't resist it. This mental cultivation technique should be the complete opposite of the mental cultivation technique you possess. Let's see if you can accept it. If you can, then you and this sovereign are considered fated." Lin Xian sensed the power that surged into his body. It was very uncomfortable. What was uncomfortable was not the physical feeling, but the mental torment. Lin Xian's mental cultivation technique was the Paramount Sage mental cultivation technique. It could be said that it was a cultivation technique that focused on defense. And now, the mental cultivation technique that surged into Lin Xian's mind was the complete opposite of the Paramount Sage mental cultivation technique Lin Xian cultivated. It was a mental cultivation technique that focused on killing. Under normal circumstances, a person could only cultivate in one mental cultivation technique. At most, they could cultivate in two mental cultivation techniques that were similar in concept. As for Lin Xian, if he were to forcefully cultivate in two completely opposite mental cultivation techniques, he would, in theory, either become an idiot or suffer from qi deviation. Of course, if his willpower was firm enough, it was not impossible to cultivate in two completely opposite mental cultivation techniques. It was just that in theory, it was best not to do so. And this man clearly knew Lin Xian's Paramount Sage mental cultivation technique, but he still gave Lin Xian the completely opposite mental cultivation technique. Either he was being irresponsible, or he believed that Lin Xian had the ability to withstand it. Plop. Lin Xian's body half knelt on the ground. His expression was extremely ugly. If it was just purely accepting this mental cultivation technique, Lin Xian would not have any problems. But his mental cultivation technique and this mental cultivation technique were incompatible. Ka ka ka. Lin Xian's hand pressed against the yellow soil on the ground, gripping it tightly. The ground was forcefully crushed by Lin Xian's grip. Lin Xian's face and neck were blue veins popping out. It was obvious that he was in great pain. What was uncomfortable was the indescribable feeling in his heart. The man stood there and looked at Lin Xian indifferently. "It's not bad," he muttered to himself for a moment. After a long time, plop. Lin Xian lay on the ground, sweating all over and gasping for breath. Success. He had successfully allowed his heart to accept this power. At the same time, it did not mean that it was compatible with the Paramount Sage mental cultivation technique, but at least it could coexist. "Why did you give me this kind of power? This is not the power that I have been holding on to." Lin Xian gasped for breath. "What you have been holding on to is nothing more than protection." "Yes." Lin Xian stood up. "Then your power is protection. Why can't this power that you have received be protection?" Lin Xian frowned. "Even if it is killing, if it is to protect, can this killing be considered killing in the true sense?" Lin Xian pondered for a moment. "What you said makes sense. Since you can accept this mental cultivation technique, then you are qualified to cultivate some of this sovereign's powers. It is not an inheritance. It is just an inheritance of the West and martial arts. You can rest assured." Lin Xian nodded. "Come with this sovereign." Shua. With a flash of light, Lin Xian followed him to a place that was more like a small world. "Comprehend the stars. This will be your greatest reliance in the future." In the void, there were many stars. Lin Xian sat on the ground. The man placed his hand on Lin Xian's head. Chapter 1783. After a long time, Lin Xian opened his eyes. The moment Lin Xian opened his eyes, the stars in the sky suddenly flickered. Starfall. Lin Xian leaped into the air and unleashed a terrifying power. Boom! Many of the stars in the sky exploded with a powerful force, and then bombarded down. Rumble! The entire ground shook. Lin Xian opened his eyes and felt his spiritual energy being sucked dry. Looking at the destroyed scene around him, he couldn't help but be shocked. This martial technique was so powerful. Most importantly, this wasn't an ordinary martial technique. It was a martial technique that borrowed the power of the sun, moon, and stars. What was the most powerful force in this world? It wasn't space or time. As long as one's realm hadn't reached a certain level, time and space weren't that powerful. Because there was something even more powerful, and that was nature. Naturally, it was the power of the sun, moon, and stars. And it was the true meaning of the sun, moon, and stars. Some people seem to be able to obtain these powers in a short period of time. Although it seemed like that, it wasn't the true meaning of the sun, moon, and stars. As for the meteor fall technique that Lin Xian had just unleashed, it seemed as though it was truly unleashed by borrowing the power of the stars. And it was extremely powerful. Apart from that, the range was also ridiculously large. Lin Xian let out a long sigh of relief. 1,300 stars. You're still far from it. The man said indifferently. Obviously, with Lin Xian's current strength, he could only mobilize the power of 1,300 stars in the sky to explode. How many stars at most? Lin Xian asked. As many as there are in this universe. Lin Xian. Really? The man smiled and said, "Cultivate well. You're not really the fated person with this sovereign, but since you've come this far, I'll leave this mental cultivation method and this limitless martial technique to you. I hope you can use this power to look down on others in the future. As for the other martial techniques, once you've comprehended this mental cultivation method to a certain extent, you'll naturally obtain them." Shua, then, the man waved his hand and Lin Xian disappeared. Wait, Lin Xian disappeared before he could finish speaking. No, at the very least, he wanted to know who this man was. In a place like the demon god Forbidden Ground, he could look down on everyone. He must have been an extremely powerful existence in the past. Lin Xian looked around. Where was this? This didn't seem to be the demon god Forbidden Ground, but it wasn't the entrance either. Perhaps it wasn't far. He directly sent Lin Xian out. As for the treasure, Lin Xian did not get it, but it seemed like he had gotten the strongest thing in the god-beast Forbidden Ground. This powerful limitless martial skill, and the evil god's mental cultivation method. Evil god, is he an evil god? Lin Xian did not know this name. Obviously, Lin Xian's knowledge was not enough, and it might have been too long ago. The evil god's mental cultivation method was also a mental cultivation method, similar to the sage mental cultivation method, but it would give Lin Xian a power called the evil god's force. Lin Xian opened his hand, and a black power wrapped around his palm. Once this power was activated, Lin Xian's will would be eroded. To put it simply, when Lin Xian used this power, he might gradually lose himself due to the battle and some of his emotions. Perhaps Lin Xian could not fully control this power. As for how much it would increase, Lin Xian had used it before, but he could not be sure. The evil god's mental cultivation technique didn't have many levels, just a single level. It seemed to increase according to Lin Xian's enlightenment, negative emotions, and rage points. The angrier he was, the stronger the evil god's mental cultivation technique would become. As for how strong it would be, Lin Xian could not be sure, but this meteor martial skill was really powerful. Phew, I guess I did get something, but I didn't get any top-grade spiritual tools. But that's not important. I wonder what Mu Qian Shuang and Su Qining got. They had walked to the main hall with him, but they were forcefully separated. Obviously, they must have gotten something powerful. Whoosh! At this moment, a light flashed, and Su Qining's figure appeared beside Lin Xian. "Hey, how was it?" Lin Xian quickly asked. She looked at Lin Xian. "Not bad, I didn't come in vain," Su Qining said calmly. Then she looked around, obviously looking for Mu Qian Shuang. "She hasn't come out yet." Lin Xian nodded. "Come with me to a place," Su Qining said. "Ah. Where?" "You've been there before." Lin Xian knew that her purpose was not pure. The main thing was that although it seemed natural for her to get close to him, Lin Xian thought that the development between them was too fast. It was not about their relationship, but just talking. She would accept anything. At first, Lin Xian thought that she got close to him because of Mu Qian Shuang, but now he did not think so. "I've been there before. Other than the death arena, I've only been to Mount Tianyao." "It's Mount Tianyao." Lin Xian frowned. "Mount Tianyao. Let's go." Su Qining, so smooth. This was easier than she thought. And why did Lin Xian want to go? Damn. He wanted to ask that senior and see what was going on with Linya. He had to go. As for why she wanted him to go to Mount Tianyao, Lin Xian didn't know and didn't care. But it couldn't be a bad thing. Then, Su Qining disappeared with Lin Xian. As for Mu Qian Shuang, Lin Xian believed that nothing would happen to her. "Hey, why are you looking for me? Lin Xian asked as they hurried. You'll know when we get there. Su Qining said indifferently. Don't tell me you want us to get married. Ha ha ha. Lin Xian joked. Su Qining did not answer. Oh. That. Who is Mu Qian Shuang? You know, she won't tell me. Tell me. After all, they were all triggering missions. Lin Xian definitely had to understand. Her. She might be your future opponent. Ha. Lin Xian scratched his head. My future opponent? What do you mean? Mount Tianyao's enemy for tens of thousands of years, the Holy Maiden of the Forbidden Land of Holy Thunder. Forbidden Land of Holy Thunder. Never heard of it. You can think of it as one of the top forces in the entire demon clan, as famous as Mount Tianyao. Lin Xian, that seems to be within our expectations. After all, her realm was so high. Then why do you say that I might be her opponent? You might know when you go to Mount Tianyao. I'm not sure about the specifics. I need Master to tell you. Ha! Your master asked me to go. Su Qining, she quickly said, no, I like you and asked you to go. You want to hit on me. Chapter 1784. Su Qining clearly knew that Lin Xian had misunderstood something. What I meant by taking a fancy to you is not that aspect, but your potential and so on. It's because I took a fancy to you in this aspect that I recommended you to Mount Tianyao. Perhaps it will bring you great opportunities. Su Qining said. In any case, her master had said that she should try her best not to tell Lin Xian that she was the one who wanted Lin Xian to go over. That was why Su Qining told Lin Xian that she was the one who had taken a fancy to Lin Xian and wanted Lin Xian to go to Mount Tianyao. I see. I thought you fell in love with me. Lin Xian sighed. Then I won't go. Su Qining, was there something wrong with this person? Up to you. How could Su Qining spoil Lin Xian? Although it was a mission given by her master, she couldn't stand such a lowly person. She didn't like him, so he wouldn't go. Who could withstand this? Hey, I'm just joking. Lin Xian smiled awkwardly and then hurriedly chased after Su Qining. You mean, I'm going to Mount Tianyao to become the disciple of your master? Lin Xian asked. It's possible. Su Qining said. Then what if I refuse? Up to you. All right. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. Soon, Lin Xian arrived at the foot of Mount Tianyao. This place was nothing special from the last time Lin Xian came here. You said that Mount Tianyao is a faction. I've been here before. There seems to be only one top-notch expert in Mount Tianyao. Does Mount Tianyao have other headquarters? Lin Xian asked. You'll know later. Follow me. Su Qining brought Lin Xian to the mountain. Master, Qining brought someone. Su Qining said respectfully. Lin Xian had been to this place before. Previously, he had stayed here with Linglong Shui. This seemed to be the front yard of Mount Tianyao. The voice of a very noble woman came from the hall in front of him. This woman should be Su Qining's master. Lin Xian then cupped his fists and said, Junior Lin Xian greets Senior. Junior has visited Senior once before. Yes. A voice came from the hall, and Lin Xian saw a figure slowly walk out. Beautiful, noble, indescribable. Perhaps this represented her true status and strength. The moment she walked out, it was as if the heavens and earth were overshadowed. Although she was wearing a veil, Her white dress made her seem as if she was one with the heavens and earth. In Lin Xian's eyes, Su Qining was already very good. Her temperament was top-notch, but when this woman came out, Su Qining was still inferior. There was a substantial difference. Ding! Congratulations on triggering the mission. Mission reward, unknown. Mission penalty, none. Mission time limit, 3 months. Lin Xian, no way. This woman also triggered a mission. How could Lin Xian hold a bowl of water evenly? Yes, this woman looked invincible and beautiful, but Lin Xian felt that he couldn't do it. This was an existence that was a senior even in front of Linglong Shui. Fuck. Who could withstand this? Master. Su Qining bowed respectfully. Yulioli's beautiful eyes swept over Lin Xian. Sit. She sat on the stone bench. Lin Xian also sat down. Su Qining poured tea for them. This. Senior, I wonder why you called me here. Lin Xian asked. In fact, whether it was Su Qining who liked him, Lin Xian, or this senior who called him here, Lin Xian probably knew. He felt that it was more likely this senior. Su Qining stood awkwardly at the side. Was she exposed? I'll give you a chance to become stronger. Let's see if you can grasp it. Lin Xian nodded. Of course I can grasp it. So, your choice is to give it a try. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, of course. N. Yulioli nodded and stood up. Schwa. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted. Lin Xian had just picked up the cup of tea when his entire body fell to the ground. The cup of tea spilled and a human-shaped crater was formed on the ground. Pooh! Lin Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. No, what was he trying to do? What the hell? Lin Xian was shocked. Caw. Ah. Lin Xian let out a blood-curdling scream as the bones in his arm shattered. What the hell was this for? Su Qining, who was next to him, seemed very calm. It was as if she had seen this scene too many times. Caw. Ah. Lin Xian had never suffered such an injury in his life. After a long time, plop. Lin Xian was thrown into a medicinal tub full of medicinal baths, and his body had been repaired. Master, is he okay? Su Qining asked. And, he'll wake up in a few days. Yulioli said indifferently. I didn't expect him to really withstand this kind of pain. This kid's willpower is not ordinary. This is within my expectations. Keep an eye on him for the next few days. Yes. 3 days later, hiss. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air and slowly opened his eyes. What the hell? Lin Xian felt that his entire body was exploding with pain. As he stretched, the sound of his bones cracking could be heard. He recalled for a moment. What happened before? Previously, the Yulioli shattered all the bones in his body. His chest and back were also slapped. Other than his internal organs being intact, his bones were really shattered. Some of his meridians were also shattered. His dantian was preserved, so his realm was preserved. However, Lin Xian didn't understand what was going on. It hurt so much. He really almost couldn't bear it and died. He felt that he was only a moment away from death. But she must have her own reasons. Lin Xian jumped out of the medicinal bath. And what did he feel? He felt that his body seemed to have undergone a qualitative change. You're awake. A faint voice came from the side. Lin Xian looked over. Su Qining was sitting there meditating, and then opened her beautiful eyes. Although Lin Xian was not wearing any clothes, only a soaked trouser, Su Qining was still able to maintain her composure and threw a set of clothes to Lin Xian. No. What do you mean? I was almost fucking tortured to death. Lin Xian said miserably. This is Master's cultivation method. Master places great importance on the cultivation of the physique. Don't you feel that your physique has undergone a qualitative change? Lin Xian nodded. There is a qualitative change. Normally, your cultivation would have been crippled by Master, but your foundation is very stable, so your cultivation was not crippled by Master. Rest, rest. There will be 2 more times like this in the future. Lin Xian. Chapter 1785. When Lin Xian heard Su Qining's words, his entire body trembled. No, what are you talking about? 2 more times. In other words, I have to suffer this kind of torture twice. What's wrong? I went through it the same way. Su Qining stood up and said indifferently. Fuck, wait until you've endured the pain of 3 broken meridians. You'll be grateful that you've been given such an opportunity. Su Qining said to Lin Xian. Will you marry me? Lin Xian asked with a smile. I'm your senior sister. Of course, if you survive. Ha! Will I still die? Lin Xian scratched his head. All the meridians and bones in my body are broken. If I can't endure it, won't I die? That's true. But in theory, the most dangerous thing is the first time. If you survive the first time, the chances of dying in the following 2 times will be much lower. Lin Xian showed a pained expression. Don't be in pain. Not many people in the world are qualified to enjoy this medicinal bath. Since Master intends to nurture you, she will definitely work hard. But, why do you want to nurture me? I don't understand. Aren't you stronger than me? Lin Xian looked at Su Qining. Maybe I'm stronger than you now, but the future is hard to say. There's another reason. You're a human. What's wrong with the human race? The potential of the human race is greater. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. That's true. Then why me? Because you're outstanding enough. Nonsense, there are many people in the human race who are more outstanding than me. In your heart, do you really think so? Su Qining looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. Oh, Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose awkwardly. Ha ha ha, don't expose me, okay? Lin Xian laughed awkwardly. Yes, in Lin Xian's eyes, there were many powerful people, and there were many that he couldn't compete with. However, he never thought that he was inferior to those people. It was just a matter of time. Especially since you have obtained some of the power of the evil god in the god-beast forbidden ground. Master might not need to hesitate anymore. How did you know? Don't forget, Master is proficient in divination. To Master, there are almost no secrets in this world. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. This was indeed admirable. Who exactly is this evil god? Lin Xian asked. He's a famous expert from many years ago. He can be considered a villain. Villain? You can say that, because countless innocent people have died at his hands. However, you can't call him a true evil person, because he didn't kill for cultivation, but because he couldn't control his emotions. Lin Xian frowned. It's that exaggerated. He remembered that the evil god had told him that the use of these powers might lead to a situation where one's mind would be blinded. To put it simply, one might become a person who couldn't be controlled by one's mind and be controlled by one's will. At that time, Lin Xian also felt it, including the fact that this mental cultivation method only had one level. The stronger your emotions, the stronger the power obtained. Therefore, Lin Xian definitely paid attention to this. Therefore, if you can, try to use this power as little as possible. Of course, this power has a very high upper limit, which means that the upper limit of your combat strength is extremely high. This is what Master said. When the time comes, Master will remind you. Alright. Lin Xian nodded. Oh right, tell me about the situation in Mount Tianyao. When you survive, you will naturally know. You make it sound like I die easily. Lin Xian shook his head helplessly. Just like that, half a month passed. In this half a month, Lin Xian went through the same torture twice. How is it? In the back garden, Yu Liuli was sitting there drinking tea. He should be waking up soon, Su Qining said respectfully. Yeah. Yu Liuli nodded slightly. Master, will the evil god mental cultivation method he obtained have any negative consequences? Even if his will is extraordinary, but... Perhaps. Yu Liuli said indifferently, but if he can withstand the erosion of his will, his future strength will become especially strong. At that moment, Lin Xian walked over from afar. Holy shit, it really hurts. Lin Xian walked over. However, Lin Xian was feeling great. His realm had been raised to the 2-star heavenly Tao realm because of the medicinal bath and his broken bones and meridians. It allowed him to quickly absorb the medicinal essence of the medicinal bath and raise his realm. Of course, there was another key factor. It was Lin Xian's physique. His physique was now at the 3-star heavenly Tao realm. What did that mean? It meant that although Lin Xian's cultivation was only at the 2-star heavenly Tao realm, he did not feel any pressure when facing a 3-star heavenly Tao realm. This was because in front of a 3-star heavenly Tao realm, Lin Xian was a 3-star heavenly Tao realm. His physique strength was there for all to see. The only difference was spiritual energy and strength. In a sense, Lin Xian at the 2-star heavenly Tao realm could be considered a 3-star heavenly Tao realm cultivator. It was too terrifying. And this was all thanks to Lin Xian's 3 rounds of torture. It had to be said that Lin Xian was quite impressed with Yu Liuli. She was even able to think of such a cultivation method. But to be honest, this was not something that everyone could withstand. This was because in most cases, others would have already died from such heavy injuries. Thank you, Senior. Lin Xian bowed at Yu Liuli. You should call her master. Su Qining reminded Lin Xian. Does it count? If Senior doesn't mind, I don't mind. Lin Xian grinned. Anything is fine. Yu Liuli said lightly. Then I'll call you Fairy Master because you are really like a fairy. Su Qining, awesome. Sit down. This supremacy has something to tell you. Yu Liuli said. Yes. Lin Xian then sat in front of her. About that. Fairy Master, I actually want to ask about my sister's situation. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and looked at her. You don't have to worry about her. It's just that you won't be able to see her for a while. Her improvement isn't any worse than yours. Yu Liuli said. Lin Xian was secretly alarmed. What? Linya's improvement wasn't any slower than his. Didn't that mean that Linya was at the 2-star heavenly Tao realm and above? Oh my god. Lin Xian was happy for her from the bottom of his heart. From this day forth, you are a part of Mount Heavenly Demon, and also my 5th disciple. Yu Liuli said. Yes. Lin Xian nodded. Qining is your eldest senior sister. You still have 3 senior brothers. Where are they? Lin Xian asked. In any corner of the world. You will meet them in the future. Lin Xian nodded. Now, this supremacy will tell you what you need to do in the next few years. Chapter 1786. Lin Xian really wanted to know what Yu Liuli wanted from him. The only time they had interacted was when Linglong Shui brought him over. Therefore, Lin Xian did not know what Yu Liuli saw in him. Lin Xian believed that Yu Liuli represented the pinnacle of strength on this continent. Even Linglong Shui addressed her as senior. However, although Lin Xian felt that he had a promising future, he had only advanced to the 2-star Heavenly Dao realm with her help. As for Su Qining, she was already at the 7-star Heavenly Dao realm. What did he have to do that couldn't be done by Su Qining, who was stronger and not weaker? Fairy Master, please speak. Yu Liuli clearly ignored Lin Xian's form of address. She did not have any feelings for Lin Xian. At most, she admired Lin Xian. That was nonsense. She definitely admired Lin Xian and had taken in Lin Xian as her disciple because of Lin Xian. The first thing is also something this supremacy wants you to do. 2 years later, you will fight the disciple of the Sacred Lightning Forbidden Land's owner as my disciple. Lin Xian, wasn't it Mu Qinshuang? Why? It's just a 10,000-year-old enemy. It's not that there's a huge grudge between us, but it's something that both sides have to do every generation to determine the victor. Then why isn't little Qining the one fighting? Why does it have to be me? I'm already at the 2-star Heavenly Dao realm. Can I reach the 7-star Heavenly Dao realm in 2 years? Besides, she will probably be at the 8-star Heavenly Dao realm by then, right? Isn't little Qining just right? She's at the 7-star Heavenly Dao realm, the same realm as her. Lin Xian. You are more suitable. Yu Liuli sipped her tea and said indifferently. Ah. Then what if I lose? Do your best. She knew that Lin Xian was a person who refused to admit defeat. Therefore, if he could win, Lin Xian would definitely fight for it. All right, I got it. Lin Xian nodded. It was fate, after all. It was just that it was a little awkward for Lin Xian to be involved in this battle of fate. However, what kind of enemy is this? To what extent? Lin Xian asked. After all, Mu Qinshuang was his wife. Lin Xian didn't want to, it's just the level of rivals. They're not mortal enemies. A long time ago, the Forbidden Land of Holy Thunder and the Heavenly Demon Mountain were the 2 strongest forces of the demon race. They almost split the world into 2. It was also from then on that they've always been rivals until now. What's the benefit of winning? Lin Xian asked. There are no benefits, Yu Liuli said. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. For example, what benefits will Immortal Master give me? Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. Well, there will still be. Then there's no problem. Lin Xian smiled. The second thing. Yu Liuli said indifferently, next, you will stay with this sovereign for 10 years. 10 years. No, I can't take it. Time Spirit Tool. 10 years inside, 3 months outside. Lin Xian muttered, then there's no problem. In these 10 years, what you need to do is not to raise your cultivation level. You don't need to raise it at all. You only need to cultivate a set of mental cultivation methods and martial skills that this sovereign will teach you. Mental cultivation methods again. Immortal Master, I already have 2 sets of mental cultivation methods on me. If I continue to cultivate, will it have some effect on me? Yu Liuli nodded, it will. However, the mental cultivation method that this sovereign will teach you should help you fight against your evil god mental cultivation method together with your absolute saint mental cultivation method. As long as you can master the balance between the three mental cultivation methods, it will benefit you greatly. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. It can also increase battle strength. It's a bit special. You'll know when you cultivate it. Qining, bring him over and let him get used to that place first. Yes, master. Then Su Qining glanced at Lin Xian. Lin Xian obediently walked away with her. What place? You still need to get used to it. Lin Xian expressed that he didn't understand. You'll know when you get there. Hey, your attitude towards me is different from before. Can you be more gentle? Lin Xian leaned over and quietly rubbed his hand against Su Qining's small hand. My attitude towards you before was just to bring you here. Su Qining said straightforwardly. Lin Xian, you're really straightforward. Aren't you afraid that I'll run away in a fit of anger? Obviously not. That's because you also believe that Master can give you more help. In fact, that's the case. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. It wasn't easy being a smart woman. Then, she opened a time mystic realm. Go on in. When Lin Xian stepped in, he finally understood why Yu Liuli got Su Qining to bring him here to get used to it. Heavens! How was this a place for humans? The moment Lin Xian entered, he felt a scorching heat that drilled into his pores. The heat here was so high that even Lin Xian, a 2-star heavenly Dao realm, felt his heart palpitate. You want me to cultivate in such an environment? It's to train your physique. When the time comes, there will be extreme cold. Be it scorching heat or extreme cold, it can be fatal to a 2-star heavenly Dao realm. However, you will be cultivating in such an environment for 10 years. 10 years later, you will thank Master. If you aren't ruthless to yourself now, you will eventually be trampled underfoot by others in the future. With that said, Su Qining walked away. Lin Xian slowly paced around. Wow, this fairy master sure is impressive. She's practically a natural educator. Lin Xian sighed. However, not everyone could be educated by her. Firstly, she didn't think highly of anyone. Secondly, not everyone could survive such torture. For example, the scorching heat was something that even a 2-star heavenly Dao realm could feel. If you were to cultivate here for 10 years, there would be extreme cold. Lin Xian knew that the next 10 years wouldn't be easy. Lin Xian stayed there for 3 days. 3 days later, a blue-dressed Yu Liuli slowly walked over with a veil over her face. Lin Xian opened his eyes. Are you ready? She asked lightly. Lin Xian stood up and nodded. Yeah, I'm ready. Next, this sovereign will teach you a cultivation technique named Fey God Record. During this period, you are not to circulate the heretical god cultivation technique. Fey God Record, the name of the cultivation technique, was rather special. I'm a human. Can I cultivate it? Lin Xian asked. Yeah, that's because you have some Fey powers in you. Ha! Lin Xian was dumbfounded. Dark Phoenix, Void Fox, Darkness Shadow Dragon. They are all top Fey bloodlines. Cough, Lin Xian coughed dryly. This was so fucking awkward. But how could this work? Chapter 1787. Yu Liuli looked at Lin Xian and said, you should be able to withstand this power. Lin Xian nodded. That's fine. Let's begin. Then, she reached out her slender hand and tapped Lin Xian's forehead. In the next instant, a surge of power shattered the mountains and rivers. Pain. When this power entered Lin Xian's mind, Lin Xian felt incomparable pain. But it was still acceptable. After a long time, Yuli retracted her power and Lin Xian opened his eyes. So this is the demon god's record. Lin Xian was secretly shocked. The demon god's record. You mainly cultivate your ability to control any demonic power. There's still a long way to go, so take your time to get used to it. Also, I will only teach you one martial technique, or rather, a sword technique. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He liked sword techniques. After all, the sword was a man's romance. This sword technique is called one sword. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Of course, Lin Xian was in the time-secret realm. Only 3 months had passed in the outside world. For Lin Xian, 10 years was like the blink of an eye. When he put all his focus on the demon god's record and one sword, Lin Xian realized that time passed very quickly. So why was it said that for many experts, 100 years was like the blink of an eye? As long as there was nothing to worry about. Because Lin Xian knew that only 3 months had passed in the outside world, he wouldn't worry about his girls missing him. So, Lin Xian put all his focus on cultivation. In the past 10 years, not only did Lin Xian reach the 3rd level of the Supreme Sage cultivation technique, increasing all his stats by 6 times, his constitution had also been enhanced once again. Lin Xian had been tormented for the past 10 years by the scorching heat, severe cold, and even blade-like storms that could kill a 2-star heavenly Dao realm. However, he was very happy. His constitution had really been enhanced. He felt that he was at his limit. He even had a feeling that he could withstand a 3-star heavenly Dao realm strike without releasing any defensive spiritual energy, even if he was a 2-star heavenly Dao realm warrior. Of course, it wasn't to say that he could withstand a full-powered strike from a 3-star heavenly Dao realm warrior, but Lin Xian really felt that he was invincible against a 3-star heavenly Dao realm warrior. He was even invincible against Shixing. This was because Lin Xian's physique was already at the 2-star heavenly Dao realm, nearing 4-star. This improvement was an extremely huge increase in him. Demon gods, Lin Xian stood up. The demon god's record was a rather special item. Rather than calling it a cultivation technique, it wasn't wrong, but it was better to call it a special ability. It would not give Lin Xian any increase in speed, strength, realm, or any other aspect, but, in the past 10 years, Lin Xian had adapted to the corrosion of countless demonic powers. This was what Lin Xian had been doing for the past 10 years with this cultivation technique. Then, what was the use of the demon god's record? To put it simply, it could give Lin Xian 9 additional laws or domains. Wasn't that a little exaggerated? That's right. That was more or less what it meant. How should he put it? Lin Xian could absorb the powers of the Fae. To put it simply, every Fae had a special ability that was similar to the laws and domains of humans. It was their signature special power, and as long as Lin Xian killed them and absorbed them, Lin Xian would be able to obtain the Fae's power. Lin Xian could absorb a total of 9. Therefore, Lin Xian could absorb the special powers of 9 Fae gods. Didn't that mean that Lin Xian could have 9 additional powers similar to laws and domains? As long as Lin Xian could control the power he obtained, that power would be his. Whether it was a power that increased one's combat strength, special pupils, or special control, Lin Xian could do it all. Therefore, what Lin Xian needed to do next was very clear. He needed to kill Fae beasts with outstanding abilities and obtain their powers. Holy shit! If he could get all 9 of them, how much would his combat strength increase? Moreover, the key point was that Lin Xian couldn't obtain those useless or weak abilities. He had to ensure that every ability he obtained was good. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste? Wow, this is already a heaven-defying profit for me on this trip. Lin Xian exclaimed. That's right. There's only one of this martial technique. Wouldn't it be better to give me 2 more? Lin Xian was still lacking in martial techniques. He had just obtained a powerful martial technique, Starfall, and now he had a sword. No wonder Yuli said that this sword could be called a martial technique, but it could also be called a sword technique. What were the effects? Infinite stacking. What did that mean? It meant that when Lin Xian activated this martial technique, the strength of each strike would increase. As long as he wasn't in a combat state, he would constantly increase the strength of each strike. Of course, as the strength of each strike increased, the expenditure of each strike would also increase. In theory, the most terrifying aspect of this increase was that it had no upper limit. Therefore, the more he fought, the braver he became. As long as he fought, Lin Xian's ability to fight above his level would become stronger with the passage of time. It was said that when this sword reached a very high level, one strike could shatter stars. Of course, this was only a rumor. This was because it didn't seem like it could support him slashing out that many strikes. Stamina was a problem, as was spiritual energy. Phew, Lin Xian took a deep breath. At that moment, the surroundings were extremely cold. Lin Xian's body was covered in frost, but he had completely withstood the cold that could even freeze a heavenly Dao realm 2-star to death. This was probably one of the most powerful things Lin Xian had obtained in the past decade. Such things might not be very intuitive, but the enhancement it gave to Lin Xian was real. If Lin Xian were to encounter fire elemental or ice elemental warriors in the future, Lin Xian's immunity would be greatly enhanced. Awesome! Let's go out. Lin Xian then stepped out of the pocket world. Only 3 months had passed in the outside world. During this time, the girls outside had lost contact with Lin Xian. This was because Lin Xian had lost the signal after he entered. However, before he entered, Lin Xian had mentioned it in the group. Therefore, no one was too worried. They just missed him a little. After all, everyone had their own things to do. It just so happened that everyone could focus on their own things. You're out. When Lin Xian saw Yuli sitting there drinking tea, he went over. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.